Chapter 2102. All right, I got it, Lung Hua replied. As he drank his tea, he thought of the man in luxurious clothes he saw when he went out today. His brows twitched involuntarily as he looked up at Fan Lin and asked, "Last time, you said that the man in luxurious clothes was sick and didn't have long to live. Did you see what illness he had?" Hearing this, Fan Lin looked at him with some surprise. "You're curious about how long that person has to live? I saw him when I went to the Yang family today. I just happened to see him having a relapse," Lung Hua said. Thinking of that strange scene, he only felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Hearing this, Fan Lin thought for a moment and said, "I only saw that person and didn't examine him in detail. However, from his physical condition and his complexion, he really doesn't have long to live. But what illness is that? What happens when he has a relapse? I don't know." Du Fan, who was drinking his tea, felt that something was wrong. He looked at Lung Hua and asked, "How did you meet him?" "He brought those cultivators to block my way. He even said that he wanted to treat me to a drink. When I didn't go, he wanted to attack me." As soon as Lung Hua finished speaking, Du Fan angrily slammed the teacup in his hand on the table. "How preposterous. He's got some guts." Hearing his angry shout, Lung Hua smiled. "Keep your voice down. It's a good thing that we're resting. Otherwise, we'll disturb the guests." And then did you teach him a lesson?" Du Fan asked. Even Fan Lin looked at Lung Hua with some gossip. After all, Lung Hua usually treated people well and rarely got angry with others. "I broke the hand of one of the cultivators and said a few words to the man in luxurious clothes. In the end, his illness suddenly flared up. Moreover, the way it acted was a little strange," he said thoughtfully. Thinking of what he saw at that time, he was very puzzled. What kind of illness was that? How could it act like that when it flared up? Fan Lin and Du Fan looked at each other and asked at the same time, how strange. They had seen all kinds of strange things when they were with their master. What other diseases could make him feel strange? His skin turned purplish black when his hair changed, and his fingernails suddenly grew longer, like a ghost. Moreover, his appearance also changed. 2 sharp fangs grew out of his mouth, and his muscles expanded. He seemed to have become very strong. Lung Hua said slowly as he looked at Fan Lin, "Have you seen this disease before?" "No." Fan Lin shook his head and pondered. "However, I seem to have heard of this situation before, but I'm not sure if it's really the case." "So you turn into a monster when you're sick?" No wonder he had to seek medical treatment. That kind of illness probably couldn't be cured by ordinary people. It's just that guy doesn't seem to be liked by everyone. Moreover, Master isn't here. I don't think it'll be easy for him to seek medical treatment," Du Fan said carelessly as he waved the fan in his hand, gently fanning himself. Fan Lin smiled and said, "That's hard to say. If it's an illness that Master hasn't seen before, she might treat it." He paused and smiled. "This has nothing to do with who that person is. It's just a doctor's curiosity about an illness that she hasn't seen before." Chapter 2103. I wonder what good things Master will bring back this time, he said expectantly. He felt that his master would definitely gain something from this trip, other than killing Hanro. Lung Hua and Fan Lin looked at each other and smiled. One of them walked to the backyard while the other said, "I'll go back to the residence to take a look." 2 days later, in a town, 3 people stood in front of the Zhuo residence. "We're here." Zhuo Junwei turned around and said to Feng Jiu. "Speaking of which, the old man hasn't been here for a while." Han Yuan stroked his beard and looked at Zhuo Junwei and Feng Jiu. He asked, "How do you want to introduce me? Just say that I'm here for your grandmother?" Feng Jiu glanced at the old man and said to Zhuo Junwei, "I'll follow the old man inside. You don't have to introduce me. Just find a chance for me to meet your grandmother." When the old man heard this, he smiled and squinted his eyes. "Follow this old man? Be my disciple, cough." Before he could say the word brother, he saw her glare and swallowed his words. The old man wanted to learn Taiji fist from her. He could not provoke her. Zhuo Junwei nodded. "I understand." He walked forward and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened and an old man poked half his body out. "Eldest young master is back." The old man smiled and looked to the side. When he saw Han Yuan stroking his beard, he hurriedly bowed. "Han Yuan, immortal lord." The old man responded and glanced at the old man. Eldest young master, Hun Yuan, immortal lord, please come in. I'll invite the family head. The old man hurriedly invited them in. Only then did he notice that there was a young man in green following behind Hun Yuan, immortal lord. Looking at the young man's plain clothes and lowered eyes, he guessed that he was one of Hun Yuan, immortal lord's people. Don't disturb second uncle. He's coming with me to the West Court, Zhuo Junhua said. The old man was stunned. He watched them walk towards the West Courtyard after entering the mansion. He thought for a while and felt that since the Hun Yuan, immortal lord, was here, even if he was going to the West residence, he should report to the family head and let him know. Therefore, after closing the door, the old man walked to the main court. Feng Jiu, who was following behind the old man, quietly looked around. She saw that in addition to some maids and manservants, there were 1 or 2 secret guards who were paying attention to the surrounding movements in the dark. Inside, whether it was the pavilions, terraces, or the small stone path, they were all very exquisite and the environment was very beautiful. However, after walking towards the small path leading to the West residence, it was a completely different scene. It could be said that there was not a single servant or guard on the small path. Even the shadow guards hidden in the shadows were gone. Until, after entering the gates of the West residence, it was as if the Zhuo residence and the West residence had become 2 different residences. The only difference was, one was imposing and high class, while the other was quiet and elegant. Why? Since we're all in the Zhuo residence, why is the West Court separated? Before Zhuo Junhua could say anything, Hun Yuanzi stroked his beard and looked back at Feng Jiu. That's right, I haven't told you about this yet. There's a reason for this. Chapter 2104. The second son of the Zhuo family is the head of the family and lives in the East Mansion. That's why there are more people there. You could say that the East Mansion is the center of the family. As for the West Mansion, it's their family. There aren't many people there, only his parents, sister-in-law, and a few servants. Hun Yuanzi pointed at Zhuo Junhua and lowered his voice. You know the reason. It's like that. Feng Jiu pursed her lips when she heard this. She naturally understood after hearing what he said. Zhuo Junhua's second uncle lived in the East residence, which meant that he was the true descendant of the Zhuo family. It was reasonable for him to inherit the Zhuo family head position, so it was natural for him to live in the East residence. However, the West residence was a little too quiet. As she walked around, she felt that even though the West residence and the East residence were part of the Zhuo residence, the West residence seemed to have been separated and abandoned. If the mansion was like this, how depressing would it be for them to live here? Did they feel like they were living under someone else's roof? She thought that if her master knew that his descendants were living like this, he would definitely be very reluctant to let them go. Her heart was heavy as she looked at Zhuo Junhua, who was walking slowly in front of her. She finally understood why he was so quiet. After walking for a while, Zhuo Junhua brought them to the living room of the West Mansion. Take a seat. I'll go see my parents. Go. The old man waved his hand and found a place to sit. He took out his wine gourd and drank. He didn't forget to tell Feng Jiu, take a seat. Don't be shy. The people from the East Mansion rarely come here. Feng Jiu also found a place to sit. Looking at the simple living room, she couldn't help but ask, why don't they live elsewhere? With Zhuo Junhua's strength, he's qualified to establish a mansion. It's his grandmother. She didn't allow them to live elsewhere. Besides, other than Junhua, his father isn't very talented. Junhua's younger brother is not bad, but it's useless without a good teacher. The old man took a sip of wine and shook his head. Feng Jiu frowned. How can there be no good teacher? Can't the 4 great sects take the test? The old man stroked his beard and thought. Didn't the old man tell you that his younger brother was born crippled? He's always been in a wheelchair. He rolled his eyes. He couldn't remember if he had mentioned this to her. Feng Jiu was speechless. When did you say that? You only told me that he had a younger brother and a younger sister, and then you said that their family was very poor and that there were only a few people in the family. You also said that his grandmother lived in a small courtyard because of her poor health and usually only prayed to Buddha and recited scriptures. How could you mention these details? You didn't? He smiled embarrassedly. It's not too late to say it now. It's like that. He's talented, but his legs are useless. He can't stand up, so it's not easy for him to become a disciple. Tell me, who would be willing to accept someone in a wheelchair as their disciple? That's why he's always at home. His spiritual power cultivation is all right, but it's not easy for him to cultivate martial arts. Chapter 2105. Seeing that she was no longer talking, the old man stroked his beard and coughed lightly. Although this old man doesn't have a disciple, this old man's standards are quite high. Although his talent is not bad, he still can't reach this old man's standards, so, Fengjiu sat quietly and ignored him. The old man felt bored and did not say anything else. At the same time, in the main courtyard of the West residence, Zhuo Chuhui was talking to his wife when he saw a familiar figure walk in from the corner of his eye. Both of them were stunned when they saw the person. Junyue, you're back? Both of them stood up and walked toward their eldest son. Didn't you go out to train with the Hunyuan Immortal Lord? Why did you suddenly come back? Did something happen? Father, mother. Zhuo Junyue bowed to both of them and greeted them. He looked at his parents and paused for a moment before saying, I did come back because of something. What is it? Could it be that you ran into some trouble outside? Or did the Hunyuan Immortal Lord chase you back? His mother asked worriedly. Looking at her son who had not returned home for a long time, she felt sorry for him. Did you suffer outside? Look at you, you've lost weight. Mother, I'm fine. Zhuo Junyue said, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, his father asked, Then what's the reason? Why did you come back? Looking at the worried faces of his parents, he took a deep breath and said in a steady voice, Dad, Mom, I have news of grandfather. Hearing this, both of them were stunned. Well, what? Grandfather, I have news of grandfather, my biological grandfather, he said slowly. Looking at his stunned father, he said, When I went to the volcano forest with the Hunyuan Immortal Lord, I met grandfather's disciple and learned about grandfather from her, so this time, Duddy spoke slowly and briefly explained the matter. Looking at his father, who was still in a daze for a long time, he said, She said that grandfather's wish is to know how his descendants are doing, so she came to see you on behalf of grandfather. He paused for a moment and said, Moreover, grandmother asked me to let her know if I had any news. This time, I came back because I wanted her to meet grandmother. Zhuo Chuhui listened in a daze, unable to describe the feelings in his heart. Finally, there was news of his father? Father? To him, it was so familiar yet so strange. His blood flowed in his body. It was the inheritance of his bloodline. However, he had never seen his father. He did not know anything about his father. He only knew that every time his mother thought of his father, she would cry silently. Now, there was finally news of his father, saying that his father's disciple had come to visit them on behalf of his father. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. There's actually news of him? His laughter was so sorrowful. Although he was smiling, his expression was uglier than if he were crying. Master, since that's the case, let's go and meet them. Zhuo Junyue's mother said softly as she patted Zhuo Chuhui's hand to comfort him. Chapter 2106. Up ahead. He nodded. He also knows a little about this. Zhuo Chuhui said, Let's go take a look. He said to his wife, You stay here. There's no need to go. All right, then you and your father should hurry over. Don't let them wait too long. I'll get the kitchen to prepare the food. Madame Zhuo signaled for them to hurry. Thus, the father and son went forward. When they arrived at the front and entered the hall, Zhuo Chuhui saw Hunyuan Zi sitting in the middle of the hall leisurely drinking wine. Therefore, he shifted his gaze to the young man beside him. When he saw the young man, he was a little surprised. That young man was dressed in green, sitting there quietly with a pensive look on his face. No one knew what he was thinking about. When he saw them come in, he raised his eyes to look at them. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes, and his clear eyes quietly sized them up. This was his father's disciple? How could he be so young? He was a little surprised. He originally thought that his father's disciple would be around his age, but he didn't expect him to be such a young man. Such a young man really surprised him. Immortal sir, he bowed to Hunyuan Zi and said with a smile, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Yes, this old man also didn't expect to come to your house so soon. Hunyuan Zi squinted his eyes and looked at him with a smile. He took a sip of wine, glanced at Feng Jiu, and said to Zhuo Chui, "But she's the one who's looking for you today, not this old man. Just treat this old man as invisible." Hearing this, the smile on Zhuo Chui's face froze. He thought to himself, "This immortal sir is still so direct." "Feng Jiu, this is my father, Zhuo Chui." Zhuo Junyue introduced his father to Feng Jiu. "Master Zhuo." Feng Jiu bowed and greeted. "Young Master Feng, please take a seat." Zhuo Chui gestured and sat down. "Master Zhuo, I'd like to see the old madam. Please accompany me," she said directly. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chui paused for a moment before he looked at Feng Jiu and said, "Young Master Feng, my son has already told me what happened. However, I still have a few questions for you." "Excuse me," she said. "You said that your master's name is Chu Batian, a famous character in the lower continents. Then, do you know if their names are similar? How can you be sure that your master is my father?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu's lips curled into a smile. "Let's not talk about other things. Just your appearance alone is 70 to 80% similar to your father's. If I wasn't too sure before, but after seeing your appearance, I can already confirm that you are his descendants." Hearing this, Zhuo Chui was slightly stunned. Did he resemble his father at all? It turned out that he and his father were quite similar. It turned out that his father's appearance was like this. Pausing for a moment, he looked at the youth in front of him and muttered to himself, "So what if we find his descendants? He's no longer here, so what does it matter to him what happens to us? I heard that your second son's legs aren't good. I know a little about medicine, so I can take a look at him." She didn't answer his question. Chapter 2107. Her master had more or less the same intentions back then. It was just that she did not want to be too full of herself. However, if they wanted to set up their own residence in the city or somewhere else that belonged to the Chu family, she would do her best to help. Furthermore, her second son could not stand up. If she could treat him, she would naturally help him. After all, he was her master's descendant. As long as he was not an evil person, as long as he was not a vicious person, she would help him if she could. Furthermore, Feng Jiu smiled and looked at the dazed Zhu Yuechuan. "I believe that old madam still remembers my master in her heart. Otherwise, your name would not be Chui." Once he said this, the hall fell silent. Zhuo Chui lowered his eyes in a daze. Zhuo Junyue also stood there quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this scene, the old man at the side coughed softly and spoke. "Bring her to see old madam first. Later, go and see Junyue's younger brother. Her medical skills are indeed good. Perhaps there will be some hope." As the old man spoke, he looked at the father and son pair. Although he is no longer around, the fact that he could tell his disciple this proves that he still has you, his descendants, in his heart. Sometimes, many things are unpredictable. Perhaps even he himself did not expect that such a thing would happen back then. To you, it is only a story that you heard from others. To him, it was a personal experience. Anyone who had encountered the tragedy of having their entire family wiped out would not feel good. Since so many years had passed, and his descendants had already married and had children, those things could only be flipped over like flipping through a book. There was no longer any discussion about who was right and who was wrong. After a long silence, Zhuo Chui said to Feng Jiu, "Come with me. I will bring you to see my mother." "Father, if we bring her over like this, second uncle will definitely find it strange. Perhaps even grandfather will know about this." The grandfather he was referring to was naturally the Zhuo family's old master. Although he had news of his biological grandfather and found his successor, it was indeed not good to bring her to see his grandmother like this. Hearing this, Zhuo Chui pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Mother has been cultivating in seclusion for many years. If we suddenly bring someone over like this, it will definitely alarm the people in the East Mansion. If they ask, 'Old man, go and visit old madam,' just bring them all over. After all, I met old madam a few times. It shouldn't be a problem for me to go over," the old man said with a smile. He winked at Feng Jiu and smiled, as if saying, "Look, I'm covering for you." Then, "Immortal," Zhuo Chui said as he bowed to the old man. No trouble at all." He waved his hand and said with a smile, Let's go now." With that, he took the lead and walked out. Seeing this, the three to the Zhuos, of course, Zhuo meanwhile, in the East Mansion. "Oh, you mean the Hunyuan Immortal Lord is here?" The current head of the Zhuo family, the second uncle that Zhuo Junwei referred to, was surprised when he heard this news. Does that mean Junwei is also back? Chapter 2108. Hearing this, he nodded and ordered, "Then let the mansion prepare. Invite them to the East Mansion for a gathering tonight. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since my eldest brother left the West Mansion." Speaking of this, he sighed softly and waved his hand, indicating for the elder to leave. "Yes," the old man replied, and then left respectfully. Zhuo family head sat in the main seat, deep in thought. He thought of how his eldest brother's family had been isolated from the rest of the world in the West Mansion. Although they were all in the Zhuo family, his eldest brother's family gave off the feeling that they were living under someone else's roof. He was not the only one who felt this way. He believed that everyone in the East Mansion felt the same way. As for the rumors that had been circulating in the mansion all these years, he had turned a blind eye and ignored them. Even if his eldest brother was not his father's son, he was still his mother's son, his half-brother. However, the family elders did not think so. They were worried that his eldest brother would interfere in the Zhuo family's affairs and that the Zhuo family would fall into the hands of outsiders. Therefore, they did not let his eldest brother interfere in the Zhuo family's affairs and even secretly suppressed him. His eldest brother had been ordinary all these years and did not seem to be outstanding. The only thing that surprised him was that Junyu somehow knew the Hunyuan Immortal Lord. Their family also seemed to have a good relationship with the Hunyuan Immortal Lord. Occasionally, the Hunyuan Immortal Lord would visit the West Mansion. Other than that, there was nothing else. Just as he was deep in thought, he saw the steward walk in from outside. Family head. The old steward walked up and greeted him respectfully. He came back to his senses and looked at the old steward, asking, "What's wrong?" Family head. The first master of the West Mansion and the others went to the old madam's courtyard. The old steward said, "It's normal for my eldest brother to visit my mother. What's the fuss about?" He said casually. However, he paused and looked at the old steward, asking, "Who else went besides the first master?" The first master and first master, the Hunyuan Immortal Lord and a youth in green. Hearing this, he was slightly startled. The Hunyuan Immortal Lord and a youth in green? Didn't they say that the youth in green only came with the Immortal Lord? Why did they go to the old madam's courtyard? He felt a little strange in his heart, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. On the other side, in the old madam's courtyard. Wait a moment. "I'll go in and talk to mother," Zhuo Chui said to Primordial Chaos and Fengjiu before walking in. The old man casually sat down by the stone table in the courtyard, while Fengjiu stood and quietly observed the layout of the courtyard. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Zhuo Chui walked out from inside. "Young Master Feng, come in. My mother wants to see you." He looked at Fengjiu and said. Seeing this, Fengjiu walked in while Hunyuan and Zhuo Junwei remained outside. After they went in, the old man took a sip of wine and looked at Zhuo Junwei beside him. "You didn't tell your father that the girl is a girl?" Zhuo Junwei paused for a moment and said, "I only said that he's my grandfather's disciple." Chapter 2109. How long would this girl have to wait before she was willing to teach him? Fengjiu, who had followed Zhuo Chui inside, saw that it was a small hall with simple decorations. Other than a Buddha statue, there was nothing else. In the inner hall, an old madam sat quietly on her knees in front of the Buddha statue. She was twirling the prayer beads in her hand. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound could be heard. "Mother, she's here," Zhuo Chui said as he looked at his mother in front of the Buddha statue. The old madam stopped twirling the prayer beads and stood up. Zhuo Chui helped her to a chair at the side before she looked at the newcomer. A pair of aged eyes landed on Fengjiu as she quietly sized her up. She looked at the woman dressed as a man and asked, "Miss, are you Chu Baishan's successor?" Zhuo Chui was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He looked at Fengjiu. Fengjiu smiled and looked at the old madam. He stepped forward and bowed. "Fengjiu greets mistress. My master is indeed Chu Batian." The old madam laughed. I didn't expect him to have a successor. I didn't expect him to still remember that he has descendants. Haha. The three of them chatted in the room. Outside the room, the old man looked at Zhuo Junyue, who was sitting upright. He was curious about the situation inside and kept looking inside. He looked at the expressionless Zhuo Junyue and asked, "Aren't you curious about what they're talking about? Aren't you going in to take a look? Grandmother and father are inside. There's nothing for me to do," Zhuo Junyue said. Hee, kid, let me talk to you about something serious." The old man narrowed his eyes and chuckled. He wanted to talk to Zhuo Junyue about something serious, but when he saw Zhuo Junyue's expression and laughter, it was difficult to connect him to something serious. When he saw Zhuo Junyue looking at him without saying anything, the old man coughed lightly and said, "It's like this. I think this Fengjiu is quite capable. Take a look. When we were in the volcano forest, the blood demon actually knew her name as the ghost doctor. You can imagine that she's quite famous. Another thing is that her strength and ability are beyond everyone's expectations, especially her medical skills, which are top-notch. It is extremely beneficial to have a relationship with such a person. Others want to have a relationship with her, but they can't. But you are different. You are the descendants of her master, and she has to call your grandmother master's wife. With this relationship, you have to hug this thigh well, lest you regret it when the time comes." At this point, the old man paused and looked inside. He lowered his voice and said, "So, if she says she wants to help you, you don't have to be polite with her. It's such a good resource, it's a waste not to take it." Upon hearing the old man's words, Zhuo Junyue glanced at him speechlessly without saying a word. Inside the room, the three of them were chatting. The old madam glanced at Feng Jiu, her aged voice pausing between each word as she said, "All these years, I didn't allow Chu Hui to set up his own residence because I felt that I owed the Zhuo family. If I hadn't met my later husband and been saved by him, not only me, but even Chu Hui wouldn't have survived. All these years, it was the Zhuo family who has always protected us. The Zhuo family has done us a favor. So even if Chu Hui isn't recognized by the Zhuo family elders, I still won't allow him to abandon the Zhuo family." Chapter 21:10. Feng Jiu looked deeply at her and nodded. "I understand. However, if you need my help in the future, you can find me at the Heavenly Pill Dispensary in Hunter River City." She paused and continued, "Mistress, you must have some old ailments. I will stay in a manor for a few days and help you nurse your body back to health." Today's short interaction made her realize that she was a righteous and affectionate person. Since she was her master's wife, even if she later remarried to old Master Zhuo, she was still worthy of her respect. Using silver needles was not a big deal. Hearing this, the old madam was startled and then nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." She then said to Zhuo Chui, "Take good care of Miss Feng." "Yes, mother." Zhuo Chui bowed and left with Feng Jiu. Seeing them come out, Han Yuan and Zhuo Junyue stood up and walked over. Han Yuan looked at them and asked, "Finished chatting?" "Yes." Feng Jiu nodded and said to Zhuo Junyue, "I will stay here for a while. Sorry for disturbing you." Zhuo Junyue did not say much and only said, "As long as you don't mind, you can stay for as long as you want. Let's go. We will return to the West Manor first." Zhuo Chui said and was about to walk out with them when he saw a figure walk in. He stopped when he saw who it was. Big brother. The person who came was the head of the Zhuo family. He came alone with his hands behind his back. When he saw the people in the courtyard, he first greeted Chu Zhuo before looking at Han Yuan Zi with a smile. "Immortal Monarch, how have you been?" "Second uncle." Zhuo Junyue bowed and called out. Seeing him nod and smile, Zhuo Junyue stood quietly. "Second brother, are you here to see mother?" Zhuo Chui asked with a relaxed expression. "Yes and no." He smiled and said, "I heard from the gatekeeper that Junyu is back, and so is the Immortal Monarch. I also heard that all of you came to Mother's place, so I wanted to come and take a look. I've already asked the kitchen to prepare. It's rare that everyone is here, so all of you can come to the East Mansion for a meal tonight." Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. "That's fine too. This old man has never refused anything that comes his way. But let me say this first. You can have nothing else, but this wine must be prepared." "Haha, of course. Immortal monarch can rest assured. He smiled and looked at his brother, who didn't respond, and asked, Big brother, do you want to come over for dinner tonight? I'll call all three of them. It's just a family gathering to have a good chat. Seeing this, Zhuo said, all right. Then I'll go back and tell your sister-in-law that we'll come over in the evening. All right, I'll go see Mother and tell her that she hasn't come out for a long time. Since the immortal monarch is here today, I'll ask her and Father to come out together. Then we'll go back first. Zhuo said, and then left with Han Yuan and the others. Seeing them leave, the head of the Zhuo family walked inside to see his mother first. Chapter 21:11. Zhuo nodded. Yes, second brother is very good to our family and takes good care of us. Yes, it's just that the elders of the Zhuo family don't approve of you. Zhuo Jinglin is quite considerate and capable. Otherwise, your Zhuo family wouldn't be so prosperous. The old man opened the gourd and took a sip of wine. He glanced at Zhuo. Aren't we going to visit Brother Junyue? This is an opportunity in front of us. If we miss it, we might not have such a good opportunity next time. Zhuo glanced at Feng Jiu and said to his eldest son, Bring Sir Immortal and Miss Feng over. I'll go talk to your mother about something. Okay. Zhuo Junyu nodded and glanced at Han Yuanzi and Feng Jiu, indicating for them to follow him. This blockhead, the old man muttered and shook his head. He followed him to another small courtyard. When they arrived at another courtyard, before they even got close, they could already hear voices coming from inside. Second brother, Mother said that big brother is back, and that unruly old grandpa is here too. However, they went to the East Mansion to visit grandmother. Mother told us to go over later. She asked the kitchen to prepare some food. She said that we should have a good meal together as a family. The speaker was a young girl in an orange dress. She looked pretty and was about 15 or 16 years old. She was half squatting beside a wheelchair and looking at her second brother. The man in the wheelchair was in his early 20s. He was dressed in a sky blue robe and had a gentle smile on his handsome face. He held a book in his hand and was currently listening to the young girl's words. As if he had sensed someone's arrival, he suddenly turned his head and looked outside the courtyard. Big brother? Sir Immortal, you're here. His smile deepened when he saw familiar faces. He said to the young girl beside him, Push me over. Big brother, Grandpa. Zhuo Yuzhen smiled and greeted the two of them happily. She pushed her second brother forward. Zhuo Junyue's expression softened when he saw his sister-in-law. He looked at the two of them and said, I've been home for a while. I just came back from visiting my grandmother. As he spoke, he took out something from his space and handed it to the two of them. This is a gift for you. Thank you, big brother. The two of them spoke in unison. Zhuo Yuzhen first opened the Qingquan bag handed over by her big brother. She took out a lot of beautiful and fun things from it, including 2 or 3 defensive magical weapons. Zhuo Junyang took out some magical treasures, as well as some books on cultivation and medicine. Delighted, he said, Big brother, I really like these gifts. Yes, I like it too. Zhuo Yuzhen also smiled happily. It's good that you like her, he said, and introduced her to his sister-in-law. This is Feng Jiu. The two of them looked at the silent young man in green and secretly sized him up before greeting young Master Feng. Feng Jiu nodded and stepped forward. He said to the man, Give me your hand. Hearing this, Zhuo Junyang was slightly surprised. He looked at the young man in front of him. At this moment, his elder brother said, Her medical skills are very good. Let her take a look at you. Chapter 21:12. He lowered his gaze to hide the strange look in his eyes. Because he was unable to move his legs, he also liked to study medicine. The young man in front of him looked even younger than him, but when he checked his pulse, he could feel that there was something unusual about him. He could only feel that as the youth's slender and fair fingers touched his pulse, a wave of spiritual energy flowed through his veins and throughout his body. However, that wave of spiritual energy was retracted in an instant. I have to take a look at your legs. She looked at the man in the wheelchair and said. Zhuo Junyang couldn't help but be taken aback. He instinctively looked at his elder brother. When he saw his elder brother nod, he put away the book and Qingquan bag in his other hand. Then he bent down and rolled up his pants to his knees. Feng Jiu squatted in front of him and was surprised to see that his legs had not shrunk. They were just pale, as if there was no blood in them. She reached out and felt that the veins in his legs were almost non-existent. How is it? Can be treated? The old man could not help but ask. It can be treated, but it's a little troublesome. As she spoke, she stood up and looked at Zhuo. Although the veins in your brother's legs are not broken, it's almost as if they were broken. It's an extremely rare case of tendinitis. For those who suffer from this condition, the veins in their entire body are almost non-existent. It's the first time I've seen partial tendinitis like this. However, compared to the whole body, your luck can be considered good. Zhuo Junyang was stunned. He did not know how to react. It was the first time in so many years that someone said that he was lucky. It sounded quite refreshing. Moreover, could his legs be treated? To be honest, perhaps it was because he had seen too many doctors and had been disappointed time and time again. At this moment, these hopeful words no longer stirred up any hope in his ears. Suddenly, he heard his elder brother's determined voice. He could not help but look up. If she says it can be treated, it can definitely be treated. Zhuo Junhua looked at his younger brother and said again, "Her medical skills are very good." Zhuo Junyang was slightly taken aback. When he heard these words, he could not help but turn his gaze towards the youth in green. He saw that the youth in green was looking at his elder brother with his eyebrows slightly raised. His expression was one of surprise, as if he had not expected his elder brother to say such a thing. Well, that's right. Since she said she can cure it, then she can definitely cure it. I don't know about other old men, but since she dares to say this, then she must have a way. Hun Yuanzi stroked his beard and glanced at Fengjiu. What do you mean by trouble? Do you lack medicine? Seeing that both of them were so sure of her medical skills, Fengjiu couldn't help but smile and look at the old man. Yes, to treat his leg, there are a few medicines that are more important and more difficult to find. What medicine? I'll go look for him, Zhuo Junhua said. Fengjiu glanced at him and slowly said, 500-year-old 9-section sky lantern grass, 1,000-leaf scale flower, and blood deer tendon. Zhuo Junhua frowned when he heard that he had never heard of it before. He secretly noted it down. I'll look for it. Chapter 21:13. That's right. That's why I said it's hard to find the medicine. Fengjiu smiled and looked at Zhuo Junhua. Are you sure you can find it? Zhuo Junhua met her smiling eyes and said in a low voice, even if I can't find it, I still have to find it. I won't let go of even the slightest chance. As long as his brother could stand again, he would try anything. Zhuo Junyang's heart warmed at his brother's words. He looked at his taciturn brother and smiled gently. Big brother, it's all right. I'm used to it. Don't worry. I'll find all the medicine you need. He reached out and patted his brother's shoulder. Don't worry. Zhuo Junyang did not say anything else and only smiled. He knew that since his brother had said so, he would definitely do it. However, could he really stand again? His gaze fell on his legs. He had read so many medical books, but he still did not know what was wrong with his legs. However, this young man, named Fengjiu, only took a glance and checked his pulse to know his symptoms. To be honest, he was quite surprised. Could it be that this young man's medical skills were really that good? Seeing this, Zhu Yuzhen said happily, "That's great. Second brother's legs can be treated. Father and mother will be very happy to hear this news." As she spoke, she looked at everyone and said, "Big brother, second brother, grandfather, big brother phone, let's go to the front. It should be time to eat. Come, come, come. Let's eat." The old man nodded and turned to pull Fengjiu outside. He said to the three people behind him, "The three of you, quickly follow us." Seeing the two of them leave the small courtyard, Zhuo Junyang asked, "Big brother, is this young Master Feng's medical skills really that good? Where's he from? Where did you meet him?" Seeing that the two of them had left, Zhuo Junhua said to his sister-in-law, "She's our biological grandfather's disciple. We met her some time ago, but we only found out that her master is our biological grandfather recently." Looking at his sister-in-law's stunned face, he slowly said, "Previously, after coming back to see father and mother, she went to grandmother's place. However, only a few of us know about this matter. Second uncle didn't reveal it. Now, I'm telling you because I want to tell you that she is indeed a capable person. Don't treat her like an ordinary person." He paused and looked at his brother. Since she said your legs can be treated, they can be treated. Her medical skills are very good. I believe her. The two of them were stunned for a while before they recovered. Actually, they knew a little about their family's relationship with the East. However, their father and mother didn't tell them before, their parents, and they had not told them much. They only vaguely, they had known, but they had never asked them. Now their big brother to tell them. So she was their biological grandfather's disciple. No wonder. A truly capable doctor would rarely come to their doorstep like this. Thinking about it, it must be because their biological grandmother was his master. That's why he came to treat him. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. It was fine as long as he knew that person's background. Chapter 21:14. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it when I have time. Let's go. Don't let father and mother wait for too long. Zhuo Junyue said as he pushed the wheelchair outside. Zhuo Yuzhen didn't say anything else. Zhuo Junyang changed the topic and asked about his big brother's encounter this time. In the front yard of the West residence, there was a round table with 8 delicious dishes on it. There were also 2 jugs of fine wine. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Miss Feng, since you're here, just treat this place as your own home. Take whatever you want to eat. Don't stand on ceremony with us. Zhuo Chui smiled as he poured wine for her and Han Yuanzi. When Zhuo Junyang and Zhuo Yuzhen heard their father call the green-robed youth Miss, they were momentarily stunned. Zhuo Junyang shifted his gaze to the green-robed youth sitting next to Han Yuanzi. No matter how he looked at him, that person was still a young man. But why not Big Brother Phone your girl? Then wouldn't I have to call you Big Sister Phone? Zhuo Yuzhen was even more direct. After hearing her father's words, she directly asked Fengjiu. Yes, I'm a girl. I'm wearing men's clothes to make it easier for me to move around. Fengjiu took a sip of wine and smiled at her. I really couldn't tell, Zhuo Yuzhen said in surprise. Ahem. Hearing this, Fengjiu coughed lightly, not knowing how to respond. Was she too much like a man? All right. In any case, it wasn't the first time someone had mistaken her for someone else. She doesn't have any feminine charm. That's why your brother and I didn't know she was a girl when we first met her. The old man smiled as he glanced at Fengjiu and picked up a piece of meat to eat. Father Zhuo and Mother Zhuo looked at each other and smiled, urging them to eat more. Although there were only 8 dishes, each dish was quite large. In the end, everyone was full, but there were still a few dishes left. I've already asked someone to prepare the guest rooms. Don't worry and just stay here. Our West residence is usually quieter and no one will disturb us. Mother Zhuo smiled as she called over a servant girl and asked her to bring them to the guest rooms to rest. The journey back from the past few days was tiring. Now that they were full, they naturally wanted to lie down and rest. Thus, they followed the servant girl to the guest rooms and prepared to take an afternoon nap. They'll go to the East residence in the evening. After arriving at the client's room, the old man fell asleep immediately. Fengjiu asked someone to prepare hot water for her to take a bath before she went to bed to rest. She hadn't slept on the bed for a long time. Now that she relaxed, she fell asleep in no time. The 2 guests were going to take an afternoon nap. Zhuo Junyue and his family went to the hall and dismissed the servants. They didn't know what they were talking about. In the evening, when the East residents sent someone to invite them, they asked Zhuo Junyue to wake Han Yuanzi and Fengjiu up. The old man remembered that there was a banquet in the East residence and woke up when Zhuo Junyue knocked on the door. He tidied up and left. As for Fengjiu, when Zhuo Junyue knocked on the door, only a sleepy voice came from inside. Chapter 21:15. Zhuo Junyue continued to knock on the door when he heard that. Open the door. When Fengjiu heard the knocking on the door, she felt like she had just woken up. She wanted to sleep, but the knocking on the door kept her awake. In the end, she lifted the blanket and walked out of the room. She opened the door and glared at the person who was knocking on the door. Didn't I tell you? I don't have to go. Your second uncle invited an old man. It'll take me a lot of effort to explain to him. Besides, I'm not hungry yet. You guys can go. Don't worry about me. I still want to go out after I wake up. After saying that, she scratched her head and closed the door. She walked back into the room and lay down on the bed to continue sleeping. When the old man in the courtyard heard that, he stroked his beard and said, "It's fine if she doesn't want to go. Your second uncle didn't say anything about letting her go anyway. Let's go. He called out to Zhuo Junue and walked out leisurely. Zhuo Junue paused for a moment. Then I'll get someone to prepare some food for you. After saying that, he turned and left. Feng Jiu did not have enough sleep. She fell asleep again after a while. When she woke up, it was because she was hungry. After tidying herself up, she walked out of the room and saw that the sky was already dark. The lights in the residence were already lit. Seeing that the night was not bad, she wanted to go out for a walk. However, when she walked out of the courtyard, she remembered that Zhuo Junue had asked someone to prepare dinner for her. Forget it. She'd better go out for a walk and see if there was anything to eat. When she thought of that, an expectant smile appeared on her face. She walked briskly out of the residence. In the East residence, the old mistress did not see Feng Jiu at the banquet. She asked, "Why didn't Feng Jiu come with you?" "Her? Don't worry about her. She was still sleeping when we came out. Junue already told the kitchen to prepare dinner for her. It's fine," the old man said with a smile. He took a sip of the wine and said to the Zhuo family head, "This wine is indeed mellow. It must have been hidden for many years, right?" The head of the Zhuo family was surprised that his mother would ask about the azure-robed youth beside Master Hun Yuan. Just as he was wondering what was strange about the azure-robed youth, he heard Master Hun Yuan's words and couldn't help but smile. "It is quite old. If Immortal Monarch likes it, I'll give you 2 jars later." "Ha ha, then this old man won't be polite." He laughed loudly, extremely happy. On the other side, Feng Jiu wandered around after leaving the manor. She liked to eat the local delicacies, especially the small things from the street stalls. After walking around, she came to a small stall and sat down, eating a snack that even she couldn't name. "Have you heard? Recently, many of the black market's branches have been destroyed. Many industries have suffered heavy losses. The black market has been closed recently. I wonder if the problem has been solved?" Feng Jiu, who was sitting in a corner eating, raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. She looked back and saw 2 or 3 cultivators eating at another table while chatting. "The black market has been destroyed? Why haven't I heard about it?" The people who were chatting heard the azure-robed youth's question. They sized him up and laughed. "So what if you've heard? The people who dared to attack the black market must have a powerful background. Let me tell you, I also heard that the owner of the black market was seriously injured. His condition is very bad." Chapter 21:16. Look at what you're saying. If this wasn't the case, how could I say that? I heard that the injury was very serious. Think about it. If the owner of the black market wasn't in a good condition, how could the black market's power be suppressed so badly? That's right. The black market's power here is not to be underestimated. I didn't expect that the trouble this time would be so troublesome. In my opinion, if the owner of the black market can't get through this crisis, the black market will be destroyed along with him. Hearing this, Feng Jiu thought for a moment and asked, "Then, have you heard of any power that made a move against the black market? Here, which power is strong enough to compete with the black market? From what I know, the owner of the black market's power is unfathomable. How could he be injured so easily? Could it be that there's some inside story? We don't know about that. The news hasn't spread, so we can't know even if we want to. In my opinion, even the people of the black market don't know what's going on. I think only the core members know the whole story. However, to be able to become a core member of the black market, he must be someone with some ability. Small people like us don't have the right to meet such a person." The man smiled and took a sip of wine. He looked at Feng Jiu and said, "Little brother, why are you so concerned about the black market? Could it be that you're from the black market?" As he spoke, he looked at Feng Jiu from head to toe. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, "With my power, how could I be from the black market? I'm just curious. Also, as you said, the black market has a certain degree of stability here. I'm just surprised that it was destroyed." Hearing this, the men laughed and chatted with Feng Jiu. After a while, Feng Jiu left first. She didn't go back to the Zhuo family. Instead, she walked around the city and walked into a shop that sold medicine. "Young master, what do you need?" The medicine boy came up and asked. Feng Jiu looked at the medicine shop and asked, "Where's your shopkeeper?" "The shopkeeper is inside." "Young master, is there something you need?" The medicine boy looked at the cyan-robed young master in surprise. "Well, tell him to come out," she said as she walked around, looking at the medicine in the medicine shop. Seeing this, the medicine boy walked inside. When he came to the inner room, he said to the shopkeeper who was sorting the medicine, "Shopkeeper, there's a young master in green outside. He said he's looking for you." When the shopkeeper heard this, he said, "I understand. You can go out first. I'll come out after I'm done here." The shopkeeper sorted the herbs in front of him and tidied them up before walking out. When he came outside, he saw the young man in green looking around the store. He didn't know what he was looking for, but when he saw the young man's face, the shopkeeper was a little puzzled. He didn't know this person. Could it be that he was not looking for him, but for the medicine? Thinking of this, he took a step forward and asked with a smile, "Young master, do you need any medicine?" Fengjiu looked back at the shopkeeper and asked, "Are you the shopkeeper here?" "Yes, I am the shopkeeper here. Is there anything I can help you with?" he asked with a smile. Seeing this, Fengjiu turned her hand and a token appeared in her palm. The shopkeeper looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, he saw a command medallion in the young man's hand. When he saw the command medallion clearly, he was shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief. "You, let's find a place to talk." Chapter 21:17. This lowly one did not know that Master was coming and did not welcome you. "Please forgive me, forgive me." The shopkeeper hurriedly bowed after entering the room. His expression was agitated and his eyes shone with excitement. It was their master, the ghost Dr. Fengjiu. He never thought that he, the shopkeeper of this small medicine shop, would have the opportunity to meet their master. It was simply too inconceivable. "Rise." Fengjiu kept the token and casually sat down in the room. "I'm here to ask you to send a message to the Heavenly Pill Building. Bring me a brush and ink." "Yes, yes," the shopkeeper hurriedly replied. After bringing the brush and ink, he respectfully stood to the side, secretly sizing up his master from time to time. He knew that his master was in the 100 River City's Heavenly Pill House, but he didn't expect that his master would go out and come here. He had only heard of this master, but had never seen him before. He was curious, excited, and even more so, respectful. This was the first time he had seen his master at such a close distance. One could imagine how excited he was. Fengjiu finished writing the message and sealed it with a watermark before handing it to him. "Send it out as soon as possible. I'll come back in 2 days." "Yes, yes," he replied. Seeing that his master was about to leave, he asked, "Does master have a place to stay here?" "This lowly one has a courtyard behind here for master to rest." "There's no need." She waved her hand and stopped in her tracks. She turned back to look at him. "I'll be staying in the Zhuo family for a while. If there's anything urgent, you can go to the Zhuo family's west residence to find Zhuo Junwei." "Yes, this lowly one will remember," he respectfully replied as he sent her out. After seeing his master leave, the shopkeeper hurriedly sent someone to deliver the letter to the Heavenly Pill Building in 100 River City. There was also a black market in the city, but Fengjiu did not go there. Now that she was staying in 100 River City, the people in the black market would definitely know. If the owner of the black market was in a serious condition, he would probably send the letter to the Heavenly Pill Building. As for the Zhuo family, her mistress had to be nursed back to health, and Zhuo Junyang's legs had to be treated as well. She would probably have to stay here for a period of time. Furthermore, she was indebted to the owner of the black market. If something really happened, she would have to make a trip back. Because she had heard the news about the black market, she did not have the mood to shop anymore. She walked one round before returning to the Zhuo residence. The moment she entered, she was welcomed by the old man. "Where did you go? I thought you had snuck away." Han Yuan let out a sigh of relief upon seeing her return. "I just went out for a walk." "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Fengjiu said and sat down in the courtyard. "When do you plan to teach the old man Taiji Fist?" He sat down and asked. Fengjiu glanced at him and said nothing. Seeing this, the old man glared at him. "You're not trying to go back on your word, are you? You can't go back on your words. Otherwise. What else?" She raised her eyebrows and asked. "Otherwise, this old man will continue to pester you and follow you closely." Fengjiu rolled her eyes and said, "Wait until I'm in a good mood." She got up and walked into the room. She said to Han Yuan, who was about to follow her, I'm going to rest. Don't follow me." The old man choked and glared at her. "Didn't you say you were going to help Jun Yu's grandmother recuperate? Are you going to eat, drink, and sleep all day? Isn't this a pure waste of time?" Chapter 21:18. Seeing this, the old man was very bored and could only turn around and return to his room. However, in the middle of the night, Feng Jiu quietly went out and went to the old madam's courtyard in the east courtyard. This was what she had told her during the day. At night, she would come to treat her body. She only needed to use needles for 3 days and take medicine for a few days, and her body's illness would be cured. When Feng Jiu left the room, the old man knew. When he came out and saw that she was going to the east courtyard, he muttered and went back to sleep. The old madam left only one confidant to keep watch at the east courtyard. When she entered the courtyard, the confidant by the old madam's side retreated and stood guard outside the courtyard. When she entered the room, she saw that she was sitting on the bed with her eyes closed and a blanket covering her body. She called out, "Mistress, are you still awake?" She thought that she would sleep for a while before waking up, but from the looks of it, she had been waiting here the whole time. "I couldn't sleep, so I waited here for you," the old madam said, and gestured for her to sit down. She asked, "Did you have dinner tonight?" Feng Jiu smiled. "Yes, I went out for a walk and ate outside." Hearing this, the old madam nodded. "You are his disciple, but you were neglected like this. I should have invited you to dinner tonight." "I'm fine." She was not someone who cared about these things. "Can Junyang's leg really be cured?" the old madam asked, her gaze landing on Feng Jiu. "It can be cured, but I can't cure it because I haven't found all the medicine. It will probably take some time," Feng Jiu said as she took out the silver needles. "His leg hasn't moved for a long time. Even if it recovers, he will need to practice before he can walk again. I'm afraid he won't be able to walk in a short period of time." Hearing this, the old madam nodded and asked, "He doesn't know any medical skills. He didn't teach you medical skills, did he?" "No." Feng Jiu raised his head and looked at her with a smile in his eyes. "Actually, Master didn't teach me anything because he only left behind a strand of primordial spirit, so he couldn't teach me anything. However, he helped me open up the meridians in my body and gave me the Qing Feng sword. He also left me many secret manuals." All these years, other than the skills she had learned in her previous life, she had learned everything by herself from secret manuals. Hearing this, the old madam was slightly startled, although she had already vaguely guessed it. After all, she had said today that it was only a strand of Chu Baishan's primordial spirit that had been left behind. Naturally, it was impossible for him to teach her anything. However, just because he called her master, she was willing to help them like this. Today, there was a hidden meaning in her words. If the eldest son's family wanted to leave the Zhou family and establish their own residence, she could help. However, she had still rejected this possibility. Speaking of which, she was being selfish. "You can call me old madam from now on. You don't have to call me mistress anymore," she said. Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. He looked at her. "Why? Now that I'm the mother of the Zhou family's head, wouldn't it be a mess if you call me mistress?" She smiled and said, "Just call me old madam." Hearing this, Feng Jiu nodded. "All right, then I'll help you with the acupuncture." She replied and leaned against the soft couch quietly, allowing him to help her with the acupuncture. Seeing Feng Jiu, who was dressed like a young man in green, earnestly inserting the needles, she couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded, her thoughts drifting away. Chapter 21:19. The old madam was lost in her memories and gradually fell asleep because of the acupuncture. When she opened her eyes again, Feng Jiu had already put away the silver needles. "Are you done?" she asked, her old voice slightly hoarse. Feng Jiu poured a cup of water. "Drink some water. Your throat will feel better." As she spoke, she handed the cup of water to the old madam. "Today's treatment is done. You just have to do it again tomorrow and the day after. I'll make some medicine for you to take. After a while, all the old illnesses in your body will disappear." Hearing this, the old madam nodded. "Thank you. This is what I should do." She smiled and stood up. "Other than this, I don't know what else I can do for you. You don't owe us anything. You've done enough for us." She patted her hand and said, "It's getting late. You should go back and rest." All right, then I'll go back first, Fengjiu said, then turned and left. Her figure flashed and quietly disappeared into the night. Mistress. The middle-aged woman outside came in and saw her mistress sitting on the soft bed. Seeing that she was awake, she asked, Mistress, do you want to rest? I can't sleep. Chat with me. She waved her hand and gestured for her to sit down and chat. Yes. The middle-aged woman walked forward and sat down. That night, the lights in the small courtyard were lit all the way until dawn. Early the next morning, Junyue went out. He first went to the city's auctions to find out if the 3 spiritual medicines that Fengjiu mentioned were available. He then went to the century-old medicinal shops in the city to ask around. He only returned afternoon. Fengjiu slept until noon. When she walked out of the room, she saw the old man pacing around the courtyard with a troubled look. It was rare to see the old man like this, so she asked, What's wrong? What are you doing so early in the morning? The old man glanced at her and said, What early in the morning? It's already afternoon. Only you can sleep until now. She raised her eyebrows and looked at him, who looked like he wanted to say something. She smiled and said, Do you have something to say? Why didn't he say anything? She's so bashful that I feel uncomfortable just looking at her. As she spoke, she came to the courtyard and stretched. It was rare that the old man didn't glare at her this time. Instead, he glanced at her from time to time. After hesitating for a long time, he said, This old man just received the news. There's something I have to deal with. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly startled. That's it? Then you should go. What's there to be troubled about? Wasn't the old man afraid that you would sneak away if you left? Who knows if the Heavenly Pill building will be able to find you next time? He couldn't help but mutter as he stared at her worriedly. Fengjiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's my business. Haven't you heard that a monk can run away, but the temple can't? What was there to worry about? If you can't find me here, then go to the 100 River City's Heavenly Dam building. Besides, there's no need for me to avoid you, right? So, you won't go missing with the old man. When the old man heard this, his eyes lit up. Then when this old man is done, I'll go to 100 Rivers City to look for you. You'll find time to teach me Taiji Fist. Chapter 21:20. Hearing this, her eyes flashed, and she stared at Han Yuan for a while. Then, her lips curled into a strange smile. Your position in the Nebula Mortal sect is really not low. Of course. He puffed out his chest and raised his chin. Stroking his goatee, he said proudly, It's not just the Star Cloud Immortal Pill sect. Even the other 4 sects know of this old man. What's your current cultivation level? Peak Immortal Supremacy? She asked. Although Fengjiu did not say anything, the old man stared at her. Are you looking down on this old man's cultivation level? Let me tell you, Peak Immortal Supremacy is not a level that anyone can reach. Many old monsters have failed in the Heavenly Lightning refinement when they entered the Immortal Supremacy level. Only a few people in our generation have reached our level. Of course, we don't count those devil cultivators who don't walk the righteous path. Then you must have been stuck at Peak Immortal Supremacy level for a long time, right? You can't advance anymore? Fengjiu stared at him with a smile that was hard to decipher. Seeing that she looked down on him, the old man snorted. Do you think it's that easy to advance from Immortal Supremacy to Immortal Emperor? Do you know that there are very few Immortal Emperors in the upper reaches of the continent? Oh, very few? In other words, there are some. She nodded thoughtfully. Above Immortal Sage was Immortal Supremacy, and above Immortal Supremacy was Immortal Emperor. Her current cultivation level was at Peak Immortal Sage, and the only Immortal Supremacy she had met was this old man. As for Immortal Emperors, she had never seen one before. Of course there are. How can there not be? Not counting the ones in the upper reaches of the continent. There are 4 Immortal Emperors in this continent. They are. He was about to say it when he saw that she was waiting for him to continue. He laughed. I'm not telling you. After waiting for a long time, he did not continue. In the end, he laughed softly. She could not help but twitch her mouth. Didn't you say that if I wanted to investigate, I wouldn't be able to find out? She looked at him and said, Don't you have something to do? Why aren't you going? How about this? When this old man sees you again, this old man will tell you. I'll be leaving first. You can go back and tell that blockhead Junyo. When the time comes, this old man will directly go to your heavenly pill house to find you. I won't come here. He knew that by the time he was done, she wouldn't be here. See you then. She nodded. Seeing this, the old man felt relieved and left. It seemed that she would not hide from him. After he finished his business, he would go to the 100 River City to see what the Heavenly Pill building was like. After the old man left, Feng Jiu went outside and found a maidservant waiting outside the courtyard. She asked the maidservant to bring some food over. After a simple meal, she was about to go to Zhuo Junyang's courtyard when Zhuo Junyue came in. Where is he? Zhuo Junyue came to the courtyard, but did not see the old man. He could not help but feel strange. The old man has something to do, so he left first. He asked me to inform you. Feng Jiu said as she walked out. Let's go. To your. Chapter 21:21. That's normal. Feng Jiu did not even look back as she continued to walk forward. She only slowed down her pace and said, Do you think that kind of spiritual medicine is so easy to find? Do you think you can find it in a random medicine shop or an auction? As she spoke, she glanced at Zhuo Junyue, who was walking up to her side. Then what should we do? Without those 3 medicines, Junyang's legs. He lowered his gaze to hide the worry in his eyes. Although we don't have those 3 medicines now, we can still find them. Before that, I can use silver needles to unblock the veins in his legs. Once we find those 3 medicines, we can use them as medicine. She walked leisurely, 1 step at a time. Zhuo Junyue did not say anything else as he quietly followed beside her. When the 2 of them reached the courtyard, they saw Zhuo Junyang sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun and reading a book. Feng Jiu noticed that he was holding a medical book and raised her eyebrows. You're interested in medicine? Hearing that, Zhuo Junyang closed the medical book in his hands and looked up at her with a smile. Being ill for a long time makes one a doctor. I want to read more books. Perhaps I can find a cure. You've been cultivating at home all this time. Have you thought about which sect you want to join after your legs are healed? She sat down at the stone table and waved at Zhuo Junyue, indicating for him to roll up Zhuo Junyang's pants. Zhuo Junyue went forward and crouched beside the wheelchair to help his younger brother roll up his pants, revealing his knees. Because of my legs, I've been sitting in a wheelchair at home and rarely go out. If my legs can really stand up, I don't want to join any sect. I want to go out and gain experience. I want to travel around and see the outside world. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes as he looked at his older brother and smiled. Big brother, when you go out again, can you bring me along? Zhuo Junyue looked up at him and nodded. Hearing that, Feng Jiu smiled. She narrowed her eyes and said, half-jokingly, The outside world is very dangerous. Don't talk about you. From what I know, your big brother has only been hit once, and it was that kind of cough. Zhuo Junyue's ears reddened. He coughed lightly and interrupted Feng Jiu's words. He turned to look at her and happened to meet her teasing smile. He could not help but feel embarrassed. He looked away and said, Can I start the needle now? Zhuo Junyang couldn't help but feel curious when he saw this. What had happened to his big brother? How could he not let Feng Jiu say it? Furthermore, he had such a strange expression on his face. What's the rush? Let's chat for a while. Feng Jiu said unhurriedly with a smile on his face. When I passed by West Street yesterday, I smelled the aroma of the 8 treasure duck in that restaurant and suddenly felt like eating it. What should I do? The corners of Zhuo Junyue and Zhuo Junyang's mouths twitched when they heard that. So she was craving for the 8 treasure duck. I'll go buy it. Zhuo Junyue stood up and walked out. After his brother left, Zhuo Junyang couldn't help but ask with a smile, What did my big brother get hit by? I think he looks a little uncomfortable. Feng Jiu let out a low chuckle. Her chuckle sounded a little wretched, and coupled with the strange expression on her face, it didn't quite match her image of a handsome young man dressed in green robes. However, in Zhuo Junyang's eyes, he only felt that her expression was ever-changing, and it was very novel. Chapter 21:22. If they hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have been able to tell that the green-clothed youth was a woman. She had the carefree and unrestrained aura of a man. Her entire body exuded an aura of confidence that soared through the skies. He found it unbelievable. How could a woman imitate a man's actions, expressions, and words so well? Feng Jun narrowed her eyes, and her eyes were full of joy. Since he went to buy the 8 treasure duck for me, I'd better not say anything about it. It's better not to say anything. She shook her head and said with a smile. She took out a silver needle and pierced it into his knee without saying a word. The needle didn't hurt, but when the needle was turned, there was a sore and itchy feeling deep in his knee, in his flesh, tendons, and bones. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard her voice. How do you feel? Feng Jiu looked up at her. I didn't feel anything when the needle went in, but when it was turned, it was a little sore and itchy. He said honestly, but he felt a little strange. He had tried acupuncture on himself before, but why didn't he feel as sore and itchy as she did? It's good to feel something. As she spoke, she twirled the silver needle in her hand. Then, she pierced the second needle and continued to twirl it. Although it looked like an ordinary acupuncture point, there was a thin strand of spiritual energy in her hand that passed through the silver needle and entered his foot. While he was being treated, Zhuo Junyue went to buy the 8 treasure duck. In the East House, the head of the Zhuo family seemed to have encountered some problems and was gathering the elders in the house to discuss. The West House didn't know what was going on in the East House. The people there didn't say anything, and they didn't ask. I bought the 8 treasure duck. Zhuo Junwei entered the yard and looked at Feng Jiu, who was chatting. At the same time, he handed over an oiled paper bag. It smells so good. Smelling the fragrance, Feng Jiu narrowed his eyes and took it. He said to them, then I'll go back first. With that, he ignored them and left with the 8 treasure duck. Big brother, Feng Jiu's medical skills are really amazing. This time I believe him. He smiled and looked at his big brother. Zhuo Junwei nodded. Her medical skills are impressive. He paused for a moment before asking, did she perform acupuncture on you? How do you feel? Actually, I've used silver needles before, but I didn't feel anything. But just now, when she used the silver needles, my legs felt sore and itchy. He told him about what had happened and asked, big brother, why do you think her medical skills are so good? Back then, we went to a lot of people and they all said that my leg was incurable. After so many years, she was the only one who said that it could be cured. Zhuo Junwei revealed a rare smile and said, she said she's called the ghost doctor. As long as she wants to treat it, there's no illness that she can't cure. While the 2 brothers were chatting, Feng Jiu returned to the small courtyard and entered his room. He took out the spirit wine and ate the 8 treasure duck. In the second half of the night, she went to the old madam's courtyard again. She left after administering the needles, and during the day, she helped Zhuo Junyang with his treatment. Chapter 21-23. Feng Jiu looked at her and paused. Old madam, forgive me for asking, but does the Zhuo family's old master treat you well? She had been here for a few days, but she had never seen the old master. Moreover, it seemed that the old master rarely came to her courtyard. Hearing this, the old madam was slightly startled. Then, she smiled and said, he treats me very well. Otherwise, why would he marry me back then? Speaking of this, she sighed softly in her heart and said, speaking of which, I have let him down. All these years, there has been a knot in my heart that has not been untied. Ever since my 2 sons grew up, I hid in the backyard and rarely showed myself. When he saw me like this, he also came to my place less often. He only came over during the holidays. It has been a long time. Old madam's body has been nursed back to health. Many times, one's mood can also affect one's body. Old madam, why don't you try to open your heart? Instead of always meditating here, why don't you go out more often? She suggested softly. Knowing her good intentions, the old madam nodded and smiled kindly. Yes, I will. I've been here for a few days. Old madam's body is fine, but Juanyang's legs lack 3 types of medicine. I may be preparing to leave. I will come back after I find the 3 types of medicine. She spoke slowly and bowed to her. Old madam, I will go back first. With that, she turned and left. She returned to her room to rest. The next morning, she went out and went to the medicine shop in the city. Because she had been busy concocting pills for the 2 of them, she did not have time to go out. It was a good time to see what kind of news the black market had sent. The shopkeeper of the medicine shop had been waiting for Feng Jiu for 2 days. When he saw her arrive, He could not help but welcome her with joy. "Master, you're here. Please come in." He quickly invited her into the inner room. The medicine boy outside was stunned. He did not understand how the cyan-robed young master had become the shopkeeper's master. "Master, the news arrived at noon yesterday. We have been waiting for you," the shopkeeper said and handed the document over. Feng Jiu raised his hand to wipe away the watermark on the document before opening it. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became. He did not expect that the black market would encounter such trouble this time. Furthermore, the situation of the master of the black market was not good. There were already people from the black market who went to the Heavenly Dan building to look for her. She put the items away and said to the shopkeeper, "I might leave tomorrow. If there's any news, you don't have to send it to the Zhua family. Also, send a message back and tell them to buy the 3 spirit herbs." She instructed the shopkeeper to tell him about the 3 spirit herbs before she walked out. She had the teleportation scroll with her, so she could return quickly. Therefore, she planned to leave tomorrow. Today, she would deal with the matters at hand first. As she walked back to the Zhua residence, she saw that the main gate of the Zhua residence was surrounded by people. Moreover, the people surrounding the Zhua residence were very aggressive, as if they did not dare to leave the matter at that. This made her, who was about to go back, stop in her tracks and stand in an inconspicuous corner to watch. She thought to herself, "Who are these people? Why are they crowding around the Zhua family's doorstep? Zhua Zhenglin, come out. Let him come out. If you don't come out, don't blame us for being impolite. Don't hide in there in the future, and we can't do anything to you. If you don't come out, we will break in." Chapter 21-24. There were quite a number of people crowding around, and the noise was loud and noisy. Everyone was shouting one sentence after another, and it was as if they were in a wet market. She did not hear what was going on, and only saw the 2 groups of people beginning to fight. For a moment, the sound of swords clashing against each other and angry shouts filled the air. She was a little startled at the sight. They really did fight over the slightest disagreement. However, the powers of both sides seemed to be about the same. Furthermore, this was in front of the Zhua mansion's gates. No matter how she looked at it, that group should be the one at a disadvantage. However, just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly noticed an inconspicuous old man dressed in gray robes among the group. His powers were even higher than the master of the Zhua family, Zhua Zhenglin's. Just as she was thinking about this, she saw the 2 of them begin to fight. Once the 2 of them began to fight, a powerful spiritual energy flow and coercion surged in the surroundings, causing the people who had been fighting to retreat and stop. When powerful cultivators fought, the other party's powers were enough to intimidate them. How could they possibly have the ability to continue fighting? Furthermore, the leaders of both sides had already begun to fight. Regardless of the outcome, there would be a way to resolve this. After the gray-robed old man had struck out with his palm, he changed his movements and charged forward. The wind from his palm whistled through the air as he struck out. His sharp and cold eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at Zhua Zhenglin, and his attacks were merciless. The 2 of them exchanged a few blows, and Zhua Zhenglin's expression gradually turned serious. The other party's powers were higher than his. If they continued to fight, he was afraid that he would not be a match for him. If he was defeated in front of the Zhua mansion's gates, the Zhua family would become the laughingstock of the city. Zhua Zhenglin secretly gritted his teeth at the thought of this and increased his powers once again, using all of his powers to deal with the old man. With a wave of his hand, a swirling air blade emitted a whistling sound as it shot towards the old man. "Huh!" The old man laughed icily and easily dispelled Zhua Zhenglin's attack with a wave of his hand. He then waved his hand to attack and closed in on Zhua Zhenglin step by step. His attacks were filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to take Zhua Zhenglin's life on the spot. The murderous aura that was whistling towards him was cold and vicious. Zhua Zhenglin's heart tightened, and he braced himself to deal with it. Feng Jiu, who was watching this scene from the corner of the street, could not help but shake his head. The master of the Zhua family was obviously no match for the old man. At this moment, she saw the gray-robed elder condense a stream of air with a wave of his hand. That stream of air formed a powerful pressure that filled the air between his hands, surging with the movement of his hand. His pair of sinister eyes stared at Zhuo Zhenglin like a venomous snake, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. In the blink of an eye, he attacked with the attack in his hand, attacking Zhuo Zhenglin at a speed that left no time for anyone to cover their ears. Chapter 21-25. Feng Jiu frowned when she saw this. She was a little far away, so it was impossible for her to save him. However, if he was hit by this attack, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. If he fell, the Zhuo family would fall into internal strife, and the people outside who were eyeing them covetously would not let them off so easily. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly shot out and instantly pulled Zhuo Yulin away from the danger at the speed of light. At that moment, she thought, could it be the Zhuo family's old master? However, when she took a closer look, she could not help but be astonished. Her eyes widened as she stared at the person who, in her opinion, could not possibly have appeared there to save Zhuo Zhenglin. That person was dressed in plain and unassuming clothes. However, at this moment, his aura had changed slightly as he stood there. She was not the only one who was astonished. Everyone in the Zhuo family's East Mansion stared in astonishment at the person who had suddenly appeared to save Zhuo Zhenglin. At this moment, everyone in the East Mansion was shocked and astonished. How could it be him? How could he? Zhuo Chuhui supported his younger brother, who was staring at him in astonishment. After stabilizing his body, he asked, "Are you all right, big brother? How could he have saved him in such a situation? Even he could not withstand that attack. How could his unassuming and ordinary brother save him so easily? Could it be that he was even more powerful than he was? Could it be that he had been hiding his true strength all these years?" At this moment, he noticed that there was a stream of air surging around his elder brother's body. This stream of air was emitted from his elder brother's body when he saved him earlier. However, in just an instant, that stream of air quietly dissipated as if it had never appeared. When he saw this, he was shocked and could only feel that it was unbelievable. In a corner outside, Feng Jiu leaned against the wall and watched this scene with interest. Who said that Zhuo Chuhui was ordinary? Who said that he was not outstanding in any way? He reckoned that in the entire Zhuo clan, Zhuo Chuhui was the truly powerful one. He had been able to conceal all of his powers and only reveal his inconspicuous cultivation level. Furthermore, no one in the Zhuo family had noticed him for so many years. This showed just how outstanding his powers were. Furthermore, it was not just his powers that were outstanding. Even his ability to conceal his aura was the best she had ever seen. For someone like him, not only had the Zhuo family failed to discover him for so many years, even Han Yuanzi had failed to see through him. She had been here for several days, but she still couldn't tell that he was a capable person. This kind of person, at that moment, overflowed with a suppressive aura that filled the sky, above everyone else. At that moment, she seemed to see her master's shadow and domineering aura on him. However, from what had happened today, she also knew that his temperament was absolutely outstanding. Furthermore, he did not care about fame or fortune. Otherwise, given his strength and cultivation, he would have been able to dominate a region. However, he had quietly become an ordinary person in the Zhuo family. It was said that a great hermit lived in the city. After such a long time, this was the first time she had seen someone who clearly possessed outstanding strength and the aura of a superior, yet had chosen to live as an ordinary person. Chapter 21-26. At this moment, the elders of the Zhuo family were feeling very conflicted. They never thought that Zhuo Chuhui would have such outstanding power. Even more so, they never thought that with such outstanding power and cultivation, he would hide it all this time and be content to live as an ordinary person in seclusion in a small corner of the West Prefecture. These elders knew that he was not of the Zhuo family's bloodline and had always been on guard against the possibility that the Zhuo family would fall into his hands. However, from the looks of it now, they felt that their actions were laughable and petty. For a person with such shocking power to be willing to live an ordinary life and keep a low profile for so many years, It was clear to see that he did not have such intentions at all. If he had not stepped in to save the master would have been severely injured, even if he had managed to escape death from that ferocious attack. "Who are you?" The old man furrowed his brows and stared at him with a serious look on his face. The fact that he had been able to save Zhuo Zhenglin under such circumstances showed that he was no ordinary person. However, even the old master of the Zhuo family could not possibly be a match for him. He could not possibly have saved Zhuo Zhenglin under such circumstances. They were well aware of the Zhuo family's power, but where had this person come from? "Who are you, sir? Why have you brought people to cause trouble for the Zhuo family? You've attacked with a killing blow. What are you trying to do?" A sharp and intimidating light shot out from Zhuo Chuhui's eyes as the aura of a powerful cultivator burst forth from his body. His unyielding attitude did not hide his rising murderous intent at all. Zhuo Zhenglin, who was standing next to him, felt both gratified and complicated at the same time when he saw the intimidating aura from his older brother's body. He was gratified that his older brother had such great power and was gratified that he was so outstanding and powerful. He was also conflicted because his older brother had such great and outstanding power, but had kept it hidden for his sake and was willing to live as an ordinary and inconspicuous person. The first master of the West Prefecture. Not only did the people in the West Prefecture not pay any attention to him, even those outside the West Prefecture did not know who he was. If it had not been for the fact that he had almost met with a mishap today, it was likely that his older brother would not have made a move and would not have let them know about his great power. However, he believes that after today, no one in or out of the West Prefecture would ever dare to underestimate him again. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. "Big brother, they're from our Zhuo family's archenemy, the Ho family. I found out that they had designs on our Zhuo family's businesses, so I took drastic measures against them and made them suffer heavy losses. Who would have thought that they would bring people to our doorstep today?" The 40-something-year-old head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Zhenglin, was like a child complaining to an adult at this moment. He gave a simple account of the entire situation to his elder brother. His tone was clearly filled with anger, but his eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement and anticipation. He wanted Big Brother to teach them a lesson. This way, not only would he be able to establish his elder brother's authority, the elders of the Zhuo family would no longer use the fact that his elder brother was not of the Zhuo family bloodline. When the elders standing behind heard Zhuo Zhenglin's words, they all looked at him strangely. This was because they had never seen such a childish side to him after being the head of the Zhuo family for so long. Looking at his expression, wasn't he just like a child complaining to an adult? Chapter 21-27. Hearing this, Zhuo Chuhui's expression sank, and his sharp gaze swept towards the gray-robed elder. His deep voice carried a powerful aura as it enveloped the area. "How dare you come looking for trouble after scheming against the Zhuo family? Do you think that the Zhuo family is a place where just anyone can trample on?" As soon as his dignified voice fell, his figure moved, and he immediately launched an attack. As he threw a punch, the powerful air current within his body shot out along with the wind from his palm towards the gray-robed elder. When the gray-robed elder saw Zhuo Chuhui's sudden attack, he instinctively retreated and defended himself. However, as the two exchanged blows, he was unable to dodge in time and was struck in the chest by Zhuo Chuhui's palm. Bang! Uffed. A heavy palm strike landed. The gray-robed old man let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but stagger back until he collided with the person behind him. Only then did he stabilize himself and not fall to the ground in a sorry state. He raised his head in shock and saw the person in front of him with a dark expression. His hands were clasped behind his back as he shouted in a deep voice, "Scram! If there's a next time, I won't hold back." The deep and stern cry was filled with dignity as a powerful aura forced the people around him to retreat. None of them dared to step forward. The gray-robed elder clutched his chest and glanced at Zhuo Chuhui in dissatisfaction. He then brushed his sleeves and cried out, "Let's go." Two of the cultivators supported him and quickly left. Following their departure, the crowd surrounding the Zhuo family also dispersed. Only a few commoners and a few family members were left in the city to watch this scene in astonishment. How could the Joie family have such a powerful person? I've never heard of him before. That's right. Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? Didn't the Joie family head address him as Big Brother? Have you forgotten that the Joie family head has a big brother who lives in the West Mansion? Oh, that's right, that's right. I remember that the Joie family head's big brother is called Joie Chui, right? It's just that it's said that his strength is very ordinary, and there hasn't been anything outstanding about him for so many years. I didn't expect that he's the one who's truly hidden his strength. Fortunately, the eldest brother of the Joie family has such strength. Look at how dangerous that scene was. If the head of the Joie family was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The people of the Ho family have their eyes on the Joie family and want to swallow them whole. Yes, who would have thought that the first master of the Joie family was such a hidden expert? His strength was probably the strongest in the Joie family, right? I remember that old Master Joie hasn't advanced in many years, and Patriarch Joie is at the early immortal sage realm. It seems like Patriarch Joie is stronger than them. It's strange that people with such power would live in seclusion in the Joie family's west residence, as if they were hiding from the world. If it weren't for the scene today, many people would have forgotten that the Joie family had such a person. Everyone in the surroundings was discussing amongst themselves while they dispersed. On the other hand, Joie Chui glanced at Joie Jinglin at the entrance of the Joie clan's residence and said, "You haven't finished dealing with the matter, so go deal with it. I'll be heading back first." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode into the residence and prepared to return to the west residence. However, after taking a few steps, he was called back. "Big brother, wait a moment." Zhuo Jinglin called out to him and strode towards him. "Big brother, let's talk." Chapter 21-28. Chui, thank you for saving the master. The elders expressed their gratitude. He's my younger brother, so saving him is something I ought to do. There's no need to thank me. Zhuo Chui said, then looked at Zhuo Jinglin and said, "You go take care of things first. I'll return to the West Mansion first." With that, he didn't give them a chance to say anything and strode towards the West Mansion. Seeing him leave, Zhuo Jinglin and the elders looked at each other, then walked towards the East Mansion. After what had happened today, they really had to discuss it. As the crowd dispersed, Feng Jiao, who had been watching from the corner of the street, smiled and also walked forward. After entering the mansion, he walked towards the West Mansion. In the blink of an eye, the news that Zhuo Chuhui had saved the master and defeated the Ho family's ancestor quickly spread throughout the mansion. Even the old master had heard the news. After hearing this, everyone in the Zhuo mansion was shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. After all, the West Mansion had always lived in seclusion, and the first master of the West Mansion had been extremely ordinary for so many years. How could he suddenly be described as a powerful cultivator and even save the master? They really didn't dare to believe it. However, because everyone had seen it with their own eyes, even if they didn't dare to believe it, no one questioned it. After discussing the matter, they ordered people to pay more attention to the various properties and ordered people to secretly monitor the movements of the Ho family. After discussing the matter, the clan elders looked at the patriarch on the main seat and said, "Patriarch, how do you think we should deal with the West Prefecture?" "What do you mean, deal with it?" The master looked at them and asked, "Deal with what?" "No, what we mean is, can the first master of the West Mansion be invited to discuss it with us? He has the strength if he could be used by the Joie family." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "He's my older brother." Zhuo Jinglin frowned at the elder who had spoken and said, "What do you mean by if he can be used by the Joie family? Just because he's powerful, does he have to contribute to the Joie family?" At this point, Zhuo Jinglin snorted coldly. "Don't forget how the elders have prevented me from entrusting my older brother with important tasks all these years. Back then, I didn't allow him to get involved in anything. Don't tell me that just because he saved my life today, he has to work for the Zhuo clan? That's not what we meant." The crowd sighed inwardly. Zhuo Jinglin stood up and looked at the crowd. He didn't interfere with the Zhuo family's matters back then, and he won't interfere today either. However, just because he doesn't interfere doesn't mean that he will stand by and do nothing when the Joie family is in trouble. Just like what happened today, if I or the Joie family were in danger, he would definitely help. Needless to say, I believe that he would do so. He looked at the crowd and said, I only hope that after today's incident, the elders will no longer treat him as an outsider. Everyone was speechless for a long time. After a long while, they said, we understand. I'm going to my mother's place. Everyone, please go back first. As he spoke, he walked out. Seeing the patriarch leave, everyone looked at each other and left one after another. In the old madam's courtyard, she was currently sitting on a soft couch, listening to the middle-aged woman beside her talk about what had happened in the manor today. Chapter 21-29. The middle-aged woman paused and glanced at her mistress before continuing. That's why everyone in the residence is talking about this. However, I heard that first master returned to the West Mansion and didn't come to the East Mansion. The old madam's eyes flickered and she sighed softly. So he has that kind of power. He even hid it from me, his mother. I let him down. I know that it was selfish of me to let him stay in the Joie family, especially when he has such power and cultivation. First master is filial. He listens to everything Madame says. Big brother also followed Madame's instructions and stayed in the Joie family to look after them. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, although the first master has been hiding his strength for so many years, today the second master and the Joie family were both in danger, and it was he who resolved it. The first master still has the Joie family and the second master in his heart. Mother, a voice called out. The middle-aged woman stepped aside, and the old madam looked at the newcomer. You're here, the old madam said, and gestured for him to sit. Mother, I'm here to talk to you about something. Zhuo Zhenglin looked at her and said, what is it? Tell me. I'm sure you already know about Big Brother's matter. Yes, the old madam replied, and gestured for him to continue. Actually, I came here today to tell you that I want Big Brother to set up his own residence outside. As soon as he said this, his mother sat up with a dark expression. What did you say? The old madam asked in a low voice. Seeing this, he braced himself and said, Mother, you know Big Brother's power. With his power, I think it's too much for him to stay in the small West Mansion. His children are all grown up. After what happened today, I want to discuss this with Big Brother and let him set up his own residence outside. No, she refused without thinking. Her tone was firm, as if there was no room for discussion. Mother, I know what you're thinking, but that's not fair to Big Brother. He has such outstanding and powerful power. You can't break his wings and stop him from flying. You can't imprison him in the small West Mansion. Hearing this, the old madam's expression changed slightly. Your eldest brother won't agree either. Yes, Big Brother won't agree because he listens to you. If you don't agree, he won't agree. That's why I came to find you, Mother. He looked at her and said, how has Big Brother lived in the Joie family for the past few decades? Mother, you should know that I didn't mention it before because I was worried that Big Brother's strength wasn't outstanding. If he went out to establish his own mansion, he would encounter a lot of trouble. But now, Big Brother clearly has the strength. Mother, why don't you agree? The old madam didn't say anything. She just closed her eyes in silence. Mother, Zhuo Zhenglin called out. You should go back. Old madam said slowly. Mother, think about what I've just said. I will discuss this matter with my father, he said before turning to leave. On the other side, in the West residence, because there were fewer servants in the West Mansion, there was usually less gossip, so no one in the West Mansion knew about the East Mansion. Compared to the bustling East Mansion, the West Mansion was still the same as before, quiet and elegant. Chapter 21-30. In the evening, Zhuo Junyue walked into Fengjiu's small courtyard. Seeing her sitting in the courtyard, he asked, You were looking for me? And have a seat. She gestured for him to sit and poured a cup of tea. I wanted to tell you that I'm going back. As for the 3 spiritual herbs, you don't have to worry about them. I've already sent people to look for them. You're leaving? Hearing this, Zhuo Junyue was startled. There are some things I have to take care of. Your brother doesn't have enough herbs, so it's useless for me to stay. I'll be in 100 River City's Heavenly Pill House. When there's news, I'll send someone to inform you. She spoke slowly and took a sip of tea. And I understand. He nodded and held the teacup, but didn't drink it. Seeing this, she stood up and said, Then I'll go back to my room to rest. You don't have to send me off when I leave." With that, she walked into her room. Seeing this, Zhuojunhua sat for a while and drank his tea before getting up and leaving. In the room, Fengjiu entered the space to cultivate. She only came out when the sky gradually darkened. She jumped onto the roof of the courtyard and used the Aurora transmission scroll to leave the Zhui family. Fengjiu, who was already able to control the Aurora transmission scroll well, left without anyone noticing when she left. There was no dazzling light when she teleported. They only knew that in the night, the green figure quietly left. On a small path outside 100 River City, Fengjiu, dressed in green, silently appeared. Like a ghost, her body turned slightly and appeared in the small path. She looked up at the night sky and walked slowly. At this time, she couldn't enter the city gate. However, she remembered that there was an inn outside the city. It should be in this area. She could rest there first and enter the city tomorrow morning. It was late at night, and there was no one on the path. Only the faint twinkling stars in the sky and the bright moon, half of which peeked out from behind the clouds, hung in the sky like a shy young girl. When a night wind blew, the rustling of leaves could be heard from the forest on the side. The night cicadas chirped. In this dark night, it seemed a little strange. However, in such a place, she walked slowly and leisurely, as if she was admiring the stars and the moon. After walking for about a few hundred meters, a light vaguely appeared on the side of the road. She took a closer look and saw that it was indeed the inn. Thus, she quickened her pace and soon arrived outside the inn. Although it was late at night, there were still many people sitting around drinking and chatting on the first floor of the inn. There were also some people who were resting on the table. Compared to the quiet darkness outside, the inside was brightly lit and very lively. "This seat, please come in. Please come in." Seeing that another guest had entered, the waiter welcomed him with a smile and said, "There have been many guests these past few nights, so the rooms on the second floor are all empty. If young master doesn't mind, you can stay on the first floor for the night." She nodded and followed the waiter to a table inside. "Young master, the night is cold. Would you like a pot of hot wine and some wine to go with the dishes?" The waiter asked with a smile. "Sure," she said, and indicated for him to prepare. Chapter 21:31. "Young master, if it's not enough, you can call me again," the waiter said and then left. She poured a glass of warm wine and took a sip. Then she put down the glass and picked up her chopsticks to eat peanuts while sizing up the people on the first floor. After sizing them up, she noticed some problems. Other than some cultivators, most of these people were sick, especially a young woman in the corner. She was wearing plain clothes and was sitting on the ground in the corner with a 3-year-old child in her arms. It seemed that the shop owner was kind enough to let her and her child stay for the night. The child in the young woman's arms was pale, and his little face was a little swollen. His clothes were wrapped up a lot, but he would still twitch occasionally. Seeing this, she called the waiter over. "Young master, do you have any orders?" The waiter came in front of her and asked, "What do that mother and son do?" She looked at the woman sitting on the ground in the corner and the child in her arms. The waiter followed Fengjiu's gaze and quickly said, "They're just passing by. This woman is quite pitiful. She said that because her child is seriously ill, she spent a lot of money to seek medical treatment, but it couldn't be cured. The doctor also said that the child won't be able to live for a few days. According to the woman, the child's father divorced her and she can't go back to her parents' home. She heard that the Heavenly Pill building has a ghost doctor with great medical skills, so she wants to seek medical treatment." Speaking of this, the waiter smiled and said, "Our shopkeeper is a good person. Seeing that it's cold outside and this woman is carrying a 3-year-old child, he let her in to rest for the night. In any case, even if she squats in the corner, it's still better than outside." Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded and said to the waiter, "Go and invite her over." The waiter was stunned and didn't react for a moment. After Fengjiu said this, he realized that it was inappropriate, so he smiled and said, "I think they're quite pitiful. It's late at night, and the temperature is dropping. It's cold to squat there, so I want to invite her over for a cup of warm wine. Moreover, I know a little about medicine, so I can help her take a look at her child." Hearing this, a smile appeared on the waiter's face. Young master, you're so kind. I'll go and invite them over. The waiter walked towards the corner as he spoke. The young woman crouched in the corner with the child in her arms. When she heard the waiter's words, she looked at the green-robed young man sitting at the table with some surprise. Although he was a man, he was still a young man. Thus, she got up and followed the waiter. Young master. The young woman hugged the child. Her lips were dry and pale. Sit. Fengjiu gestured and poured her a glass of warm wine. Drink a glass of wine to warm your body. Thank you, young master. The young woman thanked him and carefully sat down at the table. She held the child in one hand and drank the wine with the other. Because she drank too much, she accidentally choked. Cough, cough. The woman quickly put down the wine cup in her hand and used her hand to cover her mouth as she coughed lightly. After drinking a mouthful of wine, she felt a burning sensation and her originally cold body gradually warmed up. She couldn't help but feel grateful to the young master in front of her. This young woman thanks young master. She stood up again and bowed, thanking him. Take out your child's hand. I'll take his pulse. Fengjiu gestured and looked at the child in the woman's arms. Chapter 21:32. Fengjiu placed her finger on the child's pulse, and after a simple examination, she said, "This is wind convulsion. It's not a big problem." As she spoke, she withdrew her finger and took out the silver needles. My medical skills are not bad. Do you want me to give it a try? The woman was slightly startled when she heard this, and for a moment, she held the child's hand tightly. Let him get a try? Let the youth in front of her give a try? Did he really know medical skills? What if something went wrong? Although she was worried, she also thought that since this youth was so kind-hearted, perhaps she should believe him this time. Thus, she said, "Young master, how do you want to try? Is there any danger? Those needles. Where are you going to stab? Do you have to use these silver needles? The child is still so young. I'm worried." Hearing this, Fengjiu curled her lips into a smile. "I'm not treating anyone casually. I just happened to see you holding the child and squatting there. Your child is so young, so I wanted to help you. Up to you. If you don't want to, I won't force you." No, no, young master's kindness. This woman is very grateful. But I don't know if young master can tell me the details of the child's illness? She asked, thinking that if the youth could tell her, it would prove that he really knew medical skills. After all, the wind convulsion he mentioned was different from what the other doctors said, so she couldn't help but worry. The woman's cautious words made Fengjiu smile slightly. She looked at her and said, "Wind convulsion is also known as palpitations. People who suffer from this illness are extremely afraid of the cold, occasionally accompanied by slight twitching movements. When sleeping soundly at night, the patient will occasionally be startled awake, their heartbeat will accelerate, and they won't be able to fall asleep. If not treated in time, in less serious cases." She was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. "A young man like you is also learning to practice medicine here? Have you finished your apprenticeship? Do you have a doctor's badge?" A middle-aged man glanced at Fengjiu and snorted. "Do you think everyone has the ability to practice medicine? Or do you want to use this child as an experiment? What a vicious mind." Fengjiu raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at the man with a faint smile. When the young woman heard this and saw the doctor's badge pinned to the middle-aged man's chest, she couldn't help but take a few steps back with the child in her arms. She looked at Fengjiu warily. Obviously, she believed the middle-aged man's words. After all, the other party was a doctor with a doctor's badge, and the youth in front of her looked so young. Even many old doctors said that there was no way to treat the illness. So how could this youth really have the ability to treat it? Could it be that he really wanted to use her child as an experiment? When she thought of this, she cautiously retreated with the child in her arms and said, "This madam thanks the young master, but the child is my life. Please forgive this madam for not daring to try." As she spoke, she hurriedly retreated to the corner with the child in her arms. Seeing this, Fengjiu shook his head and smiled. She was really meddling in other people's business. Fine. She originally wanted to help treat her child because of the child's young age, but who knew that the other party wouldn't appreciate her kindness? "Young lady, I see that you have some beauty. It's late at night, and the cold wind outside is quite boring. If you let us brothers enjoy ourselves for a night, perhaps we'll even treat the child in your arms." How about it? A tall and thin man, sitting next to the doctor, said as his eyes stared at the young woman's pretty face. Chapter 21:33. She looked at the middle-aged man in horror and swallowed her saliva. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. Please don't joke around. How can a lowly woman like me stain your eyes? Ha! Third brother, don't joke around with a lowly woman like her. How can such a beauty catch our eyes? The other person laughed heartily. However, his gaze was fixed on the young woman. How could that blatant expression deceive the people seated on the first floor? The guests on the first floor were originally drinking and chatting or sleeping on the tables. When they heard their conversation, their gazes fell on them at this moment. Naturally, they could clearly see the expressions on the faces of those people. They glanced at the young woman. Her appearance could be considered delicate and pretty. Although she was wearing loose clothes, her voluptuous figure couldn't fool these men. What do you mean by this beauty can't catch their eyes? They thought that this wasn't a matter of whether she could catch their eyes or not. It was probably because they couldn't go overboard in front of so many people. Who knows, they might just kidnap this woman later. It was none of their business. Since they had seen it, they wouldn't meddle in other people's business and cause trouble. Thus, everyone averted their gazes and continued drinking and chatting. In the corner, Fengjiu supported her cheek with one hand and played with her wine glass with the other. She looked at this scene with a smile on her lips. She took a sip of wine, put down the glass, and picked up a piece of marinated beef to eat. She didn't want to cause trouble, but the people at the other table drank a few glasses of wine. Not only did their voices become louder, one of them even walked toward her with a wine glass. As the man approached, the smell of alcohol hit her in the face. She couldn't help but frown. Before she could say anything, the man reached out and hugged her shoulder. Seeing this, she waved the chopsticks in her hand. Slap! Hiss! The chopsticks hit the man's wrist, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air in pain. He retracted his hand and glared at the young man who was drinking wine. You brat, how dare you hit me? As soon as he finished cursing, he threw a punch at Fengjiu. Fengjiu didn't even look at him. He used the chopsticks in his hand to hit the man's acupoint. The man's face changed and his figure suddenly retreated. For a moment, not only could he not speak, but he also couldn't breathe. Second brother, what happened? When the other three saw him standing there without moving for a long time and his body was still stiff, they couldn't help but quickly step forward. The man finally managed to catch his breath. He pointed at the young man in green who was drinking and said, Take care of this brat. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward again. Fengjiu glanced at the four people who were pouncing on him. The corners of his lips curled up and the chopsticks in his hand shot out. With a swoosh, a sharp gust of air rushed out, and in the next moment a shrill scream rang out. There was a chopstick stuck in the calf of the person who had pounced forward. The chopstick had pierced through, causing blood to seep out. The person crouched down and retreated. Second brother, one of them exclaimed as he looked at the chopsticks that had pierced through him. He could not help but turn around to look at the youth with a relaxed expression. Chapter 21:34. These people were not weak, and one of them was even a doctor. Because of this, they did not want to get involved and cause trouble. However, this young man was quite courageous. He actually dared to challenge for people alone, and he even looked so relaxed. It was obvious that his strength was above the four of them. Kill him. The other three people were enraged. They pulled out their weapons and charged forward. However, before one of them could get close to Fengjiu, he was kicked away. He fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Seeing that the fight had started and that his things had been destroyed, the innkeeper could not help but run out and shout, Hey, stop fighting, stop fighting. However, no one listened to him and stopped. Instead, they picked up things and threw them at Fengjiu. Seeing those things being thrown at her, she frowned and glanced at those people. She slammed her hand on the table, and several chopsticks flew up from the chopstick holder on the table. With a whoosh, they all attacked the four people at the same time. Shrill screams came from the four people. The four people's legs were pierced by the chopsticks. One by one, they knelt down and could not even stand. Still want to fight? Fengjiu played with the wine cup in her hand and glanced at the four people. No, no more, no more. Please spare our lives, young master. We were blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. The four people hurriedly begged for mercy. They lowered their heads and looked at each other, communicating with their eyes. A light flashed in their eyes. As the four of them begged for mercy, they suddenly leaped up, and something from their sleeves sprayed towards Feng Jiao. At this moment, a cold glint flashed through Feng Jiao's eyes, and she flicked her sleeve to brush away the medicine that was sprayed towards her. At the same time, four chopsticks flew out at the same time, and with a whoosh, they pierced through the space between the four people's brows, leaving behind four small holes that flowed with blood. This sudden scene caused the hearts of everyone watching to tighten. When they saw the green-robed young man show mercy and the four people begging for mercy, they thought that they would stop fighting. They didn't expect that the four people still wanted to throw the medicine at the green-robed young man. They also didn't expect that at that moment, the green-robed young man would directly kill the four people when he brushed the medicine away. In this world where the strong were respected, there was a price to pay for offending a strong person. Not to mention, after the other party showed mercy, they still launched a sneak attack. As for the young man in green killing the four people, they were only shocked by his skills. They felt that it was natural for him to kill the four people. The innkeeper was also a person with cultivation. Although his cultivation was not high, when he saw this scene, his face turned pale. He was speechless for a while. Innkeeper. Yes, yes. The shopkeeper quickly came back to his senses and came in front of Feng Jiao. He carefully looked at the green-robed young master. Yes, yes. The innkeeper hurried forward and brought the weapons, chinquin bags, and space rings of the four people to the table where Feng Jiao was and placed them in front of her. Young master, it's all here. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had been running the inn for some time and had changed the items in the inn countless times. It seemed that he had wasted his time doing business for the past few days. Chapter 21:35. Feng Jiao pushed the weapons of the four people in front of him and gave him some gold coins to clean up the mess. Hearing this, the shopkeeper was slightly surprised. He looked at the four weapons on the table and asked with uncertainty, "Young master, you giving them to me? Even if these four weapons were sold, they could be sold for quite a bit of money. They're for you." Feng Jiao raised his wine cup and drank the wine. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." The shopkeeper was instantly overjoyed. After putting away the items, he called the waiter, and the two of them dragged the corpses to the back to bury them. Then he cleaned up the first floor and finally gave Feng Jiao a pot of hot wine. "Young master, please drink and eat. If it's not enough, there's more," the shopkeeper said with a smile. After giving the items, he left. The young married woman, sitting in the corner with the child in her arms, saw this scene and couldn't help but hesitate. This young master was so powerful. Could it be that he really had the ability? Could it be that his medical skills were really that good? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel worried. After hesitating, she walked forward with the child in her arms. "Young master." Feng Jiao raised his brows and looked at the young married woman in front of him. "Young master, can you take a look at my child?" She gathered her courage and thought about it. This young master had asked her to let him treat the child, but she refused. Now that she brought the child to him to treat him, he wouldn't refuse, right? However, she thought too highly of herself and underestimated others. Naturally, she missed the opportunity. A smile appeared on the corners of Feng Jiao's mouth when she heard this. She took a sip of wine and said, "You refused me when I wanted to save your child. Since that's the case, you can go find someone else. I'm not in the mood right now." The young married woman froze and said, "Young master." This young married woman didn't know young master had the ability. "I was just worried about my child. There's only one chance. Since you've missed it, then so be it. What happens in the future is your business. What does it have to do with me?" She said casually and didn't look at the married woman. "Young master can really cure my child?" The married woman heard his words and couldn't help asking. Because this young man had a confident look on his face and spoke as if this illness wasn't a big problem for him. Feng Jiao smiled and ate the peanuts as if the woman in front of him was invisible. "Young master, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Please save my child." She knelt down with the child in her arms and begged. Looking at the young woman kneeling on the ground, Fengjiu played with the wine glass and asked, "Do you have money?" The young woman took out some pieces of silver. "I only have this much." "Then do you have any 500-year-old spiritual herbs?" Fengjiu asked again in a casual tone, as if they were chatting. "No." The young woman shook her head. Hearing this, Fengjiu curled his lips into a smile. "If you don't have money or medicine, how are you going to seek treatment? How about this? Kowtow to me 1,000 times first. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll take a look at your child." Hearing this, resentment appeared in the young woman's eyes. "Young master, since you know medicine, why aren't you willing to save him? Didn't you want me to give my son to you to treat? Now that I'm willing to let you treat my child, why are you making things difficult for me? A doctor has the heart of a parent. How can you not save him?" Chapter 21:36. What kind of twisted logic was this? She would be saved just because she knew medicine? Could it be that rich people had to give their money to poor people? Could it be that this woman had forgotten that she was the one who had rejected the green-clothed youth's good intentions? Now that the green-clothed youth did not save her, she was blaming him? Moreover, the youth had asked her to kowtow 1,000 times to see her sincerity. She had no money and no items, so she wanted to ask someone to save her with a few words? How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? Not only did the guests on the first and second floors frown, even the shopkeeper and the waiter felt that this young woman was wrong. Previously, they pitied her and let her in to rest for the night. Who knew that this woman was not a grateful person? They could see that if the green-clothed young master had not killed those people, this young woman would have fallen into the hands of those 4 people in the end. It was also because they could see that they were dissatisfied with this woman's resentful words. How could a person be so greedy and unsatisfied and not know what was good for them? When Fengjiu heard the young woman's words, he was not angry. He only smiled and ignored her as he drank his wine. He allowed the woman to kneel there and did not ask her to get up. The woman seemed to have a plan. She felt that if she knelt here, this young man would definitely not be able to stand everyone's gazes and agree to treat her child. Unfortunately, her calculations were wrong. Fengjiu drank his wine and ate his meat in satisfaction. The woman knelt in front of the table and smelled the fragrance of the wine and meat, but she only watched. She could not help but swallow her saliva. Seeing that the youth ignored her and that her knees were sore from kneeling, she carried the child with one hand and supported herself on the chair with the other to stand up. She did not leave. Instead, she pulled open the table and prepared to sit down. However, when Fengjiu saw this scene, he flicked his finger and a stream of air attacked. The chair retreated, and the woman who was about to sit down sat on nothing. She fell to the ground in a sorry state. "Ouch!" She cried out in pain and hugged the child in her arms tightly. The grievances, anger, and resentment in her heart all surged out. For a moment, she actually forgot who the person in front of her was. "Why did you push the chair away and cause me to fall? You're so vicious. Do you want to kill me?" Previously, she had knelt down and begged for mercy, and now she had fallen. Thinking of being abandoned by her husband and having no home to return to, thinking of the child in her arms who was seriously ill and could not be cured, all the grievances, anger, and resentment in her heart burst out at this moment. Fengjiu stood up and walked towards her step by step. At this time, she was slightly angered. There was no smile on her handsome face, and her clear eyes were as cold as ice. Her voice was filled with ridicule as she said, "Did I ask you to sit down? Who are you? Are you worthy to sit with me?" The young woman was frightened by Fengjiu's cold face, but when she saw the young man's mocking gaze and expression, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. She said, "You even invited me to drink before. That was because I was in a good mood earlier, so I allowed you to sit. But now, I'm not allowing you to sit." She sneered and looked down at the young woman who was sitting on the ground. "You don't know who you are, and you dare to shout in front of me?" Chapter 21:37. How can you do this? How can you do this? If you chase me out in the middle of the night, what if we encounter danger? You can't chase us out. The young woman shouted and refused to leave. However, she was no match for the waiter's pull and was eventually pulled out of the inn. However, just as the waiter walked back, The young woman followed him again. How can you chase me away? My child is still sick. What if he catches a cold and his condition worsens? Let me in, let me in. I'll sit in the corner. I won't get in the way of the other guests. The waiter pushed her. You haven't obstructed the other guests yet. The young master was drinking and sitting there properly. You went up to provoke him and sat at his table without saying a word. You even pointed at his nose and scolded him. I only let you in because you were pitiful, but I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful person. Go far away. The young woman staggered back a few steps. Seeing the door of the inn close and that she could no longer enter, she stood outside and cursed loudly. Are you just trying to curry favor with that cyan-robed young master because he's a young master from an aristocratic family? How can you be like this? I'm alone with a sick child, and my husband doesn't want me anymore. I'm homeless, and now even you want to chase me away. Aren't you guys too cold-blooded? When the waiter heard those words from inside, he also scolded angrily. Ingrate, heartless, ungrateful, you deserve it. Feng Jiu listened to the voices outside and did not say anything. He only played with his cup, thinking about something. The guests on the first and second floors did not plead for the woman. They only drank and chatted until the sky gradually brightened and the city gates opened. Only then did the people in the inn leave one after another. At this time, in front of the Heavenly Dan building, the young woman who was chased out of the inn last night was kneeling in front of the door with her child in her arms. I beg you, let me see the ghost doctor. My child is very sick. Please save him, ghost doctor. She kowtowed and said, I heard that there's a ghost doctor in the Heavenly Dan building who is very skilled in medicine, so I specially came from a faraway place. In order to treat the child's illness, the family's money was spent, and my husband also divorced me and chased me out. Now I have nothing left, only my child. I beg you, please save my child. She hugged her child and knelt in front of the entrance of the Heavenly Dan building, crying and begging. She also talked about her miserable experiences along the way, causing a large group of people to gather in front of the Heavenly Dan building. Outside the Heavenly Dan building, Yang Xiao, after hearing the woman's words, he couldn't help but walk inside and come to Leng Hua and Du Fan's side. Big brother Leng Hua, big brother Du, big brother Leng Hua. Leng Hua and Du Fan were drinking tea at a side table on the first floor. After hearing Yang Xiao's words, the two looked at each other and smiled. Du Fan said, There are many pitiful people in this world. How is this woman pitiful? I don't feel it, but she said that her child is very sick. I saw it too. Her child's face is very pale. In the end, she still couldn't bear it. After all, the child was so young. What if he really had a serious illness? Wouldn't it be too heartless to just leave it be? Chapter 21:38. What do you mean? She was slightly startled. She tilted her head and looked at him with a pair of puzzled eyes. She did not quite understand. This woman came to seek medical treatment, but she directly knelt down outside the Heavenly Pill building and cried and begged. It's fine if she just cried and begged, but she also talked about her miserable experience in order to gain sympathy. Leng Hua smiled gently, looked at Yang Xiao and said, On one hand, she was begging, and on the other hand, she was forcing us. She made herself sound so miserable, helpless, and seriously ill. If we don't save her, we will end up being criticized for being cold-blooded. I think she expected that our Heavenly Pill building, which is such a big place, would definitely value reputation and face. That's why she directly used the sympathy of the people outside to help her achieve her goal. At this point, Leng Hua smiled. We don't agree with this woman's methods of doing things, so we ignored her and didn't plan to save her. That's right. Du Fan, who was next to him, nodded while waving his fan. Although they also had a little bit of compassion, they looked down on and disliked such people. This kind of person came to seek medical treatment. Even if their master was here, they would not let her see their master, not to mention that their master was not here. Yang Xiao only understood after hearing their words. She could not help but widen her eyes in surprise and astonishment. There are actually so many twists and turns in seeking medical treatment. If you don't tell me, I won't understand. Hearing this, the two of them could not help but laugh and shake their heads secretly. She was straightforward by nature, so how could she know these schemes? Brother Lunghua, Brother Du, no wonder Sister Feng made you two stewards. You're really too amazing. She looked at the two of them with admiration, thinking that they were so smart. Her gaze could not help but quietly fall on Lunghua. She thought to herself that if she could marry Brother Lunghua, she would definitely be very happy. She would not have to worry about anything. She couldn't help but ask, but this person is holding a child and kneeling outside. I took a look just now, and there are a lot of people surrounding them. Are we just going to ignore it? Our Heavenly Pill building has always had its own set of rules. Since she wants to kneel, then let her kneel. There's no need to pay attention to her, Du Fan said while waving his fan. Hearing this, Yang Xiao left first, not bothering the two of them. She ran to the door to take a look. She saw that the young woman was not very old and was quite pretty. How could she think of such twisted things? From the looks of it, they did not intend to interfere. This woman was kneeling here with the child in her arms for nothing. After Yang Xiao left, Du Fan said, Lunghua, Master should be back in 2 days. However, there is still no news from the black market. Do you think the president of the black market will come to our Heavenly Dam building? If what the news says is true, then he will definitely come. Other than Master, who else can he trust right now? Only here can he be safe. However, we don't know how serious his situation is. If his life is really hanging by a thread, I'm afraid. The black market owner is so strong, but he was injured to such an extent. It can be seen that his enemy is very strong. I'm a little worried. If Master gets involved, I don't know if he will get into trouble. Du Fan's eyes were filled with worry. Chapter 21:39. While the two of them were chatting, outside, Feng Jiu was walking towards the Heavenly Dam building. When she saw the people surrounding the Heavenly Dam building, she was slightly surprised and thought that something had happened. She walked forward and saw the young woman kneeling outside the Heavenly Dam building with a child in her arms. She was not surprised to see her again. After all, she had heard that she had come to the Heavenly Dam building to seek medical treatment. However, what made her unhappy was this woman's actions. She was actually kneeling there with a child in her arms to seek medical treatment. She walked forward step by step. When she passed by her, she paused and looked at the young woman who was telling the people around her how miserable she was. When the young woman saw a pair of boots suddenly stop beside her, she couldn't help but raise her head to look. When she saw it, she jumped up. It's you. Feng Jiu glanced at her and was about to walk into the Heavenly Dam building. However, the woman quickly walked in front of her and pointed at her as she scolded, You black-hearted person. It's because of you that we mother and son were frozen in the cold wind for an entire night, causing my son's condition to worsen. You actually appeared here again. Did you know that I was going to the Heavenly Dam building to seek medical treatment? So you wanted to harm me again? Hearing the voice outside, the people inside the Heavenly Dam building walked out. Among them were Yang Xiao, Lunghua, and Du Fan. Lunghua and Du Fan were happy to see Feng Jiu return. However, when they saw that the woman seemed to have a problem with their master and blocked her from entering, the two of them stopped in their tracks and did not step forward. Yang Xiao, who was beside them, was about to step forward happily, but was stopped by Lunghua. Yang Xiao looked at him in confusion, only to see him smile gently. Let's watch first. Manager Lung, my master asked me to come and get the medicine. A man who looked like a butler stepped forward and handed over his waist token to Lunghua. Hearing this, Lunghua glanced at the waist token handed over by the man, then waved his hand to a medicine maid of the Heavenly Dam building and said, Take Butler Chen inside to find Fanlin. Yes. The medicine maid responded and invited the housekeeper in. When the young woman who stopped Feng Jiu saw this scene and saw that there were so many people watching the show, she couldn't help but ask Lunghua, Are you the manager of the Heavenly Dam building? That's right. Lunghua nodded. His smile was gentle, but it didn't reach his eyes. He didn't forget that this woman had just scolded his master. Steward, this young man is not a good person. He instigated the innkeeper to chase us out of the city and let us freeze in the cold wind for an entire night. Not only that, he even insulted the ghost doctor of the Heavenly Pill building, saying that the ghost doctor's medical skills are not as good as his, saying that the ghost doctor. Before she could finish, she was interrupted. When Fengjiu heard this, he shook his head and walked into the heavenly elixir building with his hands behind his back. At the same time, he said to Du Fan, "Drive him away." "Yes, master." Du Fan responded and glanced at the woman with a faint smile. Looking at her deathly pale eyes, he couldn't help but let out a big smile in a very good mood. "Do you know who that cyan-robed young master is?" "You don't know, right? It doesn't matter. Let me tell you, that's the master of our heavenly Dan building, the ghost doctor you mentioned." "You said that he insulted the ghost doctor?" "He instigated the innkeeper to chase you away and freeze in the cold wind for an entire night?" If that's the case, then I really have to say that you deserve it." Chapter 2140. He stared at the pale-faced woman, and his voice turned cold. "How dare you slander my master and fabricate lies?" The surrounding people were also stunned when they saw this scene. It turned out that the young man was the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's building master disguised as a man. No wonder. They were wondering why the young man's bearing was so outstanding. It turned out that he was the building master of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, the ghost doctor. Thinking of the woman who was holding the child, crying and blaming him, and seeing this scene, their expressions changed from agreement to disdain. They had thought that the woman was so miserable. If she begged, the ghost doctor might save her child's life. Who knew that the woman had such thoughts? It was true that one could know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. The woman's body went limp, and she fell to the ground with the child in her arms. She was unable to regain her senses for a long time. How could this be? How could this be? She had clearly come to seek medical treatment. How could this be? Drag her away. Don't be an eyesore here. Du Fan ordered 2 Phoenix guards to drag the woman away. He was about to turn around and enter when the woman suddenly pounced on him and hugged his calf. "Don't chase me away. I'm here to seek medical treatment. I begged the ghost doctor to save my child. My child is so sick that he's about to die." Du Fan lowered his head and looked at the woman who was hugging his calf. He said coldly, "Your child's illness is not our fault. However, if he dies of illness, it's your fault. A person like you has no right to ask my master for help. Get lost." He retracted his foot and walked inside. "No, it's not like that." Notice she fell to the ground and was pulled away by 2 Phoenix guards. When they saw this scene again, no one sympathized with her anymore. On the contrary, they felt that she deserved it. Inside the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, Sister Feng, "Why did that woman say that about you?" Yang Xiao was a little angry. She had originally thought that she was pitiful. She had actually slandered her sister Feng like that. It was too hateful. Fengjiu smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just encountered something outside the city." She briefly explained the matter and saw that Yang Xiao's face was filled with anger. Leng Hua's face also darkened. "Don't bother with her anymore. By the way, why do I feel that you've lost a lot of weight? Haven't you been eating well lately?" She looked at Yang Xiao, who had lost a lot of weight. Her round face had become sharp, and she looked very beautiful. Hearing this, Yang Xiao felt a little guilty because she really hadn't eaten properly a while ago and had even fallen sick in the end. "Yes, I've been eating well. It's just that I've been practicing martial arts at night, so I've lost some weight," she said embarrassedly. She felt that this reason was too far-fetched. When Leng Hua heard this, he smiled and said to Fengjiu, "Master, you must be tired from the journey back. Do you want to return to the residence and have a good rest?" "Have the people from the black market not arrived yet?" she asked. "They haven't arrived yet, but they've asked around. This subordinate thinks that they should arrive within these 2 days." Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded and said, "Then let's return to the residence first. Then this subordinate will return with master and tell you everything that has happened recently." Leng Hua said, "Okay." She patted Yang Xiao's shoulder and said, "I'll go back first. You stay here and help." Chapter 2141. After returning to the Feng Manor, the fire phoenix flapped its wings and flew over. It dove into Fengjiu's embrace and happily said, "Master, you're finally back." Fengjiu gently stroked the fire phoenix's feathers and said with a smile, "I'm back. Is everything all right at home?" She then looked at the Leng Shuang who was walking over from behind. "Master, Lung Shuang called out. Her frosty face broke into a smile when she saw Gu Mengmeng return. Everything's fine, everything's fine. With me here, what could have happened? The Fire Phoenix proudly said. It told her that everything had been normal during the time it had been here. There had been no accidents. Master should rest inside first. I'll have the kitchen prepare some food and prepare some hot water for Master to take a bath. The Lung Shuang said, and then turned to leave. Let's go. Feng Jiu reached out her hand and had the Fire Phoenix land on her arm. She then walked inside. The Fire Phoenix asked her about what had happened. Because they had arrived home, the little beasts in the space had also come out. The Fire Phoenix followed Tun Yun and the others around the manor and listened to Tun Yun talk about what had happened outside. On the way, Lung Hua gave her a simple explanation of what had happened at the Heavenly Pill building. After arriving at the manor, Feng Jiu ate and returned to her room to take a bath. She told them to come find her if there was anything and went to rest in her room. When the sky had darkened, Feng Jiu, who had not yet woken up, was woken up by a knock on the door. Master, there's news from the building. The people from the black market have arrived. Hearing this, Feng Jiu got up. After putting on her clothes, she opened the door and walked out. The master of the black market has arrived? That's right. Lung Huan nodded in response and said, the situation might not be good. The person who came to pass on the message said that Fan Lin has asked you to come over immediately. Let's go. Feng Jiu walked outside. Only Fire Phoenix, who was perched on a branch, quietly followed him. As for Swallow the Cloud, Lung Shuang, and the others, they stayed in the mansion. The distance between the Foam Manor and the Heavenly Pill building was not far. In addition to their fast pace, the two of them entered through the back door and directly arrived at the backyard. Upon entering, they saw that there were quite a few black guards guarding the backyard of the Heavenly Pill building. Every single one of them had top-notch strength. Seeing the two of them suddenly appear, they immediately made an attack gesture. Master, Du Fan came forward to greet him. When those people heard this, their expressions changed slightly, and they stopped. What's the situation? She asked as she walked inside. I heard from Fan Lin that it's not good. He's inside right now. Master, quickly go in and take a look. Du Fan said as he followed at the side. Are you the ghost, Dr. Feng Jiu? An old man stepped forward and stopped Feng Jiu. That's right, she replied and looked at the old man in front of her. Is there something wrong? The old man stared at Feng Jiu and was about to speak when the ancient divine beast Fire Phoenix flew in and landed on Feng Jiu's shoulder. I've also come. Ghost Doctor, you must save my master. The old man cupped his hands and bowed. Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked deeply at him and said, Wait until I see his situation. After saying this, she walked inside. Fan Lin walked out from inside and happened to see Feng Jiu enter. He said, Master, you've come. Let's talk inside. Feng Jiu said as he walked into the room. When he arrived at the inner room, he saw the person lying on the bed. Chapter 2142. She walked forward and came to the bedside, finally seeing his face clearly. The master of the black market was a middle-aged uncle who looked to be around 40 years old. His face was resolute and dignified, and even though he was unconscious, it could be seen that he was an extremely powerful person. Thinking of the last time she wanted to go to the black market to see him and personally thank him, she did not think that he would be leaving the black market at the same time, and she did not see him. She also did not think that the first time they met, it would be in this kind of situation. She walked forward and sat down on the chair beside the bed. After taking his pulse, she said to Fan Lin at the side, Take off his clothes. She took out a silver needle from her space. Fan Lin at the side took off his clothes and helped by the side. The old man who had followed her and also stood at the corner of the bed to watch. He saw Feng Jiu take out the silver needle and insert it into his body's acupuncture point. After the silver needle was inserted, he took out a pill and put it in his mouth. When the black market old man at the side saw Feng Jiu take out a 6th-level pill, his eyes could not help but flash. His worried heart finally relaxed. The ghost doctor was able to take out such a precious 6th-level pill to save him without saying anything. Perhaps his master would be able to turn this misfortune into a blessing. You guys worked together to seal his poison in a corner, right? After Feng Jiu inserted the needle, He glanced at the old man at the side. That's right. The old man nodded in response and asked, Ghost Doctor, how is my master? Can the poison in his body be cured? It can't be cured. Feng Jiu stood up and said. As soon as his voice fell, he saw the old man's face change. It can't be cured? The old man's voice was slightly raised due to his worry. Feng Jiu glanced at him and said, A poison that can poison him. Do you think that a 6th-level antidote can cure it? Moreover, other than the poison in your master's body, his internal injuries are also very serious. But the poison has not been cured yet, so we can't use pills to treat his internal injuries. Otherwise, the sealed poison will spread throughout his body. If that's the case, don't even talk about saving him. Even a deity would find it hard to save him. Then what we do? Please, Ghost Doctor, you must save my master. The old man was worried, and once again cupped his fists and begged her. Seeing him like this, Feng Jiu said, You don't have to worry. I just gave him a level 6 detoxification pill that can alleviate the poison in his body. However, a level 6 detoxification pill won't be able to completely remove the poison in his body. Only a level 7 detoxification pill can save him. A 7th-grade antidote? The old man was stunned and his brows furrowed. Level 6 medicinal pills are extremely rare, and even the 4 great sects don't have level 7 medicinal pills. How are we going to find level 7 antidote pills? Without this level 7 detoxification pill, wouldn't master. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of Feng Jiu and hurriedly asked, Dare I ask the Ghost Doctor, is it possible to refine 7th-level medicinal pills now? Feng Jiu shook her head. I haven't. Currently, the highest I can refine is a level 6 medicinal pill. A level 7 medicinal pill is not an ordinary kind of pill. Other than the fact that the ingredients are hard to find, the failure rate is also high. Ghost Doctor doesn't need to worry about the ingredients. This old man will have the black market search for them for the Ghost Doctor. Right now, the most important thing is to save Master. Otherwise, I'm afraid that our black market will really be destroyed along with Master. Ghost Doctor, you must save our Master. Chapter 2143. Seeing this, Feng Jiu gestured for Fan Lin to help him up, saying, You don't need to do this. I will think of a way to get the 7th-level antidote, but there are some spiritual medicines that I will need your black market's help to collect. Ghost Doctor, please give your orders. As long as they are available in the black market, this old man will immediately send someone to get them. Even if the black market doesn't have them, I will send someone to collect them. Feng Jiu had someone bring a brush, ink, and paper and wrote down all the required spiritual medicines and handed them to the old man. Search according to these. Once you find them, send them to me. Okay, this old man understands. The old man took a glance, then called over a middle-aged man and gave him some instructions. Seeing this, Feng Jiu walked to the bedside, turned the silver needle around, and pulled it out. Looking at the black needle, her brows furrowed slightly. Looking at the unconscious master of the black market, she said to Fan Lin, Take good care of him. If there is anything, tell me at any time. Yes. Seeing Feng Jiu walk out, the old man glanced at Fan Lin, leaving the two of them to guard the room while he followed Feng Jiu out. Outside, Feng Jiu stopped and looked at the old man. Who injured him like this? With his strength, he shouldn't have been injured so heavily. In the lower reaches of the continent, could it be that there is such a strong hidden expert? The old man paused, then said, He wasn't injured in the lower reaches of the continent, but here, by a faction that is already withdrawn from the world, the Five Poisons sect. The Five Poisons ancestor has an old grudge with my master. Recently, there was a traitor in the black market, and my master's whereabouts were leaked, causing him to fall into the Five Poisons ancestor's ambush. Otherwise, with my master's current strength, the Five Poisons ancestor wouldn't have been able to hurt him. Then the matter of the Five Poisons sect, how are you handling it? Hearing this, the old man lowered his head, saying, Master is unconscious, and we are helpless against the Five Poisons sect. The Five Poisons ancestor is looking for news of my master, so we used a trick to lead him to another place. Now, my master is here, and aside from the core members of the black market, no one else knows. As he spoke, he paused and said, Even so, I hope that the ghost doctor can find a safe place to settle our master. This old man is worried that if they find him, the first thing they will look for will be the heavenly pill house. Hearing this, Feng Nine glanced at him and continued to walk in the courtyard. She said, "Let's move tonight. Rather than putting him in the Feng Manor, it would be better to hide him in the Ling Manor." The Ling Manor was a bit safer than her place. "All right, then this old man will go and prepare," the old man said before leaving first. Feng Jiu went to the front building and had Lung Hua and Du Fan check the medicinal herbs in the storehouse. At the same time, he gave them a list of herbs to collect. Until midnight, everyone quietly moved the unconscious master of the black market to the Ling residence. Because the master of the black market's current situation was like this, if they wanted to treat him, they would need a 7th rank antidote. Before they had a 7th rank antidote, he wouldn't die, but he wouldn't be able to wake up, and the injuries in his body could be healed. During this period of time, they collected spiritual herbs from all over. After a few days, most of the spiritual herbs had been transferred to the heavenly pill house. However, there were still a few main ingredients that couldn't be found. "Master," Lung Hua walked into the loft and looked at Feng Jiu, who was looking for a doctor. Chapter 2144. There is news. Lung Hua smiled and said warmly, "You can't find 7-star spiritual herbs anywhere else, but in the Heavenly Sun immortal sect of the 4 major immortal sects, the Peak Master of Yao Peak has 7 7-star spiritual herbs. However, these 7 7-star spiritual herbs are very important to the Peak Master of Yao Peak. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to obtain them." "Oh, the Heavenly Sun sect?" She raised her head and looked at Lung Hua. "Is it the sect that Song Ming belongs to?" "That's right," he replied. 7 7-star spiritual herbs?" She smiled and said, "It seems that the Peak Master of Yao Peak of the Heavenly Sun sect is quite capable. 7-star spiritual herbs are not easy to grow, but he can grow 7 of them." She paused and asked with a smile, "Do you know how old they are?" "It's said that one of them is 500 years old, 2 of them are 300 years old, and 2 of them are 100 years old." Lung Hua said he transplanted the 500-year-old one, so the others should be planted by him. Feng Jiu nodded. "That's good. I'll go to the Heavenly Elixir sect and meet Song Ming." She stood up and put away the things on the table. "You guys stay here and guard the place. Just do what you usually do. I'll let a few little beasts stay here and guard the place. I'll be back in 2 days at most." At this moment, she felt that the Aurora transmission scroll that she got from the old man was really an excellent treasure. For people who wanted to go on a long journey, they only needed a moment to arrive. She would not even need half a day to go there. The main problem was how to get the 7-star spiritual grass. "Should we tell the people in the black market?" Lung Hua asked. "No need." She waved her hand and said, "If they find me, just tell them that I'm going to study the formula for the 7th grade antidote." "Yes." He nodded in response. Feng Jiu looked at the sky outside and then looked at her clothes. The corners of her lips curled up into a smile. With a thought, she said to Hua Feng, "Tun Yun, and Lao Bai, you 3 come out." Just as her voice fell, 3 rays of light flashed out of her space and landed in front of her. "I need to go out for a while, and we'll be back in 2 days. During this time, Fire Phoenix, you go back to the Ling residence. Lao Bai, guard the Feng residence. Tun Yun, guard the Heavenly Pill building." When the 3 beasts heard this, they didn't say anything else. Instead, they replied in unison, "Yes." Seeing this, Feng Jiu flipped her palm and an item appeared. She opened the Aurora teleportation scroll, and the words floating on the scroll emitted light. "Master, what kind of treasure is this?" Lung Hua asked in surprise. I know. This is the Aurora teleportation scroll. I got it from that old man, Primordial Chaos," Lao Bai said hurriedly. Feng Jiu glanced at Lao Bai and smiled. She said to Lung Hua, "This is the Aurora teleportation scroll. It can send me to where I want to go in an instant. I got it from Primordial Chaos of the Nebula Immortal Sect." As she said this, she thought of Primordial Chaos and said, "When I'm not around, if Primordial Chaos or Zhujunyue comes, take good care of them." "Yes," Lung Hua replied. In the next moment, he saw his master's body being surrounded by a ray of light. Then, her body turned and disappeared. Seeing this, he turned and left the hall. He went downstairs to tell Du Fan and the 8 leaders of the Phoenix Guards what his master had told him to do. Chapter 2145. Her sleeves fluttered as she spun, and the rainbow glass feather on the inner side of her waist was revealed as she spun, emitting a dazzling light. After spinning a few times, she steadied her footsteps, restrained her aura, and raised her head to look up. Between the blue sky and white clouds, layers of clouds filled the mountain peak. Looking from afar, she could see the mountains and forests filled with clouds. Deep within the clouds, there seemed to be an immortal mansion. It was as beautiful as an immortal realm. She withdrew her gaze and looked forward. She saw a boundary marker a few dozen meters in front of her. On it was written the boundary of the Heavenly Sun Immortal Sect. Seeing this, she took a step forward. After a few dozen meters, when she passed by the boundary steel, she clearly felt a barrier blocking the boundary steel and bouncing her back. Oh, there's a barrier? She curled her lips into a smile. Light seemed to flash in her clear eyes. The smile between her eyebrows seemed to have a bit of evil charm. You think I can't go in just because there's a barrier? She mobilized the aura in her body. Her body emitted a green light. At this moment, she walked forward again. This time, it was as if there was nothing there. After passing through the barrier, she raised her eyebrows. She turned around and chuckled. Then, she walked up the mountain. As she walked, her feet didn't touch the dust. It was as if she was walking on the wind. Her speed wasn't any slower than flying. Heavenly Sun Immortal Sect. She arrived at the gate. Seeing that the gate was tightly shut, she was about to step forward when she saw 2 rays of sword chi coming at her. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and somersaulted in the air. After dodging the 2 rays of sword chi, she landed firmly on the ground. Who is it? How dare you trespass into our Heavenly Sun Immortal Sect? 2 disciples in white robes stood in front of the gate with swords in their hands. They stared at Fengjiu. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't trespass into your Heavenly Sun Immortal Sect. I just walked in openly." "Nonsense," one of the disciples shouted. "Our sect has set up a barrier. Without the sect's identity token, it's impossible to go up the mountain. And you're clearly not a disciple of our sect. How could you walk in? Watch me kill you." Just as she was about to speak, she saw that the disciples' sword moves were swift and fierce, attacking her. Seeing this, she did not make a move, only dodging. After a few moves, the 2 people saw that Fengjiu had no intention of fighting, so they stopped and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come to my immortal sect?" Fengjiu didn't mind. She only smiled and said, "My name is Fengjiu. You're here to look for me." Her eyes turned, and she smiled. "I'm here to look for my nephew, Songming." Hearing this, the 2 of them were stunned. Looking for Martial Uncle Song, the 2 of them sized up Fengjiu with a strange expression. "You look even younger than my Martial Uncle Song. How did he become your nephew? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "That's right, and you have different surnames." The other person also said, not believing that this young man in front of them was their Martial Uncle Song Sr. Fengjiu put one hand behind her back and the other in front of her. She smiled happily. "Because we're not related by blood. However, he does have to call me little uncle. I'm looking for him because it's urgent. Don't waste my time. Why don't you go in and report to him?" Chapter 2146. With that, one of the disciples entered through a side door and headed straight for the mountain peak where Songming was. The other person stood in front of the door and stared at the leisurely, smiling youth. Was this person really Martial Uncle Song's little uncle? Martial Uncle Song had been accepted as the last disciple of the sect master due to his outstanding talent. His status in the Sky Sun sect was extraordinary. If this person was really Martial Uncle Song's little uncle, then didn't they offend him just now? The young disciple thought to himself as he wiped the sweat off his brow. The fact that the 2 of them hadn't been able to force him to make a move meant that he must be very strong. And now that he was waiting here, with a leisurely expression on his face, it was obvious that he was an elder of Master Songs. "Senior Feng, where are you from?" Unknowingly, the disciple in his 20s addressed Fengjiu respectfully. Fengjiu smiled and said, "Naturally from home." She looked at the disciple and asked, "How is Songming doing here?" Martial Uncle Song was accepted as the last disciple of the sect master due to his outstanding talent. He's a very famous person in our sect. The young disciple's tone was full of admiration. Not long ago, Martial Uncle Song won first place in the sect competition and became the #1 person among the younger generation of our Sky Sun Immortal sect. Fengjiu nodded. Song Ming and the others were all quite talented. In addition, she had trained them for so long. Now that they were in their early 20s and possessed such strength, their status in the sect was naturally extraordinary. At this time in the sect, Song Ming was cultivating in his cave abode. When he heard the disciples' report, he was startled and had a strange expression. "My little uncle, did you hear wrong?" The disciple outside hurriedly said, "Martial Uncle Song, this disciple definitely did not hear wrong. He said that his name is Fengjiu and that he's your little uncle." Song Ming was startled for a moment. He then stood up and walked out of the cave abode. He looked at the disciple and asked, "What does that person look like? Describe him. Could it be Fengjiu? Why would she come to find him? Could it be someone in disguise? However, who would know that he was related to Fengjiu?" The disciple thought for a moment and said, "That person was dressed in green and looked about 17 or 19 years old. He was even prettier than a woman." He could not help but smile and asked, "Where is he?" "He's still outside the sect." Before he could finish, he saw his martial Uncle Song Ming's figure flashed and disappeared. He was stunned, then hurriedly followed him outside the sect. Under Feng Jiu's questioning, the disciple told her many things. At this moment, a figure walked out from the side door and looked at her. Song Ming was a little surprised, but also a little happy. He strode in front of her and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" You two can leave first," Song Ming said, indicating for the two to go back first. "Yes." The two of them saluted and went in first. "I must have come to find you for something. I just don't know if you can help me with it." Feng Jiu smiled and looked at Song Ming, who had become more imposing after a long time. "What is it? Tell me." "I came to the Heavenly Sun Immortal Sect for the 7-star Spirit Herb." She smiled and said, "The 500-year-old Spirit Herb that Medicine Peak Lord treasures the most." Chapter 2147. You set your sights on Peak Master Yao's 7-star Spirit Grass? You also know that it's his most treasured item? He shook his head with a smile. He hadn't seen her for a long time, but she hadn't changed at all. "It's my fault for not finding it elsewhere. Only he has it. So, you'll help me, right?" She winked at him with a mischievous grin. "You." He shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "Let's go. Let's talk in my cave abode. Let's talk about it later. It's rare for me to come to the Heavenly Sun Immortal Sect, so why don't you show me around first?" She asked with a smile. "Of course. I'm just worried that you might be too tired from the journey. Do you want to rest first? Since you're not tired, let's go. I'll show you around." He smiled and led her in through a side door. The two figures chatted as they walked in. Many of the sect's disciples saw Song Ming chatting so well with the youth and couldn't help but guess the youth's identity. "You came to find me, yet you still call yourself my little uncle. You really won't let go of an opportunity to take advantage of me." He shook his head. "You're already a martial uncle here. If I could take advantage of you, do you think I won't take advantage of you?" She looked around and saw some female disciples passing by, looking at Song Ming with adoration in their eyes. They bowed and greeted him as Martial Uncle Song before leaving. She couldn't help but look at him with ridicule. "It seems like you have a lot of peach blossoms here. Look at all these flirtatious looks. I know you're quite lucky here. Don't tease me. Don't you know me? If there's someone I like, I'll be the first to tell you." He tilted his head slightly to look at her and saw that her face was the same as before. Her expression was relaxed and languid, just like her in his memories. He said, "How are you and Xinyuan Mose? I've waited for so long, but you still haven't invited me to your wedding." Hearing this, she waved her hand and sighed, "AI, one of us is always in the east and the other in the west. He went overseas not long ago, and I don't know when he'll be back." I'm in Hundred River City right now and have so many things to do that I don't have time to think about inviting you to my wedding. We only found out about your family situation later." He looked at her and said, "I'm sorry. We weren't able to help." She patted his shoulder and said, "You don't have to say that. You know how I am. I clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Those people dare to make a move on my family. Sooner or later, I will find their nest. The people of the Demon Sovereign are not easy to deal with." Song Ming looked at her and said, "Next time, if you want to make a move on their nest, you must remember to inform the four of us in advance. The four of us will come at your call." "No problem." Feng Jiu smiled. "With your current strength, you'll be famous people wherever you go. If I need you in the future, I won't forget about you. Ever since we entered the sect, we've been cultivating on our own and rarely get to meet up. Last time, the four of us even discussed through letters to find a time to meet up with you." He paused and looked at her. "Since you're in a lot of trouble, why don't I call the three of them to go back with you? They can help you." Chapter 2148. If even she couldn't handle it, then it would be very troublesome and dangerous. If that was the case, she didn't want them to risk their lives for her. Hearing her words, Song Ming didn't say anything else. They wouldn't always stay in the sect to cultivate. When the time came, they would find a chance to go down the mountain to train and visit her. There was no need to talk about this matter now. Thus, he led her to a small path and said with a smile, "The scenery on this path is very beautiful. If we take a detour here, we can reach the foot of Medicine Peak. Also, I thought of how to get the 500-year-old 7-star spirit grass from the Peak Lord of Medicine Peak." "Let's hear it." She looked at him in surprise. He thought of it so quickly? Song Ming looked at her and said with a smile, "Don't you have a lot of aged spirit herbs? Take one out as a bet and lure him to compete with you. I think, if it's a competition of alchemy, he won't be your match." Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. That's a good idea. Before she came, she thought of stealing and bartering. She also thought of his idea. However, she didn't know what spirit herb the Peak Lord of Medicine Peak was interested in. "I heard that he's looking for a 500-year-old purple leaf twin flower. Do you have it?" he asked. She was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Purple leaf twin flower? I have it. I have it even more precious than the purple leaf twin flower." "Then I'll take you to see him tomorrow. After we pass by the foot of Medicine Peak, let's go to my cave to rest. We'll talk about this tomorrow. My time is a bit tight. I have to go back tomorrow. I can only come out for 2 days." Although she left the Fire Phoenix and the others to guard there, she was still worried that the people from the Five Venom sect would come looking for them. It was said that those people were good at using poison. She was worried that they would be at a disadvantage when she wasn't at Lunghua. He was surprised. 2 days? It's not that far from the Heavenly Sun Immortal Sect to Hundred River City. I got a treasure. I can come and go in an instant," Feng Jiu said with a smile. She took out her Aurora teleportation scroll and showed it to him. "Look, this thing is called the Aurora teleportation scroll. You can come and go as you please in an instant. With this thing, you can almost go anywhere in an instant. Of course, this place has to be marked on it." Song Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at the Aurora teleportation scroll in his hand. Just as he was about to praise it, he heard a voice in front of him. "It is indeed a treasure." Hearing the sudden female voice, Feng Jiu narrowed his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman in white who was slowly walking over. She was dressed in the white robes of the sect, and her ink-black hair naturally fell behind her. As she walked, the hem of her robes gently swayed, creating beautiful petals. Before she even got close, a faint floral fragrance filled the air. Seeing the beauty staring at the Aurora teleportation scroll in Song Ming's hand, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Her lips curled into a devilish smile. She put a hand on Song Ming's shoulder and asked, "Little Song Song, who is this beauty?" Hearing the words, "Little Song Song," Song Ming couldn't help but feel speechless. He glanced at her speechlessly. "Can you not play with me like this? You don't like it? Then she's called Little Ming Ming? Tell me, who is this beauty?" Chapter 2149. The corner of Song Ming's mouth twitched. What kind of weird hobby did she have? As a woman, she actually wanted to flirt with other women? "Let's go. I'll bring you to rest." He closed the teleportation scroll in his hand and was about to leave with Fengjiu when the woman called out to them. "Senior brother Song, aren't you going to introduce us?" The woman turned sideways and looked at the two people who were about to walk past her. "We've only met once. Why do I need to introduce you?" Song Ming looked at her as he spoke. He had no intention of introducing Fengjiu to her, nor did he intend to introduce her to Fengjiu. Seeing this, Fengjiu raised an eyebrow and looked at the woman with a smile. "How should I address you, beautiful?" "Bai Qingcheng," she said. "Oh, Bai Qingcheng?" Fengjiu softly repeated the name. His gaze lingered on her body. He smiled and praised. "You're just like your name. You're indeed a beauty capable of toppling cities." Bai Qingcheng smiled faintly. Her beautiful face was reserved and proud. She stood there quietly with an appropriate smile on her face. Her hands were crossed in front of her and placed on her stomach. She had long since become indifferent to such compliments. As a result, she only smiled faintly at the young man's praise. She did not ask for his name. Instead, she shifted her gaze to the treasure in Song Ming's hand, and a glint of light flashed through her eyes. A treasure for teleportation. This was a precious treasure. How could it fall into the hands of such a young man? If he had this treasure, he could use it to save his life if he encountered danger outside. However, even her family did not possess such a precious treasure. Seeing Bai Qingcheng looking at the Aurora teleportation scroll in his hand, Song Ming frowned and handed the Aurora teleportation scroll to Fengjiu. "Keep it." Hearing this, a smile flashed across Fengjiu's eyes. She reached out and took the scroll. At this moment, Bai Qingcheng stepped forward. "Sir, can I take a look at the teleportation scroll in your hand?" she asked directly. Because of her approach, Fengjiu stopped in the middle of putting away the teleportation scroll. Hearing her words, the smile on her lips deepened. She looked up at the beautiful woman in front of her and saw that her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at her with a smile. "No," she directly refused and ignored the slightly stiff expression of the beauty in front of her. She then put away the Aurora teleportation scroll into her space. What right did she have to show her treasure to her? Perhaps she did not expect the young man in front of her to reject her request. She looked deeply into Fengjiu's eyes and asked, "May I know your name?" When Song Ming saw this, he did not say anything. He just watched quietly from the side with an expression of watching a good show. When Fengjiu heard this, he smiled and said, "We've only met once. How can you say his name so casually? The elders in my family have told me that because I'm handsome and outstanding, I have to prevent women from clinging to me. Therefore, I have to keep a distance of 3 steps away from women." Speaking of this, he looked at the ugly expression of the beauty in front of him and said, "Beauty, you're too close to me. This will make me misunderstand that you have ulterior motives towards me." When Song Ming heard this, his eyes were full of smiles. He put his hands behind his back and said to Fengjiu, "Let's go. Let's have a drink at my place first." Chapter 2150. Inside Song Ming's cave abode. That woman called Bai Qingcheng is rumored to be the Star of the Phoenix, the one being protected by the Sky Sun sect. Fengjiu curled his lips as his eyes glinted with an inexplicable light. "Yes, that's her." Song Ming looked at her and said, "But I know that she's not the Star of the Phoenix." "You are." Fengjiu smiled, but did not say anything. "I've also vaguely reminded my master, but they seem to have confirmed that she's the Star of the Phoenix. So, not only are they protecting her, but they're also giving her the best cultivation resources. Although they said that they've sealed off the news to prevent it from spreading," he smiled. He smiled and said, "Everyone outside who should know already knows, and they all think that the Star of the Phoenix is that woman. The few of us thought that since the people of the various sects have misunderstood, then we'll just let them be. This way, you'll be more at ease." He paused and said, "Huaxian's sect, on the other hand, seems to know that the one we have here is fake." Fengjiu smiled. "When I first arrived here, I went to Huaxian's sect to save someone for them." "I see." He nodded and said, "Oh right, you said that you're going back tomorrow? I'll accompany you to Yao Peak later. Let's settle this matter first." "Okay," she replied and took a sip of the wine in her glass. On the other side, Bai Qingcheng was discussing the matter with her master on a mountain peak. "I saw that the young man had a life-saving treasure, So I thought that if I have that item, I'll be more secure when I leave the mountain. So, I'd like to ask for your help. I'm willing to exchange my treasure with that young man. I won't let him suffer a loss." The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly when he heard this. The Aurora teleportation scroll? That's an immortal artifact-level treasure. How could a young man like that have it? "Master." She looked at him as if she wanted to say something, but stopped herself. "I understand. Go back first. I'll ask someone to find out about the young man's background. I'll discuss it with the sect leader and the other peak masters before making a decision." Hearing this, she was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Yes, your disciple will leave now." Seeing her turn and leave, the middle-aged man frowned and pondered. After a while, he sighed, got up, and walked out. In the main peak where the sect master was located. "Oh, is there such a thing?" The sect leader was a little surprised. Then he said, "However, why would that young man be willing to exchange for such a treasure? Even if we want to protect the safety of the Phoenix Star, we can't do anything that goes against common sense. If we want to exchange the Aurora teleportation scroll with that young man, we have to get the young man's consent. Otherwise, we can't forcefully seize it." "Yes, I think so too. That's why I'm here to inform the sect leader and the other peak masters. How should we deal with this? Is there even a need to ask? Of course, we have to get that young man's consent first." Another peak master said as he stroked his beard. He frowned and said, "However, isn't it a little too much for us to grant Fengxing's request and protect her? I'm worried. What you're worried about is exactly what I'm worried about." Another peak master said. Chapter 21:51. "Yes." The peak master replied and left first. After he left, the other peak masters looked at each other. One of them said hesitantly, "Sect master, we actually have some doubts. We don't know if we should say it." Hearing that, the sect master looked at them and said, "If you have something to say, say it." Seeing that, the peak master who spoke said, "Although we've determined that Bai Qingsheng is the star of the Phoenix, after some time, we feel that her character and behavior are a little off for a moment. They couldn't find the right words to describe Bai Qingsheng. They could only say, although she also has a noble aura and a phoenix birthmark, she seems to be a quiet and peaceful person who doesn't fight for anything. In fact, she's quite a scheming person with sharp words. We're worried that Fengxing might have made a mistake somewhere." Hearing that, the sect master pondered. "That's right. I'm worried about that too. As the star of the Phoenix, her vision, temperament, and breadth of mind must be broad. Bai Qingqing's beauty and talent are top-notch, but her temperament and vision are slightly. Ahem." The sect master coughed softly, looked at everyone, and said, "How about this? Yuan, Nan, Immortal Lord, find a chance to visit the Huaxian sect. I feel that the Huaxian sect's attitude towards our Star of the Phoenix is a little different from other sections. Go and ask the sect master of the Huaxian sect. This matter must be done secretly. Don't let the news leak out, especially by Qingsheng. Don't make any moves for now. Let's wait for a while." Yuan Nan, Immortal Lord, replied and said, "I'll leave tomorrow after I've settled the matters at hand." While everyone was discussing, Songming brought Fengjiu to Yao Peak and went to Peak Master Yao's peak. "Songming, why are you looking for me?" Peak Master Yao stroked his beard and walked out. After glancing at Songming, who had a smile on his face, he glanced at Fengjiu and sized her up. "Who's this? Why did you bring him here?" "Peak Master Yi, this is..." Songming was about to introduce Fengjiu to him when Peak Master Yao, who was stroking his beard, suddenly opened his eyes and strode to Fengjiu. "Purple leaf, twin heroes." Peak Lord Yao stared at the purple leaf twin flowers in Fengjiu's hand and asked, "How did you get the purple leaf twin flowers?" "Naturally, I got it by chance." Fengjiu's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. Her expression was lazy and casual as she looked at the ecstatic Peak Master Yao. "Little brother, how much do you want?" "This old man wants to buy your purple leaf twin flowers." His eyes were filled with determination. From his point of view, such a precious elixir in the hands of a young man would not be able to bring out its full potential. More importantly, he was currently lacking the purple leaf twin flowers. Furthermore, this stock was 500 years old. However, why did it look as if it had just been pulled out from the soil? A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he looked at the purple leaf twin flowers, whose roots were still stained with dirt, with a strange expression on his face. Where did this young man get such a 500-year-old purple leaf twin flowers? I don't lack money. I'm not selling. She shook her head with a smile in her eyes. Chapter 2152. I don't lack dawn or spiritual medicine. I have treasures as well. She grinned. Looking at the elder's darkened face, she continued, even though I don't want to trade those things with you, but what? The peak leader asked, thinking, what is this young man planning? She doesn't want my dawn, spiritual medicine, or treasures. Did he know that the things he refined were rarely available for purchase in the outside world? How about I make a bet with you? Her eyes flashed. While the peak leader was still in shock, she waved the purple leaf twin in her hand. If you win, this is yours. Hearing this, the peak leader fell into deep thought. Looking at Fengjiu, he said, bet? I have never gambled with anyone in my life, and I don't know how to gamble. He was so busy with alchemy that he didn't even have the time to gamble with others. He didn't know anything about betting on big or small bets. Song Ming watched from the side without speaking. When he heard the peak leader say no, he looked at Fengjiu. Fengjiu smiled. Instead of calling it a bet, it's more like a competition. Oh, what do you mean? He became interested. This young man sure talked big. Did she know who he was? She dared to compete with him? Let's compete in alchemy. If the peak leader wins, the purple leaf twin is yours. If I win, she grinned as her eyes flashed with cunning. Her tone carried a hint of provocation. I heard that the peak leader has a 500-year-old 7-star spiritual grass. Do you dare to use that stock as the wager for victory or defeat? Hearing the young man's provocative words, confidence, and arrogance, the peak leader was startled. Then, he raised his head and laughed out loud. Ah! His hearty laughter echoed throughout the peak of medicine, attracting the attention of many disciples. Young man, do you know who I am? His brows were full of smiles. With one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard, he looked at the youth who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth with a smile. Fengjiu's lips curled into a smile. Yes, Old Yi, the peak master of the Sky Sun Sex Medicine Peak. It said that among the 4 great immortal sex medicine peak masters, Old Yi is number 1 in terms of alchemy talent. Since you already know, do you still dare to compete with me? He was slightly surprised. Didn't this youth want to directly gift the item to him? Of course I dare, but I'm worried that you won't. She looked at him and smiled. Hearing this, Peak Master Yao stroked his beard and shook his head with a smile. You're an interesting kid. Since you're not afraid of losing, then I'm not afraid of others saying that I'm bullying you. It's getting late, so how about this? How about we compete again tomorrow morning? Of course. She nodded her head and smiled faintly. However, I hope that Peak Master Yao can invite a few influential people to observe this bet tomorrow. I am also worried that if Peak Master Yao were to renege on his promise after losing, then I would be at a disadvantage. Ha! Hearing this, Peak Master Yao found it amusing and laughed out loud. All right, don't worry. Tonight, this old man will go talk to the sect leader and the other Peak Masters and invite them to watch our competition. At that time, I will tell them about the wager in advance and let them be our witnesses. This way, people won't say that this old man is cheating children in the future. Chapter 2153. Haha, good. Peak Master Yao said with a smile. She looked at Fengjiu and asked, Are you resting at Song Ming's place now? Yes, she replied. All right, you can go back and have a good rest today. Come to Yao Peak tomorrow morning and we'll compete. Then we'll go back first, Song Ming said. He bowed and left with Fengjiu. After the two of them left, Peak Master Yao suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to ask the young man's name. After they left, Peak Master Yao went to the sect master and told him about the matter. In less than half a day, the news had spread throughout the entire Heavenly Sun celestial sect. Did you hear? There's an arrogant young man who wants to compete with Peak Master Yao in alchemy. I heard that this young man is Junior Uncle Song's little uncle. How is that possible? It should be a joke. I saw them when they came in, and they seem to be friends who have known each other for many years. However, this young man is quite brave. He dares to compete with Peak Master Yao in alchemy? Doesn't he know that our heavenly sun sect's peak master Yao is the most skilled in alchemy among the 4 major celestial sects? That's why I said that this young man doesn't know his place. I heard that he even brought an extremely precious purple leaf hero spirit herb as a bet if he lost the competition. I wonder which clan's prodigal son is from. The purple leaf hero spirit herb is a priceless treasure. I heard that peak master Yao spent a lot of effort to find such a spirit herb. I didn't expect it to be delivered to her doorstep in the end. I heard that the competition will be held at Yao Peak tomorrow. I'm just going to take a look. Yao Peak has never had such a competition before. That's right. The other peaks in our sect have regular competitions, but Yao Peak doesn't. However, I can see Peak Master Yao refining pills this time. I must go and take a look no matter what. The other Peak Masters were a little surprised by the news that had spread throughout the sect. They had wanted to ask about the young man's background, but who knew that Peak Master Yao was so focused on the purple leaf twin heroes that he had forgotten to ask about the other party's background. Hearing this, everyone could only shake their heads and smile. Since the Medicine Peak Master, Old Man Yi, felt that there was no problem, they would not ask any further. Tomorrow, they would follow the sect leader to watch the competition. It could be considered as finding something interesting to do in these peaceful days. After Bai Qingsheng and her master learned of this matter, the two of them headed towards Song Ming's cave residence. At this time, Feng Jiu was drinking wine, eating meat, and chatting in Song Ming's cave residence. Tomorrow, when the results of the alchemy come out, will you leave after you get the elixirs? Song Ming asked as he poured her a cup of wine. Yes. Once you get the spiritual medicine, go back. When you go down the mountain to gain experience, come to my place for a walk. I'll take good care of you. She took a sip of wine, narrowed her eyes, and said with a smile, It's even better to call the 3 of them together. All right. Song Ming nodded. At this time, he heard a sound coming from outside. He glanced at Feng Jiu and said, I'll go take a look. You continue to drink. With that, he got up and walked out. When he came outside, he saw Bai Qingsheng and her master. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. Peak Master, why are you here so late? Is there something wrong? Chapter 2154. Hearing this, Song Ming's heart skipped a beat. He turned his body slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Peak Master, please. Feng Jiu, who was eating inside, heard the commotion outside. He turned his head slightly and saw Song Ming bringing Bai Qingsheng and a group of middle-aged men in. Seeing Bai Qingsheng, Feng Jiu put down the chopsticks in his hand. With a devilish smile, he looked at her slightly. Beauty, are you here to look for me? He did not treat Feng Jiu as his master at all. He was flirting with Feng Jiu's disciple in front of him. Seeing this, Song Ming's eyes flashed with a smile. He stood aside and looked at the ground as if there was some treasure on the ground. Seeing the young man's behavior, Yuan he frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, I am Qingqing's master, Yuan he Celestial. Oh, Celestial, are you here to look for Song Ming? Then I won't disturb you. You can talk. She stood up and looked like she was about to leave. Seeing this, Yuan he Celestial's veins bulged. This young man did not do anything, but his words, actions, and demeanor inexplicably angered him. It made him, a good-tempered person, angry. Wait a moment. He stopped Feng Jiu and said, I heard that you have the Aurora teleportation scroll. That's right. Feng Jiu nodded without hesitation. I would like to exchange for the Aurora teleportation scroll. Are you willing? He asked and did not use forceful means. I don't want to, Feng Jiu said with a smile. In that case, sorry to disturb you. As he spoke, he turned to leave. However, when he turned to leave, Bai Qingsheng pulled on his sleeve. Master! Bai Qingsheng tugged on his sleeve. When she saw that her master had stopped and turned around with a displeased look on his face, she hurriedly let go of his sleeve and said, Master, please wait for a moment. Let me talk to him. Yuan Celestial looked at her deeply. He did not say anything, but he did not leave either. Song Ming, on the other hand, treated himself as invisible and ignored them. He just stood aside and watched with a smile on his face. Feng Jiu looked at Bai Qingsheng with interest. She returned to her seat, poured herself a glass of wine, and took a sip. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised as she looked at Bai Qingsheng, waiting for her next words. Bai Qingcheng glanced at Feng Jiu and took out several celestial instruments from her space. How about I trade these celestial instruments for one of yours? Nothing much. She stretched out her index finger and waved it lightly. She looked uninterested. Bai Qingcheng's eyes flashed with annoyance. What do you want then? Feng Jiu wanted to tell her directly that she didn't want to exchange anything with her, but when he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, he suddenly smiled, but his smile was a little strange. Song Ming, who was familiar with her, looked at Feng Jiu's strange smile and felt goosebumps rise all over his body. As if thinking of something, he couldn't help but rub his arms with his hands. When he saw this smile, he knew that Feng Jiu was scheming again. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Bai Qingcheng sympathetically. Yuan Celestial looked at the young man's sudden change in expression, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. This young man, what are you laughing at? Bai Qingcheng frowned and asked, You like my Aurora teleportation scroll? She gently swirled her wine glass and asked lazily. Chapter 2155. That's right, she replied and looked at him, unsure of his intentions. Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at her with a smile in his eyes. You should have heard about my pill refining competition with the Peak Master of Medicine Peak tomorrow, right? Bai Qingcheng replied. Naturally, she had heard about this and felt that this young man really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to challenge the Peak Master of Medicine Peak. How about this? I don't want your artifacts or anything like that. If I lose in my pill refining competition with the Peak Master of Medicine Peak tomorrow, I'll give you my Aurora teleportation scroll. Hearing this, Song Ming's expression remained the same. He was not surprised at all. On the other hand, Yuan He and Sir Immortal were slightly startled. They looked meaningfully at the young man who had spoken so confidently. Although this was what he said, since he dared to say it, it meant that he felt that his pill refining skills would not lose to the Peak Master of Medicine Peak. He was just a young man. Where did he get his confidence from? If you lose in your pill refining competition with the Peak Master of Medicine Peak, you'll give me your Aurora teleportation scroll? Bai Qingcheng was also startled. She asked cautiously, What if you win? When she asked this, she was also startled. Could it be that she thought that this young man would win against the Peak Master of Medicine Peak? How could that be? If I win, he chuckled lowly. That smile, no matter how one looked at it, was somewhat vulgar. His gaze swept over Bai Qingcheng. Of course, there must be a wager. My wager is the Aurora teleportation scroll. As for you, from head to toe, you're the only person worth anything. What do you mean? Bai Qingcheng stared at him cautiously. I'm betting on your person. Feng Jiu replied casually and glanced at her. Do you think that there's anything on you that I would like? If there's anything, it would be your delightful face. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. If you dare to bet, then bet on yourself. I don't care about anything else. You're shameless. Because of Feng Jiu's words, her eyes turned red with embarrassment. She angrily waved her hand and attacked Feng Jiu. If this had been said by a woman, it would have been one thing. However, the person who said this was a man. Bet on herself? Did he want her to betray herself? This man was born with good looks, but she didn't expect him to be such a vulgar person. Feng Jiu easily dodged her attack. At the same time, he pulled her to sit on his lap with one hand. He bent down and asked in her ear, How am I shameless? I'm just thinking that I'm short of a maidservant. If you lose, you'll be my maidservant. Could it be that you're thinking of something evil? At this point, the corners of her lips curled into a devilish smile. She gently lifted her delicate chin and said, If you have such intentions, I can also. Cough. Immortal monarch Yuan He coughed heavily and gave Feng Jiu a displeased look. This young man was really audacious. He actually dared to take liberties with his disciple in front of him. It was really outrageous. The corner of Song Ming's mouth twitched slightly. How come he didn't know that Feng Jiu actually killed both men and women? The way he flirted with women was even more manly than a man. It seemed that he still had to learn a few more tricks from her. Let me go. Chapter 2156. Feng Jiu loosened his grip and allowed her to step back. He sipped his wine and glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. How about it? Do you dare to bet with me? Qingcheng, let's go back. Immortal Yuan, he called out to her. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingsheng was provoked by Feng Jiu and said, "All right, I'll bet with you. But there's one more condition." Tell me. Feng Jiu curled his lips into a smile. "If you lose, not only will you have to give me the Aurora teleportation scroll, but you will also have to be my servant and be ordered around by me," she said angrily. "No problem. But isn't that a little unfair to me?" Feng Jiu said softly. Then he chuckled. "Fine, I'll suffer a little loss then. After all, you don't have anything valuable on you." Bai Qingsheng was so angry that her face turned red. She gritted her teeth. What an arrogant young man. Let's see if he can still be so presumptuous after he loses. Song Ming looked at Bai Qingsheng sympathetically and was a little surprised. This woman looked quite smart. How could she be so easily abducted by Feng Jiu without even realizing it? Feng Jiu was really too much. What was the use of keeping such a woman by his side? In terms of looks, although Bai Qingsheng was beautiful, she lacked a certain charm. How could she be compared to her own unparalleled beauty? Immortal Yuan, he was slightly shocked when he saw how things had developed. He looked at Bai Qingsheng and shook his head. In the end, he did not say anything and left with his hands behind his back. Bai Qingsheng stared coldly at Feng Jiu with her beautiful eyes. Then, she turned around and left. She said, "If you still have the guts to do this tomorrow, I'll admit defeat." After they left, Song Ming sat down. He shook his head and said helplessly, "What are you trying to do? What's the use of keeping such a woman by your side?" "Says who?" Feng Jiu chuckled and said, "Bai Qingsheng is beautiful and powerful. She's pleasing to the eye. Besides, I like to tame people like her who are a little wild and arrogant." As she said that, her eyes looked at him meaningfully. Seeing her eyes, he knew that she was talking about how she taught the four of them a lesson. He could not help but shake his head. All right. You've got a hobby of your own. It's up to you. I'm not drinking. I'll go and rest." "Which room?" "This one." The next morning, Feng Jiu and Song Ming headed to Yao Peak at around 7 a.m. Because the news had spread, everyone in the Tianyang sect was very curious. Many people gathered at Yao Peak, ready to watch the alchemy competition. They wanted to see what the arrogant young man looked like. How could he be so brainless? The sect leader and the others felt that the competition was unfair. After all, the peak master of their heavenly pill sects, Yao Peak, was the best among the four major immortal sects. If word got out that they let such a senior alchemist compete with a young man in alchemy, the Tianyang sect would be laughed at for being unkind. Chapter 2157. The peak master of Yao Peak had been waiting there for a long time. He was looking forward to the Purple Leaf Twin Heroes. He hoped that the competition would end as soon as possible so that he could take the Purple Leaf Twin Heroes into his possession. Why aren't they here yet? Are they getting cold feet? The peak master of Yao Peak paced back and forth worriedly, rubbing his palms as he looked forward. The sect master could not help but shake his head. "Didn't you say that they would meet in the middle of the morning? It's not time yet. What's the rush? Sit down. You're making me dizzy." They're here. Senior Uncle Song is here." A disciple ran over happily to report, "Master, Senior Uncle Song and that young man are here." Hearing this, the peak master hurriedly strode forward. When he saw the two coming up from the bottom of the mountain, he could not help but smile. They're finally here. I didn't expect this young man to have some guts and not get cold feet." They waited at the top of the mountain for a while before they saw the two coming up. Song Ming brought Feng Jiu to his master and bowed. "Greetings, master." The Sky Sun sect master nodded. His gaze fell on Feng Jiu as he sized him up. "Greetings, sect master." Feng Jiu also cupped his hands and bowed. "Do you really want to compete with Peak Master Yao? With your Purple Leaf Twin Heroes as the wager?" The sect master asked. He thought that if this young man were to back out now, he would make the decision to suppress this matter and find another way to obtain the Purple Leaf Twin Heroes for Peak Master Yao. "Yes," Feng Jiu replied with a smile. His gaze turned and fell on Bai Qingsheng. Seeing Feng Jiu's gaze fall to the side, the sect master followed his gaze. Seeing that he was staring at Bai Qingsheng, the sect master did not say anything else. However, at this moment, Bai Qing Cheng noticed Feng Jiu's gaze. She lifted her chin and met Feng Jiu's gaze. She stepped forward and respectfully stood in front of the sect master and the peak masters. Seeing Bai Qing Cheng suddenly walk out, everyone was slightly surprised. This was a competition between Peak Master Yao and this young man. Why did she walk out? Just as they were about to ask, they heard Bai Qing's voice. Sect leader, Peak Lords, I have something to report. She lifted her head and looked at them. Disciple Bai Qing made a bet with him. She pointed her finger at Feng Jiu, who was standing at the side. I bet that he will lose to the Medicine Peak's Medicine Lord. Hearing this, the sect master and Feng Jiu, the sect master. The other onlookers couldn't help but be startled when they saw this. Then, they started to discuss in a low voice, isn't this supposed to be a competition between Peak Lord Yao and that youngster? The loser has to hand over a 500-year-old precious spirit herb. That young man has a 500-year-old purple leaf double flower, while Peak Master Yao has a 500-year-old 7-star spirit herb. How is this related to Senior Marshal Sister Bai? The crowd discussed and looked at the two of them curiously. They did not understand what was going on. At this moment, Feng Jiu walked out with a leisurely smile on his face. He said to the sect master and peak masters, I made a bet with her. If I lose, I will give her an Aurora teleportation scroll. If I win, she will be my servant for the rest of her life. She cannot disobey me. Chapter 2158. That's right. If Peak Master Yi wins, apart from giving me the Aurora teleportation scroll, he'll have to be my servant for the rest of his life. She paused and glanced at Feng Jiu, then said to the sect master, in front of the sect master and all the other peak masters, please be our witnesses. She refused to believe that this young man could win against the peak master of Medicine Peak. Peak Master Yi, please do your best. She saluted Peak Master Yi and said. She agreed to this bet because she knew how much Peak Master Yi treasured his 500-year-old 7-star spiritual herb and how much he needed the purple leaf twin heroes. She believed that even if it wasn't for her, he would not lose for his own sake. Peak Master Yi was stunned. He looked at Bai Qing Cheng, then at the young man, and finally at the sect master. This that the sect master also frowned at Bai Qing Cheng. Don't you want to think about it carefully? This is not a game. How could she casually bet on something that concerned her entire life? Even if the Aurora teleportation scroll was a treasure, there was no need to go to this extent. If he's not afraid of losing, why should I be? Bai Qing Cheng raised her chin and looked at the Peak Master of Medicine Peak. Besides, I believe that with Peak Master Ye's pill refinement skills, this young man is no match for him. Hearing this, the sect master sighed internally and looked at Feng Jiu. What about you? Don't you want to think about it? This concerns your entire life. It's not a game. Seeing the sect master's reminder, Feng Jiu smiled. It's all right. I like to bet, especially when it comes to the stakes. As for losing, I haven't thought about it. So, let's talk about it after I lose. Since all of you have said so, then I will bear witness for all of you. No matter who wins or loses, none of you could deny it. The sect leader's voice, which contained spiritual energy, rang out clearly throughout the entire Medicine Peak. Yes, the three of them responded at the same time. They looked at each other with different expressions in their eyes. Since it's a pill refinement competition, let's choose the same type of pill to refine. That way, it'll be easier to determine who's better. As the sect master spoke, he waved his hand and signaled for someone to bring out the prepared spiritual medicine tables. There were 2 rectangular tables with all kinds of elixirs on them. Peak Master Yao walked forward, stopped in front of the table, and said to Feng Jiu, these are the names of the 6th level pills. Since we want to compete whose pill refining ability is higher, naturally the grade of the pills cannot be low. Yes, of course, Feng Jiu responded. His gaze fell on the bamboo tube. He was curious as to what it was used for. As if he knew what Feng Jiu was thinking, Peak Master Yao picked up the bamboo tube and said, there are 10 kinds of elixir names in here. One of us will draw a card and decide what kind of elixir we want to refine. As he spoke, he tilted the bamboo tube towards Feng Jiu's direction. You're the guest, so you draw. Seeing this, Feng Jiu smiled. The guest follows the host. You're the Peak Lord of Medicine Peak, so you should be the one to draw. Since that's the case, Junior Niespai, please draw a card for us. As Peak Master Yao spoke, he took the bamboo tube and walked in front of Bai Qingqing. Seeing this scene, Bai Qingqing paused for a moment and glanced at the two of them. Then, she took out a crumpled piece of paper and handed it to the sect master. Chapter 2159. Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill. Hiss. It's actually the Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill. This is the most difficult pill to refine among the level 6 pills. This Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill is an important pill that can help experts at the peak of the Celestial Sage realm to break through the karma and enter the Celestial Venerable realm. It's very difficult to break through to the Celestial Sage realm. Many cultivators can't break through to the Celestial Venerable realm because they can't break through the karma. They either die because of the karma or fail to experience the heavenly thunder. If there's this Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill, it'll be different. However, it seems that even our master hasn't refined the Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill. What are you worried about? If our master can't refine it, then it's even more impossible for the young man. After all, our master has studied this Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill for a long time. No matter what, he has the upper hand. Cough. As he listened to the murmurs of the disciples around him, the Peak Master of Medicine, Peak, coughed softly and swept his cold gaze across them. He then looked at the young man in green robes and saw that the young man was deep in thought with one hand supporting his chin. His lips were moving slightly, and the Peak Master could faintly hear the young man's murmurs. What's this Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill? Why does it sound familiar? Fengjiu muttered softly as he thought about where he had heard the name of this pill before. Hearing Fengjiu's whispers, the corner of Medicine Peak Master's mouth twitched. So, this young man didn't even know what kind of spiritual medicine the Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill was? How could he compete with him? After all, he had studied this Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill for some time. If he wanted to refine it today, it should be possible. Looking at their expressions, the sect master looked up at the sky and said, "It's the middle of the morning now. Let's end it at the end of the evening. It's already sunset. No matter who refines it faster, the Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill will be tested last. What do you two think?" "I have no objections," Fengjiu said. Seeing this, Medicine Peak Master also said, "I have no objections either." "All right, we can start." The sect leader was just about to say that they could start when he saw the green-robed young man looking at him. He couldn't help but stop and ask, "Is there anything else?" Fengjiu nodded with a smile and said, "I'll provide the medicinal ingredients myself." "All right," the sect master nodded, but he was slightly surprised in his heart. There were many medicinal herbs for the Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill. Among them, there were a few that were more precious. Could it be that he had them? "Let's begin," the sect leader said as he ordered someone to place an hourglass at the side to check the time. Everyone in the surroundings retreated, and even the sect master and the others made space for them. With the two of them as the center, there was no one standing within 100 meters of them. In the huge alchemy field at the top of the Medicine Peak, there were only the two of them there. There was a distance of about 100 meters, and each of them occupied one side, not interfering with each other. When the time began, Peak Master Yao took out his alchemy cauldron and began to select the herbs. The two of them completed it alone. There were no medicine boys around to help. Whether it was selecting the herbs, or processing the herbs, or controlling the fire and wind of the alchemist, it was all done by themselves. Compared to Peak Master Yao, who had already started, Fengjiu found a place to sit down. He took out the ancient book that recorded various prescriptions from the space and flipped through it. Chapter 2160. Seeing the difference between the two of them, the crowd in the distance was stunned. What is that young man doing? Is he going to read books and look for information? It can't be. Is he learning alchemy at the last minute? He dares to compete with our master like this? Is there something wrong with his brain? With his looks, we know he's going to lose even without competing. I think he's purely here to play, using himself to play. He's even gambling with himself. Could it be that he likes seeing your sister Bai, so he wants to be her servant? Songming glanced at those gossiping people and looked away indifferently. Although it seemed that Fengjiu had never come into contact with that pill before, with her talent, how could she not be able to refine it? They just had to wait and see the final result. He believed that in the end, she would definitely amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat and bring unexpected results to everyone. Bai Qingcheng looked at the young man, sitting there flipping through the book, and couldn't help but sneer. She knew that he would definitely lose. This purple heart barrier breaking pill was the most difficult pill to refine among the 6th-level pills. At his age, he probably hadn't heard of it. The Sectmaster and the others sat there and watched. They also felt that this young man would definitely lose. How could an alchemist who had to flip through books to refine pills refine any good pills? Moreover, that was a 6th-level pill. Not to mention this young man, even if the other 3 major immortal sects medicine peak masters came to compete, they probably wouldn't be Elder Ye's opponent. On the other side, Feng Jiu flipped to the page that recorded the purple heart barrier breaking pill. She looked at the pill refining steps and the required spiritual herbs. After reading it once, she memorized it. Then, she took out the spiritual herbs to be used from the space and placed them on a rectangular table beside her. She took out the ancient divine cauldron, Shinnong cauldron, from the space and threw it forward. A small gray cauldron spun out and gradually grew bigger before landing steadily on the ground. She raised her hand, and a cluster of natal flames flew into the bottom of the cauldron with a whoosh. From the bottom of the cauldron, it instantly surrounded the entire Shinnong cauldron. In the next moment, a strong spiritual aura was emitted from the cauldron, causing the flames around the cauldron to burn even more fiercely. When the spiritual aura spread out and the flames burned, array patterns appeared on the cauldron. Seeing this scene, her eyes moved slightly. This was not the first time she used the Shinnong cauldron. Now, the pills in the heavenly pill dispensary were all refined by her using the Shinnong cauldron. It was said that the pills refined using the Shinnong cauldron were of the best quality. This was her first time refining this purple heart barrier breaking pill. She faintly knew that she would not be able to successfully refine it in one go. However, although it was morning, it was not easy to complete the pill before sunset for a level 6 pill in such a short period of time. The Shinnong cauldron could shorten the refining time and at the same time reduce the probability of failure. Moreover, she said that she would go back in 2 days. Today was already the 2nd day. Once the pill was refined successfully, she would have to leave immediately. Thinking of this, she abandoned the distracting thoughts in her heart and focused on this cauldron of pills. For the first cauldron of pills, she refined according to the steps recorded. Step by step, there was not a trace of mistake. However, after 2 hours, when she was about to add the last few main herbs, she found something wrong. Chapter 2161. Whoosh! Boom! The powerful airflow sucked the alchemy furnace up. After it flew into the air, it made a rumbling sound. The herbs in the alchemy furnace were burned in an instant. Accompanied by a powerful flame, it directly spurted out and flew towards the people 100 meters away. The crowd was laughing at the young man's misfortune. As they were talking about the explosion of the young man's pill furnace, they saw a black mass of medicinal dregs flying towards them, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah!" They all retreated to avoid it, but there were still some people who were splashed by the scattered medicinal dregs. Some of the medicinal dregs were like paste, black and stuck to their robes, and it was very unpleasant to look at. The burnt smell was especially unpleasant. Bang! At this moment, the pill furnace in the air fell to the ground, creating a large hole in the ground, and made a loud bang, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Whoosh! Damn it! This kid didn't do it on purpose, did he? What kind of medicinal dregs are these? They stink so much. Someone cursed in a low voice, while looking at the medicinal dregs on his clothes in disgust. In front, Feng Jiu was also stunned when she saw the burnt herbs. She looked at it in surprise and thought to herself, "What's wrong?" The steps were clearly correct. She walked forward and placed the pill furnace properly. Seeing that there was no more medicinal dregs inside, she waved her hand and started again. She didn't believe that following the steps was wrong. Then, she would try again. On the other side, Peak Master Yao, who saw the young man's pill furnace fly up and then fall, was a little surprised that it didn't explode. It was impossible to refine a level 6 pill with an ordinary pill furnace, and he had searched for a long time before he could find this one. He didn't expect this young man to have a good pill furnace. However, seeing the young man fail, he wasn't surprised. If this level 6 pill was so easy to refine, then it wouldn't be the most difficult level 6 pill to refine, the purple heart barrier breaking pill. He collected his thoughts and focused on refining. When he saw the spiritual herbs in his pill furnace fuse together and gradually emit a rich medicinal fragrance, he couldn't help but feel happy. Great, it looked like he could succeed in one try. Who knew? As he was thinking, his emotions fluctuated too much, and he couldn't control the fire evenly. Instantly, a burnt smell came out. Smelling that burnt smell, his face darkened. Damn it! Indeed, he was too careless. His mind had only wandered for a moment, and his emotions had fluctuated wildly. The flames had already charred the cauldron of pills inside. Seeing the cauldron of pills destroyed, just like that, his heart ached. On the other side, the sect master and the others looked at Peak Master Yao in astonishment. Did he fail as well? From the looks of it, it wasn't easy to refine a 6th level medicinal pill. Moreover, there was still a long time before the sun went down. Seeing that the two of them did not make any progress, some closed their eyes to cultivate, while others closed their eyes to rest. As time passed, Fengjiu failed again and again, while Peak Lord Yao failed twice. He was exceptionally careful when concocting his third batch of pills. Seeing that the pills were about to take shape, he didn't dare to be careless. He stared intently until the clouds in the sky stirred and lightning flashed. Look! It was heavenly thunder. The Peak Master has successfully refined it. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all pleasantly surprised to see the heavenly lightning forming in the sky. Just as their voices fell, they heard a loud rumble, and the heavenly lightning struck down from the clouds. Chapter 2162. The earth-shaking explosion made everyone's ears ring. They felt the powerful aura of the heavenly thunder spreading in the surroundings. The airflow visible to the naked eye surged like water ripples and spread outwards. Boom! The second bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. Everyone laughed happily, especially by Qingqing. Her face was filled with joy. She looked at Yao Feng, who was preparing to strike down the third bolt of heavenly thunder, and then looked at the youth in green who was still refining. Her beautiful face could not help but reveal a smile. This youth was destined to be her servant. The last bolt of pill thunder struck down. Other than Song Ming, almost everyone felt that the youth in green would lose without a doubt. However, Fengjiu did not care so much. She had wasted a lot of spiritual herbs, and only this last batch of the main herbs was left. Therefore, this batch must not have any mistakes. Moreover, after failing so many times, she more or less knew where the problem was. Now, she only needed to focus on refining this batch of pills. On the other side, Peak Master Yao waited for the aura of the pill thunder to disperse before he went forward to take out the pills. There were 3 pills. However, 2 of them had turned into useless pills, and only one was successful. Even so, he was inexplicably excited. All the alchemists knew how difficult it was to refine the purple heart barrier breaking pill. Now, he had only failed twice and succeeded on his 3rd try. Even if it was only a 6th level lower grade pill, it was enough for him to be excited for a long time. Moreover, he knew that he would definitely win. Thinking of this, his proud gaze turned towards the green-robed youth who was focused on refining pills. He could not help but chuckle. That purple leaf twinning is this old man's. Little brat, you have to suffer a little to learn that there is always someone better than you. Fengjiu did not have a mood to care about what Peak Master Yao was muttering. She was wholeheartedly focused on the pill furnace. After learning from her previous failures, she became more careful and meticulous in handling things. As time passed, the sun was about to set. The time was about to end. The surrounding people were preparing to see the final success or failure. However, at this moment, they smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. This medicinal fragrance was different from ordinary medicinal fragrances. Just smelling this medicinal fragrance caused many disciples to be in a daze. In the end, Some of them actually sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. Upon seeing this, the sect leader and the peak masters were slightly surprised. They looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. "This medicinal fragrance seems to be," murmured one of the peak lords. He couldn't help but stand up and take 2 steps forward. Just as he was about to take another step forward, Song Ming stopped him. "Peak Master, there's no need to rush. It's not time yet." There was a smile on Song Ming's face. He took in the expressions on everyone's faces and revealed a smile. He knew that Feng Jiu would not disappoint. Compete with her in alchemy? These people didn't even know who she was, yet they dared to bet against her. And that by Qin Sheng, who had bet against her so easily. This was going to be interesting. Chapter 2163. Peak Master Yao was stunned when he caught a whiff of the medicinal fragrance. He was the Peak Master of Yao Peak and the leader of the 4 Pill Masters in the 4 major celestial sects. He knew what was going on just by smelling the rich medicinal fragrance. However, he did not expect this. He did not expect boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck, and the loud sound jolted him back to his senses. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him and did not know how to react for a moment. Boom! The second bolt of lightning struck, followed closely by the third. At this moment, the medicinal fragrance had already faded away, leaving only the aura of the heavenly lightning lingering in the air. All the disciples who had been sitting cross-legged in cultivation opened their eyes at this moment. Each and every one of them looked at the green-robed youth in front of them with a strange expression, as well as his cauldron of pills. Bai Qingsheng was also stunned. When she saw the 3 bolts of lightning strike, her heart began to panic. If she had not held on with all her might, her trembling legs would not have been able to support her body. The sect master stood up and stepped forward. His steps carried a sense of urgency, and his eyes were filled with unconcealable curiosity. He came to the green-robed young man's side and asked, "Is the pill done?" It's done." She nodded in response and walked forward. Raising her hand, she opened the lid and took out the 3 medicinal pills inside. However, one of them was a strange pill. The color of the medicinal pill was not quite the same. The other 2 medicinal pills were pure 6th-grade purple heart barrier-breaking pills. Feng Jiu placed the 3 pills on a jade plate on the table. The rich spiritual aura from the 3 pills stunned the sect master and the peak masters who had gathered around them. Their 6th-level purple heart barrier-breaking pills. Out of the 3 pills, 2 of them were successful. One of the peak masters exclaimed in disbelief. His eyes widened as he stared at the green-robed young man in shock. How'd you do it? How could you refine such pills at such a young age?" Supreme grade, 6th-level purple heart-breaking yang pill. The peak master of Yao Peak, who had squeezed his way in, stared at the 3 pills on the jade plate and mumbled to himself. His expression was filled with shock. His eyes were fixed on the pills on the jade plate, as if he was afraid that he had seen wrongly. How is this possible? Unknowingly, Bai Qingsheng had also arrived at the table. When she saw the 2 pills with 6 elixir veins on them, her face turned pale and she panicked. Her legs gave way and she fell to the ground. After Feng Jiu took in everyone's expressions, he looked at Peak Master Yao. "Peak Master Yi, where are your medicinal pills? Take them out and we'll know who's the winner." Hearing this, Peak Leader Yao's heart trembled. He stared at the young man in green before him and glared at him. "Who the hell are you? A person with such talent in alchemy could not possibly be a nobody. Just who was this young man?" Not only the sect leader and the others, but even Bai Qingsheng, who was sitting on the ground, clenched her fists tightly and asked through gritted teeth, "Who are you? Who is it? That's right. Who is this green-robed young man? How could he concoct such a pill?" It was obvious that the green-robed youth had won the alchemy competition. Chapter 2164. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Feng Jiu curled his lips into a smile. He cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd. His voice was casual and carried a hint of a smile as he said, "Everyone, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Feng Jiu." Feng Jiu? Hearing this name, everyone felt that it sounded familiar. It was as if they had heard this name before, but they couldn't recall where. Why do I feel like I've heard this name before? One of the peak masters said. He was deep in thought, but he couldn't recall where. I feel like I've heard it before too, but I don't know when I've heard it from someone, another peak master said with a slight frown. The sect leader also felt that this name sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall where. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and asked, "Sect leader, peak masters, did I win this competition?" Hearing this, the crowd couldn't be bothered to think about who Fengjiu was. They looked at each other, then glanced at Peak Master Yao, who was in disbelief, and by Qingsheng, who was in a daze. In this competition, the winner and loser depended on these two people. Peak Master Yao had lost a 500-year-old 7-star spiritual herb, while Bai Qingsheng had lost her entire life. Thinking of this, it was difficult for them to speak. If Bai Qingsheng was really the star of the phoenix, but she had lost to Fengjiu and had to be his servant for the rest of her life, could such a person really be the star of the phoenix? From what they knew, the star of the phoenix should be extremely talented and lucky. Since the star of the phoenix was the ruler of the world, it was bound to be incomparable to others. Bai Qingsheng, on the other hand, seemed to lack more than just a little bit of luck. Master, please announce the winner and loser, Song Ming said as he looked at his master, the sect leader of the Sky Sun sect. He believed that with his master's character, he would handle this matter fairly. Hearing this, the sect master took a deep look at Peak Master Yao and Bai Qingsheng. He then whispered a few words to the other peak masters beside him. Then, with a voice that contained spiritual energy, he said, "Fengjiu is the winner of this alchemy competition." The voice that contained the aura of spiritual energy spread through the air and clearly entered the ears of all the disciples. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, especially the disciples of Medicine Peak. They even shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can my master lose to that brat?" The sect master's sharp gaze swept across the surroundings with pressure. The surrounding people immediately quieted down. He retracted his gaze and looked at Peak Master Yao, who was standing in a daze. His eyes were fixed on the purple heart barrier-breaking pill on the jade plate. He asked, "Elder Yi, you've lost. Do you admit defeat?" The Peak Master of Medicine, Peak, regained his senses and smiled bitterly. "Yes, I've lost. I admit defeat wholeheartedly." The other youth's 2 Tier 6 superior grade purple heart barrier-breaking pills were placed in front of him just like that. No matter whether it was in terms of pill grade or luster, they far surpassed him. What reason did he have to not admit defeat? "Sai, it's good that you admit defeat." Fengjiu narrowed her eyes with a smile on her face. "You've lost, but not lost. It's still very impressive." As she spoke, she patted Peak Master Yao's shoulder. Only then did she step forward to take out a bottle and prepare to store the pills. When Peak Master Yao heard Fengjiu's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 2165. Fengjiu, your pills. The sect leader couldn't help but ask when he saw the young man take out a bottle and put all the pills in it. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. "I don't plan to sell this pill, nor do I plan to exchange it. I don't plan to give it away." Fengjiu smiled and looked at the stunned sect master. At the same time, she put away the 3 bottles in her hand. Hearing this, the sect master was stunned. Look at how smoothly this young man spoke, as if he had already experienced this more than once. Before he even spoke, the sect master already knew what he wanted to do. He couldn't help but look at the young man and shake his head. He smiled and said, "With your cultivation, you don't need this purple heart barrier-breaking pill. Instead of keeping it, why don't I exchange it with you for something you need? Don't worry, I will never let you suffer a loss." Hearing this, Fengjiu curled her lips and smiled. She looked up at the sect master, and the smile on her face was somewhat evil. "Sect master, do you think that I don't need the purple heart barrier-breaking pill with my cultivation? Your cultivation is at the peak of the gold core stage. You don't need this purple heart barrier-breaking pill." The sect master said truthfully. The spiritual power aura on the young man was at the peak of the gold core stage. With such strength and cultivation, he didn't need this purple heart barrier-breaking pill. Fengjiu chuckled. "It's okay, I will need it." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't give the sect master a chance to speak. Instead, she walked to Bai Qingsheng and squatted down. Looking at Bai Ching-chang, whose beautiful face had turned pale at this time, she smiled and said, "You've lost. You will be mine in the future." Bai Ching-chang's lips moved slightly. She looked at the young man with a pale face and couldn't say a word. She only felt dizzy and had a feeling that the world had collapsed. Why did she have to be greedy? Why did she covet the other party's Aurora transmission scroll? Why did she use herself as a bet? Why at this time? Her heart was full of regret and panic. She didn't know what to do. "Master, master, save me." She suddenly came back to her senses and thought of her master. She staggered forward and grabbed her master's robe, begging him to save her. She didn't want to be this young man's servant. She didn't want to. Yuan pulled his robe back and said calmly, "I tried to persuade you, but you didn't listen. This is the path you chose. Since you lost, then accept it." Master, the tears fell from Bai Ching-ching's eyes. Her face was filled with sorrow and helplessness. She no longer had the arrogance and confidence she had when Fengjiu first met her. "Since it's a slave, I'll have to leave someone to restrain it." As Fengjiu spoke, she moved her hand and spiritual energy filled her fingers. She placed her hand on top of Bai Ching-ching's head. When she planted her mark on her body, she also took out a strand of her divine consciousness. Feeling his mark on her body, and at the same time, a strand of her divine sense being taken away by him, she couldn't help but turn ashen and pale. She was finished. Her life was finished. Seeing her ashen face, Fengjiu smiled and said, "I'll give you 3 months. Once you've settled your matters, come to the Heavenly Pill Dispensary in 100 River City and look for me. Do your job well and be obedient. Perhaps one day, when I'm in a good mood, I'll set you free." Heavenly Pill Dispensary in 100 River City? Chapter 2166. Hearing this, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and looked at Peak Master Yao. At this moment, the Sect Master and the various Peak Masters finally knew why the name Fengjiu was so familiar. So it was her. It was Ghost Dr. Fengjiu. It was no wonder that they couldn't remember that Ghost Dr. Fengjiu was a woman. Moreover, according to the information they received, Ghost Dr. Fengjiu liked to wear red clothes and was incomparably magnificent. However, the youth in front of them was wearing an inconspicuous green robe, and his strength was completely restrained. No wonder they couldn't remember for a moment. At this moment, the Sect Master finally knew why this young man could refine this 6th-level Purple Heart Barrier breaking pill. He finally knew what this young man meant when he said that the Purple Heart Barrier breaking pill would definitely be useful. According to what he knew, this Ghost Dr. Fengjiu's strength had long reached the Immortal Sage level. It made sense for her to keep this Purple Heart Barrier breaking pill for her own use. No wonder her words were always filled with confidence. It was because she already knew that she wouldn't lose. Looking at everyone's shocked and astonished expressions, Fengjiu smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Hee, isn't that me?" Who asked them not to ask her name? They didn't remember who she was even if they asked. All right. She admitted that she had kept a low profile after coming here. Song Ming didn't know what she was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely roll his eyes at her. Low profile? She wanted to keep a low profile, but looking at the things she did, which one could keep a low profile? At the same time, in 100 River City's Heavenly Pill House, Lung Hua and Du Fan looked at the sky outside. The sun was about to set, but Master had not returned yet. Master had clearly said that he would definitely return today. Master hasn't returned yet. Do you think he won't be able to get that spiritual medicine? Du Fan asked Lung Hua worriedly. Probably not. Lung Hua said, Master knows people in the Sky Sun sect. They should be able to help. Besides, the sun hasn't set yet. If Master wants to return, he will be here soon. Hearing this, Du Fan held the folding fan in his hand and frowned. But I don't know why, but I've been feeling uneasy this afternoon. Do you think something happened? What could happen? Lung Hua looked at him and asked. Du Fan frowned and pondered. I'm worried that the enemies of the black market will find us when Master is not here. I heard that they are very powerful. Even if Fire Phoenix is here, I'm still worried. Hearing this, he looked outside and said, Yes, I'm worried too. Let's do it this way. Let's close, said Luo and the rest. Said Du Fan replied and walked inside. He went inside and ordered everyone to put away their things. He also asked them to close the door early and rest. Finally, he asked the medicine maids to go back to their rooms. "Waiter, you should go back early today, too." Leng Hua said to waiter Yang, "Be careful on the road. Go home early and rest." Hearing this, Yang Xiao was a little confused. "Big brother Leng Hua, did something happen? Why are you closing so early today?" "Nothing. We just have some things to discuss. That's why we close early, so that everyone can go back and rest," Leng Hua said with a warm smile. Chapter 2167. Before she could finish her words, she felt a murderous aura coming from behind her. The murderous aura was too strong and fierce, so much so that she couldn't move even if she wanted to. Swish! Be careful! Almost at the same time, Leng Hua reached out and pulled her back. He took a step forward and instantly pushed her back. His gaze swept past the sword mark on the side of the door that was cut by the sword chi. He frowned slightly and looked at the person outside. "Big brother Leng Hua." Yang Xiao was shocked. His face was slightly pale as he looked at the person who had suddenly appeared outside. At the same time, he shouted inside, "Big brother Du, big brother Fan, big brother Luo, come quickly." "Who are you? Why are you attacking our heavenly pill building?" Leng Hua asked in a calm voice. His gaze fell on the 20 or so people who had surrounded the place. Among these 20 or so people, the weakest was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and the strongest was even a celestial sage. If they were to fight, they would not be able to defeat them with their current strength. Among them, a middle-aged man in the lead walked out with his hands behind his back. He frowned and glanced at Leng Hua, then glanced at the signboard of the Heavenly Pill building. His low voice was filled with a sharp and intimidating aura. "Are the people from the black market here? Hand them over. Otherwise, don't blame us for destroying your Heavenly Pill building." The deep voice contained a powerful pressure. Every word smashed towards Leng Hua as if it weighed 1,000 kilograms. Leng Hua's body trembled slightly under the pressure of the other party's pressure, and sweat appeared on his forehead. "We don't have anyone from the black market here." Leng Hua suppressed the surging blood qi in his body and said in a calm voice, "Heh, are you trying to protect them? You have guts." The middle-aged man snorted, and a pressure that could be seen with the naked eye attacked. However, at this moment, Elder Tan stood in front of Leng Hua and blocked the pressure for him. "I'm afraid you're mistaken. We're only in the pill building. We don't have the person you're looking for." Although he was stronger than Leng Hua, he was still no match for the Celestial Sage. After blocking the Celestial Sage's intentional pressure, sweat began to seep out of his forehead. "Really? Search him. Those who block the way will be killed without mercy." The middle-aged man shouted in a deep voice. He raised his hand and signaled the people around him to rush forward. "Meet the enemy," shouted Du Fan. More than 20 silhouettes rushed out and blocked the entrance of the Heavenly Elixir building. When they saw those people coming with swords, they also took out their swords to meet them. The sound of swords clashing against swords could be heard in the air. When the passers-by saw this scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire and hurriedly retreated. In an instant, they could only see the murderous aura between the sword and the blade, which made them shudder with fear. How did the Heavenly Pill House get into trouble again? These people are so powerful. Every move is filled with killing intent. I think the people from the Heavenly Dan building won't be able to hold on for long. How could that be? Wasn't there still the Ghost Doctor? Her combat strength is so amazing. She should be fine. It's strange. They're already fighting. Why didn't the Ghost Doctor come out? She's very powerful. If she came out to help, it would be fine. If it's just them, I don't think they can hold on for long. Chapter 2168. This was because the weakest of those people was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, those people did not hide their strength and release their pressure one by one. The airflow formed in the air was very powerful. Even though they had already retreated far away, they could still feel the terrifying aura. The people in the Heavenly Pill House, whether it was the Phoenix Guards or the other Guardians, most of their strength was between the peak of the nascent soul stage and the flying immortal stage. With this kind of strength, They would not be at a disadvantage against people of the same strength, but against immortal sage experts, it would be a little difficult. With a bang, a Phoenix Guard was attacked by the sword chi. Even though he quickly retreated, the black robe on his chest was still cut, revealing a long wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Hiss! A suppressed, muffled sound came from the Phoenix Guard's mouth. His body seemed to have lost its strength and fell back. He was caught by the Phoenix Guard behind him and sat on the ground. Let me do it! Let me do it! Seeing this scene, although Yang Xiao was very afraid, she still quickly ran forward to support the seriously injured Phoenix Guard. She helped him into the room and said anxiously, "Don't worry, I'll stop the bleeding for you. It's fine, it's fine." Her hands were trembling. She took out a hemostatic medicine and sprinkled it on the Phoenix Guard's chest while comforting him. "This is the hemostatic medicine that Sister Feng concocted. It will stop the bleeding if you sprinkle it on the wound." She tore a piece of cloth from her skirt and bandaged his wound. Then, she helped him into the room and said, "Stay here. I'll go to the front and take a look." The Phoenix Guard's face was pale. Because of his serious injuries, he could only nod and watch her leave quickly. Roar! A furious roar rang out as Swallow Cloud's clone appeared. It pounced forward and pinned down a cultivator. It opened its mouth wide and bit down. A cracking sound rang out as the bones of the cultivator were broken. The cultivator who was pinned down by Swallow Cloud instantly died. Sacred Beast. The leader of the immortal sage middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. The sect master of the Five Venoms sect guessed that the owner of the black market might be at the ghost Dr. Fengjiu's place. Therefore, they only came today to test the strength of the heavenly pill house. After all, they had never fought with the ghost Dr. Fengjiu in the past. Their understanding of her came from rumors. Now, the ghost Dr. Fengjiu had yet to appear, but a sacred beast had appeared. As far as they knew, the ghost Dr. Fengjiu had another contracted beast. It was an ancient mythical beast, the Fire Phoenix, and its battle prowess was even more astonishing. Thinking of this, he looked towards the heavenly elixir building. Fengjiu still hadn't appeared. What was she doing? Could it be that he was looking down on them? So he didn't make a move? "Where is your master? Call her out." The middle-aged man clasped his hands behind his back and shouted in a deep voice. The pressure of a celestial sage instantly gushed forward. The pressure was like a wind blade that rippled outwards, stirring up dust on the ground. Tunyon leaped in front of Lung Hua and the others. It twisted its neck and opened its mouth to reveal its sharp fangs. It stared at the middle-aged man with bloodthirsty eyes and growled, "You want to see my master?" As the voice carrying the might of a sacred beast fell, it flew up and attacked the middle-aged man. At the same time, it said to Lung Hua and the others, "I'll leave the rest to you guys. Kill." Chapter 2169. The people in front were fighting. Tunyon was dealing with the celestial sage, while Lung Hua and the others were dealing with the other cultivators. Yang Xiao was watching the situation from inside the heavenly pill pavilion. Seeing the two sides fighting, she couldn't help but feel worried. At this moment, a cultivator caught a glimpse of the figure hiding inside the door. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he swung the sword in his hand, sending a ray of sword chi towards Yang Xiao. The killing intent caused Yang Xiao to cry out in fright. She fell to the ground, and the sword chi flew past her head, causing her to break out in cold sweat. You want to kill me?" Her face was filled with astonishment as she stared at the cultivator with her round eyes. She was only in her teens and was a woman. Her strength couldn't compare to theirs. This cultivator was a peak nascent soul cultivator, yet he wanted to kill her? He was truly shameless. She felt that this cultivator was truly shameless. She was so angry that she forgot about her fear. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists as she angrily stared at the cultivator who was stopped by a Phoenix Guard. She clenched her teeth and took out her heavy bow. She hid in the doorway and drew the heavy bow in her hand, aiming at the cultivator who had attacked her just now. Because he was fighting with one of the Phoenix Guards, the two of them were constantly moving. She drew her heavy bow and aimed at the cultivator, but she was also worried that she would injure the Phoenix Guard. Thus, the bow and arrow moved along with the two of them. When she found an opportunity, joy appeared on her face, and she immediately let go. Whoosh! With a whoosh, the arrow flew out. However, at the same time, the cultivator dodged the Phoenix Guard's attack, and also dodged the arrow. Just as Yang Xiao was feeling vexed, she opened her mouth wide in astonishment. This was because even though the arrow did not hit the person she wanted to shoot, it hit a cultivator who was fighting with another Phoenix Guard behind that person. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced through his back. That cultivator froze. When he lowered his head to look at the arrow that had pierced through his back, his eyes widened in unwillingness. He did not even have the chance to turn his head back because the Phoenix Guard had swung his sword and cut off his head. Yang Xiao gulped when he saw this. He tightened his grip on his heavy bow. Would she have nightmares if she saw this bloody scene at night? Suppressing the fear in her heart, she once again drew her heavy bow and aimed at that person. This time, she must hit the target. She drew the heavy bow, took aim, and released the arrow again. Because this was a magic tool, and the strength of this heavy bow was very great, the force of the arrow was naturally great. She was hiding inside and aiming at the cultivators outside. Logically speaking, she should be able to hit the target without any interference. But this time, she missed again. This time, it hit another cultivator. Yang Xiao wiped off his cold sweat as he watched the arrow graze past the Phoenix Guard and hit another cultivator's shoulder. If she accidentally hurt the Phoenix Guard, it would be terrible. Although one of the two arrows was killed and the other was injured, it still attracted the attention of some cultivators. They found an opportunity to approach the door of the Heavenly Pill building and wanted to attack Yang Xiao. Leng Hua, who noticed this scene, quickly retreated after killing a cultivator and came in front of Yang Xiao to block a cultivator who was attacking her. Go inside. Don't come out. Chapter 2170. Yang Xiao was startled by Leng Hua's shout. She held her bow and arrow and retreated step by step, not daring to cause trouble for him. The middle-aged man looked at the people of the Heavenly Pill House who were injured by his swords. After so long, they still had the ability to fight. There were no signs of the poison at all. He couldn't help but be surprised and frown. The weapons of the 5 poisons were all poisonous. Why were these people not showing any signs of being poisoned after being injured by their poison weapons? Could it be that they had impenetrable bodies? Thinking of this, he had a flash of inspiration. That's right, their master was the ghost Dr. Fengjiu. Since they were under Fengjiu, perhaps Fengjiu had already planned to give them some antidote. It seemed that ordinary poisons couldn't do anything to them. While the people here were fighting, outside the 100 Rivers City, a travel-worn Guanxilin wearing a black robe was returning. After he finished his mission, he left the mercenary group and came to the 100 Rivers City. He was going to see his sister and give her the gift he had brought for her on this trip. As soon as he entered the city and saw the prosperity of the 100 Rivers City, he revealed a smile. This place was really good. It was the most suitable place for Fengjiu to set up a residence. He didn't stop all the way to West Street. As soon as he stepped into West Street, he felt an unusual movement in the air. He walked forward and saw a lot of people in front of him. He was slightly surprised. He pulled a man who was passing by and asked, "Big brother, what's going on in front?" The man was a little annoyed that he was suddenly pulled back by someone. He was about to curse, but when he turned around and saw the muscular man with a long saber in his hand, he was shocked by the man's aura. He was about to curse, but he quickly changed the topic and said, "Something happened to the Heavenly Pill building. A group of people are attacking the people of the Heavenly Pill building. I heard that the fight is very intense." Hearing this, Guanxilin's face darkened and a murderous aura emanated from his body. The man who was being held back by him turned pale and his legs trembled. Just as he was about to say something, Guanxilin released him and strode forward. The surrounding people retreated far away. Guanxilin walked forward from the back. He walked past the crowd and saw Leng Hua and the others fighting fiercely with a group of people. He saw that Leng Hua and the others were all injured, and even the cloud-swallowing beast had come out to fight. However, he didn't see his sister Fengjiu. Although he felt strange, he didn't think too much about it. Immediately, he activated the profound chi in his body and waved the large saber in his hand. As he rushed forward, he quickly and fiercely slashed at a cultivator. Whoosh! Whoosh! A sharp gust of wind whistled through the air. With a loud shout, the broadsword swung down. At the same time, a blood-curdling scream rang out, and dazzling blood splattered out. A bloody head rolled on the ground. The pair of eyes were still wide open, as if he had died with his eyes wide open. It looked very frightening. This sudden scene also startled both sides. After a short battle, they stopped. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in our affairs?" The leader of the Celestial Saints stared at the black-robed man, who suddenly appeared and shouted. Chapter 2171. Hearing this, the middle-aged man from the Celestial Sage's face darkened. His body exuded an intimidating aura. He stared at the black-robed man with a long saber, and his face turned serious. He's a Xian Qi martial god. Xian Qi cultivators focused on martial techniques and strength. Their cultivation was slow, and they were usually not a match for spirit cultivators. However, this man, who was only in his 20s, was already a Xian Qi martial god. It must be known that an order of Xian Qi levels from bottom to top were Xian martial artist, martial master, great martial master, martial ancestor, martial monarch, martial revered, martial saint, and martial god. Corresponding to spiritual Qi cultivation, spiritual cultivator cultivation levels were spiritual practitioner, spiritual master, great spiritual master, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, flying immortal, and immortal sage. With Xian Qi god strength, he was definitely qualified to fight with him. However, he did not know how strong this man was. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man from the Celestial Sage frowned slightly. The people from the Heavenly Pill House were already difficult to deal with, and now this man had appeared. Moreover, Feng Jiu had not appeared yet. Who knew what he was up to? Brother Guan. Lung Hua smiled when he saw him. "Are you okay?" Guan Shilin turned his head to look at him. He saw that there were several wounds on his body, and blood had dyed his robe red. He could not help but frown. His sharp eyes were filled with murderous intent as he swept his gaze over the cultivators. "Swallow Cloud, delay him. Wait for me to kill these people, and then I'll kill that bastard." Guan Shilin's cold voice rang out. In the next moment, he swung his saber. He was extremely fast, and every move he made was a martial god. Even if the cultivators were prepared, it was difficult for them to fight against a cultivator who was stronger than them. Two of them could not dodge in time and were killed instantly. Guan Shilin's bravery made the cultivators from the 5 Venoms sect tremble in fear. They could not help but retreat as they looked at the middle-aged man who was their leader. Today, they were only here to check out the situation. Were they going to keep fighting like this? The people they brought today were already considered strong, but they did not expect that Guan Shilin, who had appeared out of nowhere, to be so strong before Feng Jiu appeared. If they continued fighting, they were afraid that they would all die here. "I want to fight you. Let's see what skills you have," the Celestial Sage said. But Swallow Cloud blocked him. When Guan Shilin, who had just killed 2 5 Venom sect cultivators, heard those words, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. He looked at the man and said, "Since you want to die, your grandpa Guan will fulfill your wish. Tunyan, you and Lung Hua go deal with those lackeys. Leave this bastard to me." He waved the large blade in his hand and slashed towards the middle-aged man. A powerful, profound energy aura rushed out with a whoosh as sharp as a sharp blade. The middle-aged man hurriedly used the long sword in his hand to block. After withdrawing the saber aura, he raised his chi, and the long sword reflected a visible sword chi of you. A murderous aura burst out from the middle-aged man's body. He swung his sword to meet Guan Shilin's saber. When the saber and the sword collided, a loud clanging sound was heard. The Xian Qi and spiritual Qi clashed against each other, causing sparks to fly.
Chapter 1690. Donghao Yunjia and Donghao Ju left. Knight Sorrow wanted half of Donghao Mountain's territory, but they couldn't agree. That would destroy Donghao Mountain's foundation and completely humiliate them, so they had to carry on even if they had to. Donghao Yunjia and Donghao Ju left Night Moon Mountain Villa and directly teleported back to Donghao City. They were in a hurry to go back and make arrangements. If negotiations failed, they would continue to fight. Night Sorrow, what are you doing? You want half of their territory. That's not a sincere negotiation. Zhang Ning said to Night Sorrow. Lin Xian also came and looked at Night Sorrow, waiting for Night Sorrow's answer. I didn't want to negotiate in the first place. Our Star Moon Lake is a new power, but we can't be bullied by just anyone. This time, I'll let everyone know that they shouldn't provoke us for no reason, Night Sorrow said. Are you trying to establish a label for Star Moon Lake? Lin Xian asked with a smile. It's better to avoid 100 punches. Knowing that we're not easy to bully, no one dares to provoke us. Otherwise, if you come looking for trouble today, they'll come looking for trouble tomorrow. There'll be a lot of annoying things, so Donghao Mountain can only accept their bad luck. Yi Shang nodded. Good thinking and decision. Good strategy, but be careful. Lin Xian nodded to Yi Shang, then left without talking to anyone else. Elder Lan, Zhang Ning, and the others knew what Night Sorrow meant, but they didn't say anything. Night Sorrow's decision was right, but they didn't understand why Night Sorrow wanted the territory as a gift, but they didn't ask. After sending off Elder Lan and the others, Night Sorrow's main body went to Donghao City to meet up with his clone. He left the 9-region Origin Pearl and 8-Dragon Cauldron to his clone, while Night Sorrow's main body brought the important resources and treasures back to Night Moon Mountain Villa in the Clear Sky Pagoda. There was no need for a large group of people, his clone would be enough. However, Datura's doppelganger followed Night Sorrow. She wanted to fight alongside Night Sorrow. After returning to Mount Donghao, Donghao Yunjia was furious. Donghao Ju was also furious. He didn't expect to provoke such a madman. He couldn't even admit defeat and wanted to kill him. What could he do? If he couldn't give them half of the territory, then he had to defend it. Soon after, Donghao Yunjia made a decision. He and Donghao Ju would guard Donghao Mountain and Donghao City respectively while the two clones would go out to capture Night Sorrow. However, Night Sorrow was not so easy to capture. Night Sorrow had his own teleportation array net. He could kill and retreat as he pleased. Night Sorrow's original body went to the place that Lin Xianer had pointed out to cultivate the domain of nothingness. Right now, he was more anxious to enter the Emperor stage with the nothingness attribute. With so many attributes, Night Sorrow had his own considerations. The nothingness attribute and the spacetime attribute complemented each other. If he entered the Emperor stage, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. Furthermore, the nothingness attribute was domineering in terms of attacks. With the support of energy, it could annihilate everything. The battle between Star Moon Lake and Mount Donghao was still ongoing. In reality, everyone knew that this was the battle between Night Sorrow and Mount Donghao. Star Moon Lake could not give Night Sorrow much support. Mount Donghao's cities were constantly attacked. Even though they had taken all the resources, there were still some left and they still needed to develop. As such, Night Sorrow's gains were small, but it was not like there were no gains. In addition, Night Sorrow had killed the city lords and elders of the cities. Their personal gains were not small either. Unable to capture Night Sorrow, they could only passively allow Night Sorrow to continuously destroy their cities. This made Mount Donghao suffer greatly. If there were many large cities, they would not be able to defend them. Night Sorrow's efficiency in attacking the cities had decreased. He only attacked 3 to 5 cities a day. However, this was still fatal. Half a month after the battle began, Night Sorrow and Dong Haojue bumped into each other. Night Sorrow waved his hand at him. The Space Splitter Spear broke through the spatial barrier and left. Dong Haojue could not do anything about it. He rushed to the place where Night Sorrow had disappeared and could only watch as the spatial crack closed and curse. Dong Haojue explained the situation to Dong Haoyunjie. His domain is very strong. Both space and time domains are very domineering and are good at speed. The space-time domain that combines the two is even better at speed. He has strong survivability in the spatial turbulence and is not easy to kill, Dong Haoyunjie said. If they could not capture Night Sorrow, they could only passively endure the destruction. Sometimes, Night Sorrow would come back and attack the cities that had been attacked before. On the 20th day of the battle, Night Sorrow bumped into Dong Haoyunjie. Night Sorrow did not even fight and left directly. Since he could not kill him, there was no point in probing him. He activated the teleportation array and left, only leaving Dong Haoyunjie's back view that could be seen with his soul power. This situation made Dong Haoyunjie realize that Night Sorrow had set up a secret plan. With the teleportation array net as a means of attack and retreat, there was no way to trap him. Night Sorrow's soul power was very strong. When Dong Haojue and Dong Haoyunjie discovered him, he could also discover them at the same time. Once he activated the teleportation array and left, Dong Haoyunjie and Dong Haojue would not have the chance to trap him. Dong Haoyunjie concluded that there was no way to stop him. The furious Dong Haoyunjie communicated with Dong Haojue for a while. Ju, your father is planning to go to the Divine Devil Castle in Dong Haoyun City and give him a mission, Dong Haoyunjie said. Dong Haoyunjie said. He did not say it clearly and was asking Dong Haojue about the possibility of giving him a mission. Dong Haoyunjie had guessed that his son was from the Divine Devil Castle, although he did not confirm it directly. Dong Haojue thought for a while and nodded. He was not very clear about the situation. Normally, the Divine Devil Castle would not accept missions from their own people. However, last time, his brother had accepted a mission related to Night Sorrow. Elder Chiu did not reject this mission. Rejecting it meant admitting that Night Sorrow was from the Divine Devil Castle. As for how to arrange it, Elder Chiu had to communicate with Nalan and Leng Lai. It was fine if she did not know, but the problem was that she knew that Night Sorrow was from the Divine Devil Castle. Elder Chiu knew that Night Sorrow was from the Divine Devil Castle. It was not only because Night Sorrow had killed Xian, but also because after Night Sorrow became a Divine Devil Guardian, the Divine Devil Castle's headquarters had sent a document to the heads of the various branches. A Divine Devil Guardian was already a core member of the Divine Devil Castle, so the internal management had to know. In the Ethereal Dynasty's Divine Devil Castle, Ling Lai was a little angry after hearing Elder Chiu's explanation. Are the Donghao clan's people stupid? Dong Haojue is an elder. Don't tell me he doesn't understand the situation and still gave this mission. I don't know about this either. It's possible that they are testing our attitude. Besides, the Donghao district has been tormented by this guy. Dong Haoyunjie is also desperate, said Elder Chiu. Then we'll follow the normal procedure. Accept the mission and admit failure in a few days. Let them torment themselves, said Elder Nalan. You guys have it easy and then torment our Donghao district's branches. It's simply. Elder Chiu was speechless. That's the situation. What can we do? By the way, Elder Chiu is in charge of the Donghao district. You have more information than us. What's the situation now? Asked Elder Nalan. He was more worried about Night Sorrow's safety. Chapter 1691. Elder Chiu, do you mean that East Hao Mountain has lost? Leng Lai's words contained some surprise. Forever, Frio look, we've lost, completely. It can be said that this is a classic battle where the barefooted are not afraid to wear shoes. Elder Chiu nodded. East Haoshan has lost. Here comes the question. Are they going to accept Night Sorrow's conditions, or are they going to resist at all costs? Elder Nalan said with a smile. The results will be out very soon. Once the God Castle's quest results are out, it will be time for them to make their choice. I have to say, Knight Sorrow is too ruthless. How many cities has he cleared by now? How many resources had they looted from over 100 cities? I feel like this kid is filthy rich now, Elder Chiu said. After communicating with Elder Nalan and Leng Lai, Elder Chiu left Ethereal Imperial City. The core members of the Donghao mountain range were furious with Knight Sorrow's wanton slaughter and plunder. They didn't even dare to leave their houses because they were worried that Knight Sorrow would come out at any moment. If he did, it would be normal for him to take their lives. Donghao Yunjie's clone did not go out to wait for Knight Sorrow. He also told Donghao Ju not to do anything useless because there was no hope. Elder Chiu did not torture Donghao Mountain. After 6 days, he sent someone to inform Donghao Yunjie that the mission had failed and that there would be no commission. He would also no longer accept missions related to Knight Sorrow. This news was a blow to Donghao Yunjie, because there was no way to stop Knight Sorrow. After thinking about it, Donghao Yunjie called for a meeting with the higher-ups of Mount Donghao to discuss how to deal with this matter. Mount Donghao had to make a choice. They could either admit defeat and accept Knight Sorrow's conditions, or they could give up on some cities and only defend a few that could be defended. The others could only fend for themselves. During the meeting, one person was missing. The second elder, who had been present during the last meeting, was no longer present. His original body and clone had been completely destroyed. Donghao Mountain's main hall was filled with a deathly aura. The war this time had caused Donghao Mountain's vitality to be greatly damaged. Their face and strength had been completely crushed by Knight Sorrow. Donghao Yunjie sighed and continued to talk about the current situation. He even mentioned the matter of asking the God Castle to take action. Now, it's a choice between losing face and fighting head-on. If we fight head-on, the Mountain Lord and young Mountain Lord's true bodies and avatars will only be able to defend 4 cities. Our East Hao Mountain will be destroyed, and slowly, no one will remember East Hao Mountain. He wasn't willing to lower his head, but Mount Donghao was their roots, and their clan had a chance to develop there. If we stop the war, we will have to give up half of our territory. This will be a huge blow to our East Hao Mountain's reputation. A Heaven Monarch Realm Elder said. Do we still have any face left? If we don't compromise and just defend the 4 cities, our Donghao Mountain will lose face. Moreover, there's little room for development, and if we don't have any talents, our Donghao Mountain will be gone in a few years, another elder expressed his opinion. Let's compromise. If we don't fight, we can still have half of our territory. If we fight, Donghao Mountain will really be gone. Donghao Yunjie made a decision. The others nodded as well. Only Donghao Ju was somewhat unwilling. Donghao Mountain used to have a single arch, but now, it had 2 thearchs. However, they were still beaten by an emperor and dozens of people to the point that they couldn't even fight back. This was a humiliation, but he had to accept this humiliation. After making the decision, Donghao Yunjie went to the Ethereal Dynasty and Star Moon Mountain Villa to seek an audience with Knight Sorrow. Yishang's original body has gone to cultivate. His clone is in your Ethereal Dynasty. If there's anything, I can help pass on the message, Mandela said to Donghao Yunjie, who had requested to see her. We will give you half of our territory, and this war will end, Donghao Yunjie said. Donghao Yunjie said. He seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body after saying that. In the past, Donghao Yunjie had never suffered such humiliation, but he had no choice today. Alright, I'll send a message for him to come back and find a witness, Datura said. Datura's avatar, who was with Knight Sorrow, informed Knight Sorrow of Donghao Mountain's attitude. After hearing this, Knight Sorrow thought for a moment, stopped attacking, and returned to the Ethereal Dynasty. When Knight Sorrow returned to the Night Moon Mountain Villa, there were many people in the Night Moon Mountain Villa. A few of the higher-ups of the Ethereal Dynasty were there. Elder Lan and Luo Yuandao had been invited by Tsang Ning, who knew the news. Wu Fing was also there. After everyone sat down, another person arrived. When this person arrived, everyone stood up and cupped their hands in greeting. This person was wearing golden battle clothes with a geographical map of mountains and rivers on it. The Battle Emperor. It was Lin Piaomiao, the Battle Emperor of Ethereal Dynasty. This time, it was her true body. She wore a veil, and her hair was golden. A teardrop-shaped jade was hanging in front of her hair. Knight Sorrow is the lord of the Ethereal Dynasty, so I will be the witness and judge. Lin Piaomiao sat in the main seat. Since Lord Battle Emperor is here, we can talk business. Donghao Mountain recognizes half of the territory, right? Knight Sorrow asked Donghao Yunjie. Yes, Donghao Mountain wants to end this war, Donghao Yunjie nodded. Ji Dao, the territory map. Knight Sorrow shouted to Ji Dao. After Ji Dao came over, he raised his arm and a territory map was placed on the table. We're both men. There's no point in beating around the bush. You can pick out half of the areas that you think I can accept. From now on, we'll go our separate ways, Knight Sorrow said to Donghao Yunjie. Looking at the territory map, Donghao Yunjie's heart was filled with bitterness. Because with the stroke of his pen, half of Donghao Mountain's foundation would be destroyed. Knight Sorrow didn't chase after him. He took a cup of tea from Datura and drank it. Taking a deep breath, Donghao Yunjie took the pen and drew half of Donghao Mountain's territory, the area near the border of Ethereal Dynasty, and Ethereal Dynasty is yours. Good. Knight Sorrow looked at the map and nodded. He didn't have the face to stay any longer. Bowing to Lin Piaomiao, Donghao Yunjie left with Donghao Ju. Although he paid a huge price, the crisis of Donghao Mountain had been resolved. Now that the conflict was resolved, Knight Sorrow didn't hold back. He stood up and sent Donghao Yunjie and Donghao Ju out of Night Moon Villa. Thank you, Lord Battle Emperor, for being the witness. Knight Sorrow returned to the villa and cupped his hands to Lin Piaomiao, who was wearing a veil. You are the lord of Ethereal Dynasty. Naturally, I have to step in. We can't let others think that Ethereal Dynasty has no capable people, Lin Piaomiao said. Knight Sorrow thanks the Battle Emperor for protecting Star Moon Lake. Knight Sorrow pushed the territory map in front of Lin Piaomiao. What are you doing? Lin Piaomiao's eyes, which were exposed by the veil, were a little surprised. Not only was Lin Piaomiao surprised, but Tsang Ning, Elder Lan, and Luo Yuandao also didn't understand what was going on. I have no use for Donghao Mountain's territory. I'm just giving it to you, Lord Battle Emperor. Thank you for taking care of Star Moon Lake and me, Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow pointed at the map. And NB says third update. Chapter 1692. You're giving it to me. Do you know what this is? Billions of miles of territory with hundreds of large cities. The astonishment in his eyes became even more intense. I know what this is. When I asked for it, I asked for it for Lord Battle Emperor. Star Moon Lake can't receive Lord Battle Emperor's favor and protection for nothing, Knight Sorrow said. At this moment, Tsang Ning remembered that Knight Sorrow had said that he came to the territory to give it to someone. I'm not asking for anything in return when I help you. Lin Piaomiao looked at Yi Shang and said. She had been a powerful cultivator for many years. She had seen many courageous people. However, she had never seen someone like Yi Shang, who was willing to give away millions and millions of miles of territory without batting an eyelid. Sir Battle Emperor, you don't need anything in return. Knowing how to repay kindness is one of the most important things in life. Sir Battle Emperor, please accept this. Otherwise, it'll be a hot potato for me, said Yi Shan with a smile. Other people would be nervous when facing the Battle Emperor, the peerless Empress, but Knight Sorrow wasn't. He was very calm. All right, I know what you're thinking. Elder Luo and Elder Lan, take over this territory. Every year, 20% of the taxes and resources in this territory will be sent to you. Lin Piaomiao stood up, put away the territory map, and threw it to Luo Yuandao. I'll arrange for people to take it over immediately. Luo Yuandao stood up and nodded. Lin Piaomiao nodded at Night Sorrow again and left. She was here to send a message that she supported Night Sorrow. After Lin Piaomiao left, Night Sorrow took out the wine jar and poured wine for Luo Yuandao, Elder Lan, and the others. Lord Night Sorrow, what do you plan to do next? Elder Lan asked. Take care of World Edge Pavilion. Didn't they help Donghao Mountain seal off Star Moon Lake? How can they not bleed? Night Sorrow said after taking a sip of wine. Ha! Once the news spreads, Wu Tianyu will probably be pissed. Even the two monarchs of Mount Donghao couldn't withstand your attacks, let alone them, Zhang Ning said with a smile. Let's see how they react first. In addition, our Star Moon Lake has also been impacted this time. We'll need to return to normal operations later. Night Sorrow nodded. He did not plan to attack the World Edge Pavilion directly. He felt that the World Edge Pavilion would give him an explanation. After drinking some wine, Zhang Ning and the others left, but Lin Xianer went to Night Sorrow's place. From today onwards, your path will be different, Lin Xian said as she sat down. I don't understand what Sister Xian'er means. Night Sorrow shook his head. Because you defeated an Imperial Emperor's force, you are qualified to be assessed as one of the lords of the human race. Your identity and status are different, and there will be records of you in Tianhuang City, Lin Xian said. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Night Sorrow didn't quite understand. Then I'll tell you about it. The celestial realm is vast and boundless, right? However, the map of the celestial realm that we see is only a part of it. One part is dominated by the human race, while the other part is dominated by the other race. Tianhuang City is the boundary between the human race and the other race, Lin Xian said. Night Sorrow was a little confused. He had never heard of this at all. Actually, it's normal that you don't know, because there aren't many people in the human realm who know about this. Even ordinary Emperor realm cultivators don't know about it. Only when there's a war and it's more dangerous will Tianhuang City send out a notice and mobilize people. Lin Xian said. Then, Lin Xian told Night Sorrow that ordinary forces did not have the right to enter Tianhuang City. Some Imperial Emperor's forces knew about it, while others did not. The God Devil Castle was a force of Tianhuang City. And NB Genuine first release Night Sorrow was a little confused because this news was very shocking. It's a little complicated, right? You're still very young. Even Imperial Emperors wouldn't know about this if they weren't strong enough, Lin Xian said with a smile. After Lin Xian left, Night Sorrow took the tea that Datura brewed and took a sip to think. Lin Xian's news was quite shocking. Night Sorrow, actually, you don't have to think so much. It doesn't have much to do with us. Just develop our own things, Datura said. Yes, Night Sorrow was also very calm. There were some things that he didn't understand, so he just had to do his own things. Then go and inform Star Moon Lake to operate normally. Datura looked at Night Sorrow and said. No. If Star Moon Lake operates normally, it means that this matter is over and the World Edge Pavilion won't be under any pressure. Night Sorrow shook his head. He still had his own thoughts. Datura looked at Night Sorrow and smiled. She knew that Night Sorrow wanted to go to the Black World Edge Pavilion. Looking at the smile on Datura's face, Night Sorrow could not help but smile because Datura understood him. Everything at home will be as usual. You should relax a little. I'll rest for 2 days and go to the World Edge Pavilion. I'm sure they'll have received the news by then. Night Sorrow stood up. Yi Shang accompanied his wife to drink tea and go shopping. After resting for 2 days, he left the Yeyue villa and teleported to the World Edge Pavilion. After teleporting for a while, Night Sorrow arrived at the World Edge City, which was the main city of the World Edge Pavilion. When Night Sorrow appeared, the people guarding the teleportation formation were shocked and nervous because they could see that Night Sorrow was an Emperor Realm cultivator. "What are you doing? Are you trying to stop me?" Night Sorrow smiled. With a wave of his sleeve, he shook the guards away. Night Sorrow went to a tea house not far from the teleportation formation and asked for a pot of tea. When Night Sorrow was drinking tea, Wutianya, who was in the World Edge City Lord's residence, heard the news and knew who the Emperor Realm cultivator was. "Donghao Yunjie, you've screwed the World Edge Pavilion over," Wutianya, who was sitting on the large chair of the City Lord's residence, roared angrily. Everyone in the area knew that Donghao Mountain had been destroyed by Night Sorrow. Wutianya also found out that East Haoshan had compromised and given up half of their territory. After finding out, his heart began to pound. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this matter, Night Sorrow came knocking. Night Sorrow came looking for trouble. It was time for the World Edge Pavilion to pay the price. Wutianya hadn't thought about what price to pay, but he knew that it couldn't be low. Taking away half of Donghao Mountain's territory showed Night Sorrow's attitude. In addition, Night Sorrow's reputation was also out there and wasn't to be trifled with. After thinking for a while, Wutianya knew that he had to be a little more straightforward. When Night Sorrow turned hostile and bared his teeth and started to bite, the situation would be even more difficult to resolve. Night Sorrow was drinking tea in the tea house. He knew that Wutianya should know about his arrival. He was waiting to see how Wutianya would deal with this matter. Wutianya was an imperial emperor, but he was at the bottom of the imperial emperors. Night Sorrow had confirmed this with Tsangning, so he wasn't afraid that Wutianya would use ruthless methods on him. Wutianya didn't dare to because whether it was Wutianya or the World Edge Pavilion, in terms of strength, they were inferior to Donghao Mountain. If Donghao Mountain submitted, would the World Edge Pavilion show their weapons to him? The answer was no. Night Sorrow drank a pot of tea when Wutianya arrived. He said, "The 4th update has arrived. The update will be completed today." Chapter 1693. Wutianya arrived. Night Sorrow turned his head to take a look, then cupped his hands. "Why didn't you inform me that Overlord Night was here? I would have received you properly. Sorry for my rudeness." Wutianya cupped his hands at Night Sorrow with a smile on his face. "So it's the World Edge Pavilion Master. Sit. I've been very annoyed recently, so I came out to walk around. I didn't dare to disturb the Pavilion Master." Night Sorrow cupped his hands. "That's right. It's not easy for a new faction to develop. However, we're neighbors, so we should help each other. If Star Moon Lake needs anything now, just tell us. The World Edge Pavilion will fully support you. We won't refuse." Wutianya sat down. His words were very heroic, as if he was helping a close friend. The World Edge Pavilion Master is heroic. Star Moon Lake has just started to develop, so life is tough. The World Edge Pavilion Master can make some arrangements. We're neighbors. If you're stingy, our relationship will be very bad, Night Sorrow said. That's for sure. Wutianya nodded. The two of them casually talked about the matter. Wutianya asked for compensation, and Night Sorrow told him not to be stingy. If he was stingy, things would be difficult. Night Sorrow and Wutianya chatted and laughed. Those who did not know them would think that they were old friends catching up. However, no one knew that Wutianya's heart was bleeding. He knew that Night Sorrow was ruthless. Donghao Mountain had been destroyed by Night Sorrow, so Wutianya had to be careful when it came to compensation. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow said goodbye to him like an old friend. He shouted that he would wait for Wutianya's arrival at Star Moon Mountain Villa. After Night Sorrow left, Witinya returned to the city lord's mansion and gathered all the higher-ups of the World Edge Pavilion for a meeting to discuss the compensation. He's here to send a signal. He's a lunatic. Let's not wait for him to bite us before we react. It'll be too late. Donghao Mountain is now in a terrible state, the great elder of the World Edge Pavilion said. We are not as good as East Hao Mountain. If East Hao Mountain can't hold on, we won't be able to either, said another elder. The two who spoke were the two Emperor Realm elders of the World Edge Pavilion. The rest of the higher-ups were heaven monarchs. I understand. The problem is the size of the compensation amount. If it's too big, we won't be able to afford it. If it's too small, they won't accept it. Witinya revealed the matter that troubled him the most. After some discussion, they finally decided to hand over 10 cities near Star Moon Lake and Greenwater City, as well as 20 million Saint Spirit stones. Pavilion Lord, give it a try. If it doesn't work, then add more. We can't afford to fight this war, the Elder Emperor said. Having made his decision, Witinya brought the map and Saint Spirit stones to the Night Moon Villa in the ethereal Imperial City. When Witinya arrived, Night Sorrow warmly welcomed him as if he was an old friend. After sitting down, Witinya took a sip of tea and took out a map of the territory. Star Moon Lake has just started to develop, so there are no territorial taxes. These are the 10 cities near Star Moon Lake. They were given to Star Moon Lake by the World Edge Pavilion and supported by 20 million Saint Spirit stones. Witinya took out the map and pointed at the cities circled on it. Then, he took out a storage ring. Pavilion Lord Hua is generous. Then, Night Sorrow will accept it. We are good neighbors. It's enough that you have a friendly attitude. Night Sorrow is a little embarrassed by such a big gift, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Huatinya's face was full of smiles. We are good neighbors. How can good neighbors be stingy? Although his face was full of smiles, Huatinya was cursing in his heart. It was enough to say that it was just a gesture, but if it was too little, Night Sorrow would bite him the moment he opened his mouth. After sending Huatinya off, Night Sorrow took the territory map and tapped it. He was quite satisfied. Huatinya's face was full of smiles, but he didn't know how depressed he was. Did you make a move on them? Lin Xian sat down beside Datura. Sister Xian you must be joking. Am I the kind of person who casually makes a move? I just went to their tea house in World Edge City to have a cup of tea, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Night Sorrow, I really admire you. We are business partners. Recently, you have been going solo and making a lot of money. There are people coming to your territory. Zhang Ning and Wu Feng, who had heard the news, also came. They were afraid that Night Sorrow would be at a disadvantage. I dare to rob, and I can rob. Can you? Misty Dynasty has rules. If you dare to act recklessly, it would be strange if Lord Battle Emperor didn't take care of you, Night Sorrow said after pouring tea for Wu Feng and Song Ning. Night Sorrow, are you going to give these 10 cities to the City Lord Manor as well? Datura asked. No, why should I give it to you? We gave half of the Misty Dynasty's territory to the Misty Dynasty because our Star Moon Lake owes the Misty Dynasty a debt of gratitude. What's the point of giving it away now? Others will think we're flattering them. Yi War shook his head. And NB update most P update quickly square root, look at what you're saying. Many people want to flatter our Misty Dynasty but don't have the chance. Song Ning rolled his eyes at Night Sorrow. That's other people. Aluo, I plan to give this map to my master and the others. As for how they govern and divide it, we don't care, Night Sorrow said. That's not bad. Just treat it as a peripheral property. Datura supported Night Sorrow's decision. After the matter came to an end, Night Sorrow felt that he could finally rest. After coming to the celestial realm, he had been tormented endlessly. He was mentally tired. On this day, Knight Sorrow was resting. Lin Qixing came. Manor Lord Lin is here. Please take a seat. Knight Sorrow invited Lin Qixing to take a seat. Sorry to disturb you. First, I would like to congratulate Overlord Knight on your great victory this time. Lin Qixing took out 2 jars of wine and placed them on the table. Thank you so much. Manor Lord Lin is too polite. Knight Sorrow opened the jar and poured a cup for Lin Qixing. Yes, you've displayed the might of our Mishti dynasty. This seat will also be arrogant when walking on the streets. Also, there's one more thing that I need Overlord Knight's help with. Lin Qixing cupped his fists towards Knight Sorrow. Yes, Manor Lord Lin. If I can do it, then there's no problem. If I can't, then Manor Lord Lin can't make things difficult for me. Knight Sorrow said. This seat has received the tea that Overlord Knight sent to the 7 Stars residence. Because Overlord Knight has been busy, he didn't visit to thank me. It's like this. This seat would like to ask for Overlord Knight's help to obtain a VIP card for Twilight Tea House. Lin Qixing explained his intention. About this matter, it's nothing. Knight Sorrow took out a VIP card and pushed it towards Lin Qixing. Many thanks. If Overlord Knight needs any help in the future, this seat will definitely not refuse. I'll take my leave. Lin Qixing stood up and cupped his fists towards Knight Sorrow. Then, he finished the wine in his hand and left the Night Moon Villa. At this moment, in Shadow Residence, a man was reporting something to Luo Yuandao. You're saying that before that woman was captured, she shouted at our people and asked us to inform Overlord Knight. Luo Yuandao looked at the reporting man and asked. Yes, that's what she shouted before she was captured. Because we didn't have many people at that time and she wasn't one of us, this subordinate didn't stop her and immediately returned to report to Manor Lord. The man bowed and said. Make a copy of the video and follow this seat to the Night Moon Villa. This matter was related to Knight Sorrow, so Luo Yuandao attached great importance to it. That's right. Here's the first update. Chapter 1694. After listening to Luo Yuandao's subordinates, and then looking at the soul strength image in the crystal, Knight Sorrow was stunned. Because he recognized the image in the crystal bowl. It was the Black Dragon Princess of the Devil Blood Domain who cultivated the dragon language. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The details were as follows. It was a cultivation ground in the empty space between the Shadow Manor and the Sky Peaks sect. She was cultivating the dragon language there when she was bullied by the people of the Celestial sect. She only refuted a few words before she was taken away by an emperor of the Celestial sect. Knight Sorrow's face was very ugly. He didn't have a deep personal relationship with the dragon language, but she was still from the primal chaos domain and had helped him a lot in the realm war. He couldn't just watch the dragon language fall into trouble. Who was the emperor who took her away? Knight Sorrow asked. Replying to Night Lord, that person is the Thousand Return Emperor of the Celestial Sect and the City Lord of the Thousand Return Region, Luo Yuandao's man said. Knight Sorrow, what do you plan to do? Since this person can call out your name, she should be a very important person, right? Tell me, what do you need me to help you with? Luo Yuandao said. He spoke to Knight Sorrow more casually and didn't mention anything like Night Lord or this Lord. Patriarch Luo, do you have a map of the Thousand Return region? Give me one, I'll save him, said Yi Shang. Even though they weren't very close, he couldn't ignore Luo Feng. Luo Yuandao's right hand touched the storage ring on his left hand and took out a map and handed it to Knight Sorrow. This doesn't count. What else do you need? Thank you, Lord Luo. If you come forward, you will represent the ethereal dynasty. I am different. I will go first. Knight Sorrow took the map and went to the transmission array. Luo Yuandao paced back and forth a few times, then left the Night Moon Villa and went straight to the city lord's mansion. Arriving at the exquisite glazed pagoda in the city lord's mansion, Luo Yuandao bowed slightly. The door of the tower opened and Luo Yuandao entered. He bowed to Lin Piaomiao, who had her back to him, and reported this matter. "That's the border of your shadow manor. Push the shadow army to the border. Inform Congning to bring the Congning army over as well. Be prepared to fight at any time. See if it's appropriate to provide support to Night Sorrow." Lin Piaomiao gave a series of orders. After receiving the order, Luo Yuandao left the Linglong Pagoda to make arrangements. He was the executor of some of the city lord's orders, so he had the authority to issue some orders. However, regarding the war, he had to seek the ethereal Battle Emperor's opinion. After leaving the Twinkle Gem Pagoda, Luo Yuandao found Congning and informed him of the ethereal Battle Emperor's orders. Hearing this, Congning, who had a strong desire for battle, immediately pulled the 3 armies of the Congning army to the border. Against the Celestial Sect, the Misty Dynasty didn't need to make any preparations. They could just send out their armies and fight. That's a lot of effort. Do you think Ling Daoxiu will dare to refuse? Congning said to Luo Yuandao, whose clone was at the border camp. He doesn't dare to refuse. The problem is that Yi Shang is the one who made the decision. His character are there for all to see. He doesn't want to owe anyone, including our Misty Dynasty. Luo Yuandao said. That bastard is like that. However, the Thousand Revolutions Emperor shouldn't be his opponent. Congning wasn't very worried. He has strong principles. Although he's an overlord, he's actually more important than some palace lords in the eyes of the Battle Emperor. Luo Yuandao said with a smile. Elder Luo also thinks so. Congning turned to look at Luo Yuandao. Congning, your words have the word also, which means you also think so. When Lin Qixing became an overlord, he was already an emperor and had many connections. Lin Qixing also made a lot of contributions to the Misty Dynasty. Night Sorrow became an overlord when he was a pseudo-emperor. To put it bluntly, he had value when he was a pseudo-emperor. Then, he became an emperor and gave half of the Eastern Hao region to the Misty Dynasty. Now, who dares to hurt him? The consequences are very serious. Luo Yuandao explained his analysis. I didn't think too much about it. I just feel that he does things well. Among the 7 palace lords, only Yang Tianlai has some conflicts with him. Han Zhenyue and Jiang Tianheng have an ordinary relationship with him. As for the rest of us, shouldn't we all help him when he needs help? No one can just stand by and watch, right? I know that Lin Qixing shamelessly asked him for a VIP card for the Twilight Tea House. Congning said. You talked behind his back. Luo Yuandao turned to look at Lin Qixing, who walked out of the teleportation array. Palace Lord Song, it's not good to talk behind people's backs, right? Lin Qixing glanced at Congning. Talk behind people's backs. What's wrong with calling you shamelessly in front of your face? Congning repeated. Stop fooling around. What's the situation now? Night Sorrow is strong, but he's too young. Don't get cheated. Lin Qixing changed the topic. He couldn't do anything if Congning scolded him. Besides, he was also worried about Night Sorrow. You should be more worried about Ling Qianhui. That woman isn't injured, so it's not a big problem. If she is, then it's a big problem. Congning said. Soon after, Wu Feng also came. He knew that there was a problem with Night Sorrow and naturally came over. Night Sorrow took the teleportation array to the nearest city to Thousand Return City. He then flew out of Thousand Return City. He set up a teleportation array and embedded a teleportation crystal in the disk. He went near the city walls and checked the weak spots of the patrols. Night Sorrow's body flashed and entered the city. As they advanced through the city, Night Sorrow's soul force probed the area to the maximum. He wanted to find Draconic's whereabouts. The dragon language wasn't in the city lord's mansion. Night Sorrow also didn't find the dragon language in the vicinity of the city lord's mansion. Yi Shan was a bit anxious. He found a hidden corner and knocked out a patrol. Then, he brought him into the dragon cauldron and interrogated him. He learned that the Thousand Return Emperor had another residence. It was north of Thousand Return City. At this moment, in the main hall of the Thousand Return Emperor's residence, the dragon language in a blue dress had her cultivation sealed and was tied to a large pillar. It's no use even if you know Night Sorrow. There should be many people who know him. The key is whether he knows you or not. I've captured you for 4 days, but no one came to save you, right? I want to refine the dragon blood pill. I have to say, your entire body is a treasure. The Thousand Return Emperor said to the dragon language with a cold aura. Do as you wish. Maybe he doesn't have the strength to fight against you now, but you will definitely pay the price in the future. Being captured by you, I accept my fate. Long Yu stared at the Qianhui Emperor, his eyes filled with killing intent. If you're cultivating in human form, I can keep you and have an heir with the bloodline of dragons. That's not bad. Unfortunately, you're in human form and your true form is still a dragon. I can only regret it. However, I can use a secret method to raise the energy in your body to the Emperor level. I can refine the dragon blood pill and dragon bone pill. Although it can't raise my cultivation, it can infinitely increase my battle strength. So just accept your bad luck. Ling Qianhui looked at the dragon language with a strong possessive gaze. You dare talk nonsense about the bloodline of dragons? Haha. The dragon language laughed. The dragon language said. Here's the second update. Chapter 1695. Equals Vyong Di Geo Free RM Read F Novels N, is it funny? What's the situation now? I'm the knife and you're the meat on my chopping block. I'll use your body to refine pills and watch you struggle. The effect will be good. Seeing dragon language laughing, Thousand Return got angry for no reason. It's funny. You're the Thousand Return Emperor, right? I'm sure you'll pay the price. There was no fear on Long Yu's face, but there was regret in her eyes. She had been captured with her true body, which had comprehended the realm. Unfortunately, her clone was exploring in a spatial world. Now, even if she wanted to rush back to ask for help, it was too late, and there was no place to ask for help. She knew that Yi Shang was the lord of the Misty dynasty, but she didn't know that Yi Shang had entered the imperial realm. At this time, Night Sorrow was near Thousand Return Mansion. Using his soul force to investigate the situation, he was a bit annoyed. Refining a living body was very cruel and was also a taboo. Almost no alchemist would do this, because if others found out, they would become public enemies. Thousand Return Emperor Ling Qianhui dared to do it because capturing dragon language was a secret. Besides, no one would know that he was refining pills with a living body. Ling Qianhui took out his alchemy cauldron. Bear with it for a while. I still have to extract your dragon tendons and bones. Then I'll refine the dragon blood pill. The more resentment you have in your heart, the stronger the soul power in the dragon blood pill. 2-star Emperor. Yi Shang detected Ling Qianhui's cultivation. Yi Shang's soul power was strong, and with the help of the 9 regions origin bead, he could detect Ling Qianhui. However, he was still outside the range of Ling Qianhui's soul power. Since you're cruel, don't blame me for being cruel. Night Sorrow took a deep breath and waved his space splitter spear, piercing through space. He then entered the 8-dragon cauldron and entered the spatial turbulence, approaching the Thousand Return residence. Normally speaking, it was very difficult to approach a 9th-stage monarch realm cultivator without being noticed. Monarch realm cultivators had strong soul energy and could cover a large area. However, Knight Sorrow was proficient in the spacetime attribute and was good at surviving in spatial turbulence. Therefore, he could avoid this problem. Knight Sorrow snuck into Qian Hui's mansion and slowly approached the main hall. There was only a spatial barrier between Qian Hui and the dragon language. At this time, Ling Qianhui stretched his hand towards the back of the dragon language's neck. He wanted to extract the dragon language's backbone and tendons. How could Knight Sorrow allow Ling Qianhui to succeed? The space-splitting spear pierced through the spatial barrier and arrived in the real world. The spacetime domain burst forth with suppression, and then the destructive true dragon chant was unleashed. Ling Qianhui's expression changed as he was about to extract the tendons and bones from the dragon language's neck. He didn't know what was going on with this sudden attack. Ling Qianhui's soul energy was shaken, resisting the destructive true dragon chant's influence on his soul energy. He withdrew his right hand and took out his weapon, releasing his gravity domain and great earth space. At the same time, his weapon faced Knight Sorrow's space-splitting spear. Following a muffled sound, Ling Qianhui was repelled by Knight Sorrow's spear. There was a difference in the amount of Jin Qi between the two, but Knight Sorrow's physical strength was stronger. After repelling Ling Qianhui, Knight Sorrow used his left hand as a blade and cut off the chains binding the dragon language. Then, he clenched his wrist and sent a stream of energy into the dragon language's dantian, dispersing the energy sealing Ling Qianhui's dantian. Without energy to protect the dragon language, it was very weak and could be easily injured. After resolving the crisis of the dragon language, Knight Sorrow's body flickered and charged towards Ling Qianhui. At this moment, Knight Sorrow was in a rage. Ling Qianhui was too cruel to the dragon language. If he came a little later, even if it was just half a cup of tea's time, the dragon language would have suffered irreparable damage. Knight Sorrow used the destructive true dragon chant and 3 soul destruction crescent moon blades towards Ling Qianhui's head. After detecting that Ling Qianhui's soul had solidified, Knight Sorrow knew that this was Ling Qianhui's true body. Now, he wanted to kill him because the dragon language said that it was related to him. Since Ling Qianhui was so ruthless, there was no need to be polite. At this moment, there was a halo above Ling Qianhui's head. It was a soul defense magic treasure, but the light was very weak. In the world domain, soul defense magic treasures were extremely rare. However, in the celestial realm, there were still many of them. Some cultivators who didn't have any soul defense magic treasures would pay a huge price to get a heavenly master or emperor preceptor to refine a soul defense magic treasure. However, the defensive effect wasn't necessarily good. The key was the strength of the user's soul power. Knight Sorrow's destructive true dragon chant was effective. The soul destruction crescent moon blades broke through Ling Qianhui's soul defense magic treasure and cut into his spirit sea. When his spirit sea was attacked, Ling Qianhui had to use his soul power to suppress it. The strength that he could display was greatly reduced. He barely managed to block Knight Sorrow's attack with his sword. However, his body was sent flying. Scum, you must die today. Knight Sorrow used the void steps to catch up with Ling Qianhui. The space splitter spear vibrated again as he executed the void origin strike. Ling Qianhui couldn't even speak. His cultivation level was obviously higher than Knight Sorrow's. However, because his soul power wasn't strong enough, he was in a passive state. He didn't even have the strength to retaliate. However, he still managed to crush a messaging crystal. As Knight Sorrow's void origin strike converged, Ling Qianhui's weapon was destroyed. Knight Sorrow's space splitter spear pierced Ling Qianhui's chest. Ling Qianhui's shoulder armor released radiance to protect his entire body. Emperor realm cultivators had deep foundations. Ling Qianhui had both soul defense magic treasures and body armor. However, because his soul was attacked, his qi couldn't display its might. Without qi, the armor's defensive power wouldn't be enough. Ling Qianhui's shoulder armor was directly shattered by Night Sorrow's space splitter spear. His body was sent flying again. You still want to use a living body to concoct pills? Today, I will cripple you first. Night Sorrow's body flashed and caught up with Ling Qianhui. He executed the space splitter spear and followed up with the void origin strike. At this moment, Ling Qianhui's internal organs were injured by Night Sorrow's attack. His qi circulation couldn't keep up and he didn't have a weapon to defend himself. He could only punch out. Night Sorrow's space splitter spear's purple radiance exploded. It directly destroyed Ling Qianhui's right fist. After which, it pierced through Ling Qianhui's chest and pierced through his body. Night Sorrow, I want him alive. Dragon language shouted. Yi Shan, who had originally intended to destroy Ling Qianhui's dantian, stopped the space splitter spear's downward cut. It only shook for a moment. Then, his left hand shot out energy to seal Ling Qianhui's dantian, whose soul was still in a daze from the attack. His left hand punched Ling Qianhui's temple, knocking him unconscious. Then, he threw him into the 8-dragon cauldron. Dragon language, are you alright? Night Sorrow looked at dragon language and asked. You came just in time. If you came a little later, I would have been skinned alive. Dragon language's complexion wasn't very good. Just now, he had suffered a lot. The pressure in his heart was extremely great. He has a clone and he even crushed the messaging crystal. We don't have much time. We have to leave quickly. Can you enter my spatial treasure? Night Sorrow looked at dragon language and asked. If you didn't come, I would have lost my life. Why can't I enter your spatial treasure? Dragon language nodded. Night Sorrow kept the non-resisting dragon language into his spatial treasure. Then, he used his soul force to investigate Ling Qianhui's mansion. After which, he searched for anything valuable. Chapter 1696. Sorry, you're late. Night Sorrow muttered. He activated the teleportation disc and left the 1,000 return residents, arriving at the teleportation array outside the city. After dismantling the teleportation array, Night Sorrow flew towards the nearest city. When he arrived at the nearest city, Yi Shan changed his attire and entered the city. When he saw the tense atmosphere in the city, he knew that the matter of him attacking Ling Qianhui had been discovered and reported to the other cities. However, the teleportation array was not closed. Night Sorrow entered the teleportation array and began to teleport. After teleporting many times, Night Sorrow returned to the Misty Dynasty's territory. He was safe now. Night Sorrow did not know about the Misty Dynasty's arrangements. He directly returned to the Misty Dynasty's imperial city and went to the Night Moon Villa. When he arrived at the Night Moon Villa, Night Sorrow brought out the dragon language and Ling Qianhui. Although they were both in the 8-dragon cauldron, the dragon language had been recovering and did not bother Ling Qianhui. Ling Qianhui woke up, but his condition wasn't good. Because Night Sorrow had attacked both his soul and body, the damage was still very great. Dragon language nodded to Datura and greeted him. He went to Ling Qianhui and took off his storage ring, throwing it to Night Sorrow. Can you arrange a place for me to stay? Sure, Aluo, you arrange it. Night Sorrow nodded to Datura. Seeing that Night Sorrow had returned safely, Datura was very happy. He took Ling Qianhui's dragon language and went to arrange it. You're very fast. Not long after you went out, you caught an Emperor Realm expert. Lin Xian Air appeared. I am very fast. Where's Old Song? I have to go to the City Lord's residence and catch an Emperor Realm cultivator from the Celestial Sect. This is not a small matter. They will come looking for me. Night Sorrow said. What are you afraid of? I think this matter is a matter of face in the eyes of the Battle Emperor. Would the Celestial Sect still dare to attack us? Lin Xian said with a smile. But it's still a close call. Knight Sorrow felt that it was inappropriate. Don't think too much about it. If the Celestial Sect wants to find you and negotiate with you, they can't let the Misty Dynasty off. They won't dare to act recklessly. Besides, the Celestial Sect has a bad relationship with the Misty Dynasty. Otherwise, Zhang Ning and the others wouldn't have taken over a territory of 80 million miles, Lin Xian'er said. When Knight Sorrow returned, Zhang Ning knew about it. Her original body had come to Night Moon Villa. Knight Sorrow, you're amazing. You're a one-star monarch, but you managed to capture a two-star monarch just by going out. How domineering. I'll report this to Lord Battle Emperor. Before Knight Sorrow could say anything, Zhang Ning left. An hour later, Zhang Ning returned to the Night Moon Manor. Boss Zhang, what did the Battle Emperor say? Knight Sorrow asked. He said that you can do whatever you want. If you want to kill him, then kill him. When Ling Qianhui captured him, your friend mentioned your name, but the other party insisted on doing it. That means he didn't give you any face. He didn't give our Misty Dynasty's lord any face. There's no need to be polite. Since he dared to come to the Misty Dynasty, Lord Battle Emperor will deal with him, Zhang Ning said. Yeah, I don't plan on letting him live. Even if Long Yu doesn't kill him, I will kill him. Killing intent appeared on Yishang's face. He couldn't accept the fact that he had to pull out the tendons and dig out the bones to concoct pills alive. You can kill him. Dragon language appeared. You can kill him. You can vent your anger however you want. Knight Sorrow nodded. If you were late by a few breaths, he would have pulled out my bones. I'll let him have a taste of it. Dragon language nodded to Knight Sorrow and left to deal with Ling Qianhui. Dragon language hated Ling Qianhui, but if it wasn't for Knight Sorrow, she would have just tortured him. She was afraid of causing trouble for Knight Sorrow. When she came to the Celestial Realm, she did the same as Knight Sorrow. She was clear about the situation in the Celestial Sect. She was worried that if she rashly killed Ling Qianhui, it would bring trouble to Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. After hearing Knight Sorrow's words, Dragon language was confident. She could do whatever she wanted. Night Moon Villa, miserable screams could be heard from time to time. That was Dragon language using torture to deal with Ling Qianhui. After patrolling Lin High Street, Ghost Monkey, who had nothing to do, found Dragon language. He helped Dragon language think of a way to deal with Ling Qianhui. At this moment, in the main hall of the Celestial Sect, the upper echelons were all sitting together. They were clear about the situation. Ling Qianhui was also in the main hall, but it was just a clone. Sect Master, save me. I can't hold on for long. Ling Qianhui bowed deeply to Ling Daoxiu. He wanted to live because if his main body was destroyed, his future would be gone. When you captured him, he called for Knight Sorrow. That means he's Knight Sorrow's friend. Don't you know what kind of person Knight Sorrow is? He's a mad dog. Don't you know how badly Donghao Mountain was bitten? The World Edge Pavilion took out a city and Saint Spirit stones as compensation. Don't you know? Ling Daoxiu roared. Ling Daoxiu knew about Knight Sorrow's reputation. With the protection of the Ethereal Empire and his own power, no one would want to mess with Knight Sorrow. Ling Qianhui was beaten up by Knight Sorrow, and he was in the wrong. Ling Daoxiu didn't know how to deal with this. Currently, the conflict between the Celestial Sect and the Ethereal Empire was quite serious. They had just seized 80 million miles of territory. 80 million miles of territory was nothing to the Celestial Sect. It wasn't even 1/10 of the territory. However, the Ethereal Empire's attitude was very clear. If you did something wrong, they would beat you. They wouldn't give you any face. That's a lone dragon. Ling Qianhui said. Do you have the ability to take it down? Ling Daoxiu was furious. The upper echelons of the celestial sect were discussing how to deal with this, but Ling Qianhui didn't dare to say anything. The final result was that Ling Daoxiu went to negotiate with Knight Sorrow. If it didn't work out, he would go to the ethereal battle emperor and ask for a favor. The celestial sect couldn't give up a 2-star monarch expert. Moreover, he was a member of the Ling family. If possible, Ling Daoxiu really didn't want to go to the ethereal empire because he would definitely lose face. No one would be nice to him. Night Moon Manor was filled with miserable screams. The dragon language used all kinds of torture on Ling Qianhui. Ling Qianhui was a monarch expert and wouldn't die so easily. The ghost monkey also had a hobby of torturing people. He gave the dragon language a lot of bad ideas. Knight Sorrow didn't care about this. Luo Yuandao and Lin Qixing still led the ethereal empire's army to the border. Zhang Ning and Wu Fing stayed in Knight Sorrow's residence because everyone knew that the celestial sect wouldn't give up on Ling Qianhui. If Ling Qianhui died, the celestial sect would either fight or endure. However, the dragon language didn't kill him directly and even left him with a breath. This made the celestial sect have to deal with him even if they didn't want to. Ling Daoxiu arrived at the ethereal imperial city. After registering with the teleportation array guard, he came to Night Moon Manor. Chapter 1697. No matter who it was or how famous they were, Knight Sorrow had no intention of talking to them. Ling Qianhui was already a dead man in his eyes. Hearing Ji Dao's refusal, Ling Daoxiu was infuriated because he clearly saw that Knight Sorrow was fine. He also saw Ling Qianhui's condition. His dantian was shattered, and his cultivation was destroyed. His legs were charred black, and there was a destructive aura lingering around them. There was also poison. It was an irreparable injury. However, even though he was angry, Ling Daoxiu didn't have any thoughts of barging in because there were 2 monarchs' auras in the mansion. They were Wu Fing and Zhang Ning. He wouldn't be able to do anything if he went in, and he couldn't bear the consequences. After thinking about it, Ling Daoxiu knew that he couldn't do it with Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow said he didn't have time, which meant that he wouldn't give him any face. Ling Daoxiu arrived at the city lord's mansion and handed over the visiting card. The one who received him was Elder Lan. Elder Lan reported to the ethereal battle emperor, who gave him the same reply as Knight Sorrow. She didn't even call herself Knight Sorrow. She just said, "I don't have time." This was because Lin Xian knew Knight Sorrow's reply to Ling Daoxiu. After hearing the reply, Ling Daoxiu didn't move for a long time. He wasn't an idiot and thought of something. The ethereal battle emperor already knew about his request to see Knight Sorrow, and she also knew about Knight Sorrow's attitude and reply. Ling Daoxiu left the city lord's mansion. After thinking for a while, he found a tea house and sat down. Although he had lost face, he couldn't give up on saving Ling Qianhui. Even if his cultivation was destroyed, he still had to save him. As long as his main body was alive, there was a chance of recovery. After thinking about it, Ling Daoxiu felt that he still had to find Knight Sorrow. From the ethereal battle emperor's attitude, she respected Knight Sorrow's opinion. After Ling Daoxiu left, Knight Sorrow went to Dragon Language's residence. At this moment, Dragon Language and Ghost Monkey were still attacking Ling Qianhui with all their might. Knight Sorrow, you'll die a horrible death. Ling Qianhui looked at Knight Sorrow and roared. You scolded our young master, I'll pull out your remaining teeth first. Hearing Ling Qianhui scold Yishang, Ghost Monkey was unhappy. He was now addressing Yishang as young master, just like Hong Yi and Laning. Ghost Monkey, you can take your time to deal with this later. Ling Qianhui, karma doesn't feel good. Back then, Long Yu said that it was related to me, but you didn't give me any face. Naturally, I won't give you any face. Back then, you said that Long Yu was a fish on the chopping block and you were the knife. Long Yu said that you had to pay the price, but you didn't believe me. Was. Oh. Hee hee. I don't mind telling you something. Even half of celestial sex territory is not as important as our life. Dragon language, avoid unnecessary trouble and prevent the other party from having the illusion of getting him back. I don't want to see him for 3 days. Night Sorrow said to Dragon language. Okay. Dragon language nodded. She was excited, but her face was calm. She understood what Night Sorrow was giving up in order to kill Ling Qianhui. It was an expensive ransom. After staying in Night Moon Villa for the past few days, Dragon language knew that anyone who wanted to negotiate with Night Sorrow would have to pay a huge price. However, for the sake of her, Dragon language, Night Sorrow gave up on negotiations and gave up on asking for resources. You lowly spawn, to think that your sect master would come personally. You're quite valuable, but it's a pity that our young master wants to kill you. Miss Long, we're going to have to be ruthless. We don't have much time left. Okay. Dragon language took the whip in Ghost Monkey's hand. It was a steel whip with barbs. Hearing that Night Sorrow wanted to kill him, Ling Qianhui was anxious. His clone in Celestial Sect's headquarters found Ling Daoshu's original body and told him about this. Ling Daoshu waved his hand and dismissed Ling Qianhui. He was full of anger now. Because Ethereal Battle Emperor didn't give him face, he could accept it because he wasn't on the same level as Ethereal Battle Emperor. But what about Night Sorrow? He, Ling Daoshu, wasn't on the same level as Ethereal Battle Emperor. Night Sorrow wasn't on the same level as him either. However, Night Sorrow didn't give him any face and directly said that he didn't have time. After thinking for a while, Ling Daoshu felt that Night Sorrow was pressuring him through Ling Qianhui and wouldn't really want Ling Qianhui's life. After all, Ling Qianhui had offended Night Sorrow, a friend. It couldn't be compared to a huge amount of resources. After waiting for 2 days, Ling Daoshu once again came to Night Moon Villa to seek an audience. Someone wanted to visit Night Moon Villa. The first obstacle was Ji Dao. The pavilion at the Night Moon Villa's entrance was his. The small martial arts arena was also his. When someone came to visit, the servants would inform him first. In Night Moon Villa, there were no guards at the entrance, only servants. No time. Again, Night Sorrow didn't want to see Ling Daoshu, and Ling Daoshu didn't dare to fight his way in. Therefore, Night Sorrow was very confident. After receiving Night Sorrow's reply, Ling Daoshu's anger soared to the sky. However, he forcefully suppressed it. He already understood that Night Sorrow wasn't playing hard to get. Night Sorrow really wanted to kill Ling Qianhui. Lord Knight, there's nothing that can't be resolved. We have to sit down and talk. Ling Daoshu directly used his true qi to transmit a message. After Night Sorrow heard Ling Daoshu's transmission, he stopped practicing his spear. He tossed the air splitter spear behind his back and arrived at Dragon Language's residence. Young Master. Ghost Monkey looked at Night Sorrow. Dragon Language, come with me. Night Sorrow called out to Dragon Language. He carried the already deformed Ling Qianhui and walked towards the entrance of Night Moon Villa. Sister Xian Er, what is this guy doing? Is he going to hand him over? Zhang Ning, who was drinking tea with Lin Xian Er, saw Night Sorrow's actions and asked in astonishment. Impossible. The most likely thing is that he wants to kill Ling Qianhui in front of Ling Daoshu. Let's go take a look. Ling Daoshu shouldn't act out of desperation. Lin Xian Er stood up and walked towards the entrance of Night Moon Villa. She knew that this matter would come to an end after Ling Daoshu's 2 requests for an audience. Night Sorrow carried the dead Ling Qianhui back to the entrance of Night Moon Villa. Emperor Daoshu, right? Do you know what he did? You want to hand him over. Night Sorrow looked at Ling Daoshu and threw out a sentence when they arrived at the entrance of Night Moon Villa. No matter what, he's from the Celestial Sect. We have to talk. Ling Daoshu opened his mouth and said. If he's from the celestial sect, then he wants to refine pills alive. Is the celestial sect behind this matter? You just have to tell me, do you admit to this matter? Knight Sorrow's eyes were filled with a sharp gaze. Carrot update L plus new, T most, fastest V on, it's hard to say what's going on. I'll go back and deal with it. Ling Daoxiu didn't dare to risk universal condemnation and admit to refining pills alive because it was too serious. Chapter 1698. Knight Sorrow, don't you dare. Ling Daoxiu was enraged. His aura rippled in all directions. Knight Sorrow. Dragon Language looked at Knight Sorrow. She knew that the matter had reached a critical juncture. If Ling Qianhui was killed, Star Moon Lake and Celestial Sect would become enemies. Don't be so wishy-washy. Knight Sorrow pulled out the Space Splitter Spear with his right hand and swung it. The Space Splitter Spear pierced through the air, closing the distance of 20 feet in an instant. The Space Splitter Spear pierced through the center of Ling Qianhui's brows, nailing his body to a huge boulder at the entrance of the Yeyue Mountain Villa. Do you think I dare or not? Knight Sorrow looked at Ling Daoxiu. Not only did he use his words, but he also used his actions to prove whether he dared or not. You deserve to die. Ling Daoxiu pointed at Knight Sorrow. Due to his extreme anger, his finger was trembling. Saying that I deserve to die. Are you declaring war on me, Knight Sorrow? Very well, since you dared to touch my people, Knight Sorrow, then I'll see how much stronger your celestial sect is compared to Eastern Hao Mountain. Knight Sorrow extended his right hand and took the Space Splitter Spear that nailed Ling Qianhui. Ling Daoxiu, you're declaring war on the lord of my Misty dynasty, right? Zhang Ning narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Daoxiu. I have no intention of declaring war. Manor Lord Zhang, you've misunderstood. Knight Sorrow, this is a personal grudge between us. If you're a man, then don't involve others. Ling Daoxiu looked at Knight Sorrow. He really didn't dare to declare war. And here I thought you were confident enough to do so. If you want to declare war, then you'll have to swallow your words. There's no future for you. How do you want to play? I'll accept it. Knight Sorrow turned and walked back into the mansion. He didn't say anything else to Ling Daoxiu. Lin Xian Air and Zhang Ning followed behind Knight Sorrow. Dragon Language noticed that Ling Qianhui's pierced head was glowing. She grabbed Ling Qianhui's soul defense treasure with her right hand and put it away. We don't want the corpse. With that, Dragon Language also returned to the Night Moon Villa. Ling Daoxiu retrieved Ling Qian's corpse and left. He felt extremely stifled in his heart. Watching his junior being killed with his own eyes without being able to do anything was quite a blow to him. Knight Sorrow returned to his residence and brewed a pot of tea. It was as if he wasn't the one who had just killed someone in front of Ling Daoxiu. Knight Sorrow, did I cause you trouble? Dragon Language looked at Knight Sorrow and asked in a low voice. No. Knight Sorrow shook his head. But the Sky Peak sect already bears a grudge against you. The Dragon Language was filled with guilt again. Then let me say something. The reason I, Knight Sorrow, came to the Celestial Realm was to first break the shackles of the Primal Chaos Realm being unable to produce an emperor. Second, after becoming an emperor, to solve the problem of the evil dragon poison flame in my ant phase body. Third, to see how powerful the Sky Peak sect is. Knight Sorrow took a sip of tea and said. Knight Sorrow, do you have a grudge with the Sky Peak sect? Lin Xian Air asked. Yes, the Sky Peak sect almost destroyed one of our worlds. Later, the main culprit ran away and ran to the Celestial Realm. They received orders from the Celestial Realm's Sky Peak sect. Knight Sorrow said. So that's how it is. What are they trying to do by plundering the origin energy of a world with billions of lives? Lin Xian Air frowned. She didn't know much about this matter. However, through Night Sorrow's words, she understood why Night Sorrow wanted to kill. Grudge, because the grudge was deep. Making someone lose their place of survival was like cutting off their path to survival. This was an irreconcilable enmity. With this kind of enmity, no one would be merciful. No wonder your killing intent was so heavy today. However, it's nothing much. He didn't even dare to declare war, Zhang Ning said with a smile. In fact, Lin Xian'er wasn't the only one who was puzzled. She also didn't understand. Normally, Night Sorrow wouldn't be so radical and kill someone in front of Ling Daoxiu. Dragon language, don't go out without you for the next few days. Just stay here. If they can't figure it out, they might take it out on you. Night Sorrow reminded Dragon language. I'll follow you from now on. I won't run away. Dragon language said. All right. You can rest assured and stay here. You came with me, so we'll stay together. Night Sorrow nodded at Dragon language. Night Sorrow knew very well that the Sky Peak sect wouldn't let this matter go. It could be said that they had become mortal enemies. However, he didn't care. Why original unspecified currency version? Why first? Carrot, ha. Night Sorrow, do you know that if you're willing to make a deal, the Sky Peak sect will bleed a lot this time? For a 2-star emperor, they can give you dozens of cities and tens of millions of Saint Spirit stones. Zhang Ning said. Sometimes, resources aren't as important as venting. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Dragon language, who was listening on the side, was shocked. At this moment, she understood what Night Sorrow had given up for her. After the incident, everything quieted down. However, the news still spread. Even if Night Sorrow didn't say it, many people in Qianhui City knew about it. Such a big matter couldn't be hidden from them. Night Sorrow's name once again entered everyone's ears. A 1-star emperor had captured a 2-star emperor and killed him in front of the Sky Peak sect master. This was something that others couldn't do and didn't dare to do. While they admired him, they were also worried that Night Sorrow would cause big trouble. The Mishti dynasty protected the moon and Star Lake, but a force like the Sky Peak sect had many ways to deal with Night Sorrow. Zhang Ning and Lin Xian were drinking tea alone in the attic of the Night Moon Villa. Sister Xian, don't mind him. Night Sorrow's temper is like this. He won't compromise with the Sky Peak sect. Zhang Ning said. What's there to mind? This is a good thing. So what if he offended the Sky Peak sect? Even if we didn't have a personal relationship, from his point of view, half of the Donghao Mountain in exchange for protection should be worth something, right? Lin Xian said with a smile. It's good that you don't mind. Zhang Ning said. You think too much. Night Sorrow isn't just your friend, he's also my friend. You don't have to take responsibility for anything. Lin Xian looked at Zhang Ning and said. However, an even more shocking news spread. Night Sorrow of the Misty Dynasty had taken in a pure-blooded black dragon. Lin Xian found Night Sorrow and said, I've been worried about this problem. The problem still came. This news isn't good. Sister Xian tell me. Night Sorrow didn't understand. It's fine if you take in other races of dragons, but not black dragons. Black dragons and the human race are sworn enemies. Black dragons once attacked our Tianhuang city. It's troublesome to have a member of the pure-blooded black dragon in our territory, even if it's not a threat. Lin Xian said. Sister Xian, dragon language came from the chaotic realm with me. There's no racial grudge. Night Sorrow said with a frown. Gossip is a fearful thing. You have to know that some things can't be done just because you say so. Even the War Emperor can't deal with this matter because the ones who ask about it might be the human race's sect elder. Lin Xian said. Sister Xian, what do we do now? Night Sorrow didn't know how to deal with it. Hide, but the human race's sect elders' methods are terrifying. It's not that easy to hide. Lin Xian said. Chapter 1699. It's useless. You don't understand the methods of the elders of the human race. Besides, even if you hide the dragon language, you will still be in trouble. Do you think you can escape from being labeled a traitor of the human race? Lin Xian said. A traitor of the human race. I am the Deluxe Merit Great Sage and will soon become the Deluxe Merit Heavenly Monarch. Will they label me as a traitor of the human race? Night Sorrow stood up, a little agitated. I'm just guessing. The dragon language must be hidden in a place where others can't find it. Even if they find it, they can't go to it. Let nature take its course for the rest, Lin Xian said. I'll hide the dragon language first. We'll talk about the rest later. Night Sorrow nodded. He didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Make some backup plans. A man without foresight will have immediate troubles. Lin Xian said. As the Ethereal Battle Empress, Lin Xianer did not only have influence in the Ethereal Empire, but this matter involved the human race, so the problem was not easy to deal with. The last time the Black Dragon race attacked the Heavenly Desolation City, it had caused a lot of damage to the human race, and some of the human race's elders had even fallen, so the problem involving the Black Dragon race was very serious. Night Sorrow found the dragon language and told her about the current problem. Night Sorrow, I've caused trouble for you this time. Dragon language said apologetically. Now that things have come to this, it's meaningless to think about how to avoid it. How about this? Go back to the primal chaos realm and cultivate. Don't come back without my notice. Aluo, go and send them off. Also, when you reach the Star Moon Lake, get the key people to teleport back. Then, take out the teleportation crystal of the teleportation formation and bring it to me. Night Sorrow said to Datura. Night Sorrow, I won't be able to enter the Emperor realm if I return to the Primal Chaos realm. It wasn't easy for me to reach my current realm. I plan to travel around. I don't have a fixed place to stay, so it won't be easy for others to catch me. I have some secret talents. Dragon language thought for a moment and said. She was now a half-step emperor, which was her reward after entering the celestial realm. I can't decide where you go or your future, but you have to know that the divination skills of the celestial realm experts are powerful. You should be prepared for some things. Night Sorrow said. I understand. Dragons. Dragon language said. That's fine. This is an illusion array disk. You can stay in it for a long time. Just activate it once and it can isolate the outside environment. Even if the other party divines your whereabouts, they won't be able to determine your location. Here are 1,000,000 Saint Spirit Stones. Take it. This is all I can do for you. Night Sorrow took out a storage ring and handed it to Dragon language. Night Sorrow, I will remember your kindness. If I can reach the Emperor realm, I will come back to find you and help you solve the problem of the dragon's blood. Dragon language didn't pretend to be pretentious. She took the storage ring and cupped her hands at Night Sorrow before leaving the Night Moon Villa. Then, do we still need to take out the teleportation crystal of the Star Moon Lake? Datura asked Night Sorrow. Dragon language hasn't returned to the primal chaos realm yet. We won't need it for now. Night Sorrow said. While Night Sorrow was thinking about this problem, Tsangning came to tell Night Sorrow that the Ethereal Battle Emperor would open up the Evil Punisher land for them in 3 days. Night Sorrow was stunned. He didn't expect it to be so soon. The last time they said it would be 3 years later. Now, it was brought forward by so much. However, this was a good thing. Night Sorrow immediately told Lin Xian to prepare. In fact, this was Lin Xian's decision. Ghost Wings was an opportunity for her. At the same time, she also wanted Night Sorrow to lie low for a while. The dragon language was a serious matter. It was so serious that she couldn't take it head-on. Night Sorrow, this matter is serious. You should go in with your original body. Even if something happens, you can lie low for a while. Lin Xian looked at Night Sorrow and said, "My original body's nihility domain is progressing very quickly. Now that I've lost contact with my doppelganger, I should be in a state of enlightenment. My doppelganger can also confirm the location of the evil Punisher land." Night Sorrow said. Looking at Night Sorrow, Lin Xian didn't say anything else. This was Night Sorrow's decision. After 3 days of preparation, Night Sorrow was about to set off. Even the ethereal Battle Emperor had arrived at the Night Moon Villa. "Boss Tsang, if anyone finds trouble with me, tell them to wait. I'll be back in 3 months. Don't hurt the innocent." Night Sorrow said to Tsang Ning, who was still in the Night Moon Villa. "Don't worry about that. Whether it's the Star Moon Lake or the Night Moon Villa, they are all under my protection. No matter who it is, they can't act recklessly. However, you have to be careful when it comes to the Black Dragons." Ethereal Battle Emperor said. Hearing Ethereal Battle Emperor's words, Night Sorrow was relieved. This was what he was most worried about. After that, Night Sorrow, Datura, and Lin Xian were led to the evil Punisher Gate by the Ethereal Battle Emperor. Following the activation of the sealing array, Night Sorrow and the other two entered the evil Punisher land. Night Sorrow sensed the location of the evil Punisher land source. After confirming the direction, he began to move forward. The Ethereal Battle Emperor returned to the City Lord's mansion and made some arrangements. She arranged for Night Sorrow to enter the evil Punisher land because it wasn't convenient for her to fall out with some people. She was also one of those people. She was almost certain that things wouldn't end so easily. The reason why Ling Daoshi released this news was because he also knew some things. He knew that releasing news related to the Black Dragons would bring trouble to Night Sorrow. The Black Dragons had appeared in human territory, so they had to deal with it. Anyone related to the Black Dragons would be implicated. "Lord Battle Emperor, is this matter very serious?" Tsang Ning asked. "It's very serious. The natural enemy of our human race is the Demon-Winged clan. After the last battle between the human race and the Demon-Winged clan, the Black Dragons took action and completely stood against the human race. This caused the Azure Dragons and the Black Dragons to draw a clear line between themselves. The Demon-Winged clan is not only the enemy of us humans, but also the dragons and other races. It can be said that the Black Dragons are the enemy of our 100 Races Alliance. Night Sorrow has a connection with the Black Dragons this time, so the Alliance will definitely investigate. It's just a matter of time." Lin Ethereal Battle Emperor said. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios, maybe the news hasn't reached them yet. Tsang Ning said. "You're thinking too simply. The Celestial Sect has someone in the 100 Races Alliance. He's the sworn brother of the Celestial Emperor, so the news will definitely reach them. The result is obvious. Capturing the dragon language is certain. As for how Night Sorrow will be dealt with, I can't say." Lin Ethereal Battle Emperor said. "Lord Battle Emperor, then Night Sorrow should run." Luo Yuandao said. He was also anxious for Night Sorrow. "We'll see. After all, Night Sorrow is the deluxe merit Grand Sage. No one can just make empty promises and pin a crime on him." Lin Ethereal Battle Emperor said. Chapter 1700. Lin Piaomiao had a few considerations for bringing forward the time of entering the evil Punisher land. One was to let Night Sorrow avoid the limelight for a while, the other was to let Night Sorrow increase his power of virtue. Within the land of evil execution, Yishang's group of 3 flew quickly, arriving at the location of the teleportation array he had reserved. Yishang embedded another realm teleportation crystal into the teleportation array, then split the crystal into two parts and placed them into the teleportation array discs, handing one each to Mandela and Lin Xian. If there's time, I'll have to refine some more teleportation array discs. Then, the three of them flew towards the location that Night Sorrow had sensed. Night Sorrow, don't be in a hurry. If there are evil spirits, we still have to kill them. Accumulating resources and accumulating luck at the same time will only be beneficial to us. We have a lot of time, so there's no need to rush. Lin Xian said to Night Sorrow. With Lin Xian's words, the three of them headed towards the source of the evil Punisher land amidst the slaughter. As long as they saw evil spirits, they would kill them. At this moment, in a world filled with a violent aura, a modeled ancient city sat in the middle. Compared to other cities in the celestial realm, the ancient city was much smaller in scale. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would discover that it was different from other cities. This ancient city was situated on the sea, on a bridge that extended out of the sea. The city was surrounded by rusty iron chains that extended deep into the sea, securing the city. The black whirlwinds produced by the sea constantly attacked the city, but the tall and majestic city walls that were the same color as the iron chains kept these violent whirlwinds outside the city. The city was very quiet, without any noise that other cities would have. However, groups of soldiers walked back and forth, bringing a somber atmosphere to the city. The tallest buildings in the city were the 5 ancient pagodas, the one in the middle was slightly taller than the ones beside it. At this moment, on one of the levels of the ancient pagodas, there were a few old men sitting. Elder Gu, have you received the message? Members of the Black Dragons have appeared in your human territory. An old man wearing a robe filled with various kinds of herbs said. I've received the message. This matter needs to be investigated. The man called Elder Gu carried a long sword on his back, his face cold and valiant. It's already difficult for our 100 Races Alliance to fight against the demon-winged race. If there are internal problems, there will be endless troubles. The red-robed old man sitting in the middle said. Bring him back and erase all connections with him, a man in a white robe said. Bai Qiuyuan, how can you say this in front of Lin Piao? It's not to be too murderous. Gu Qi, we all know how much harm the Black Dragon clan brought to us last time. I didn't say what would happen to the Ethereal Dynasty. I only said that everything related to the Black Dragon clan should be wiped out. Go. Elder Gu, go with Elder Bai. The human race must be stabilized and unstable factors must be dealt with. I believe Commander Lin will cooperate. The red-robed man sitting in the main seat made his decision. Night Sorrow, Lin Xian, and Datura were hunting evil spirits, but their progress was not slow. Lin Xian did not do much as she did not need his help. Night Sorrow's combat strength was vastly different from the last time he came. He could be said to be advancing unstoppably, and nothing could stop him. How many Emperor Realm evil spirits were there in the evil Punisher land? Not many. Even if they developed well, there were not many Heaven Monarch Realm evil spirits, let alone Emperor Realm evil spirits. How could they stop Night Sorrow? The world origin is moving, but it's not fast. After another battle, Night Sorrow spoke of his feelings. Is it moving naturally, or is there something that can sense us and evade us? Lin Xian asked. It's not moving fast, and it's not moving in the opposite direction. It's moving naturally, and I can feel that it's different from the last time. Night Sorrow said. Could it be that when Guizu's soul was here last time, his magic treasure Ghost Wings was together with the world's origin, and Guizu controlled the Ghost Wings to move with the world's origin? Mandela voiced her thoughts. It's completely possible. The world origin is moving very fast this time, but it's not that ridiculous. Night Sorrow nodded. Yishan and the others continued forward. They killed as many evil spirits as they could. As for evil spirits with bodies, Yishan needed to use his spear to kill them. As for evil spirits without bodies, they couldn't withstand the vibrations of Yishan's space-time domain. A single vibration was enough to shatter and annihilate these evil spirits. Your domain is really domineering. If your other attributes enter the Emperor realm and your domain fuses, then your domain will be domineering. Your domain is now a level 2 domain. Lin Xian said. What does a level 2 domain mean? Night Sorrow asked, puzzled. It's very simple. A domain of a single attribute is a level 1 domain, and a domain of 2 attributes is a level 2 domain. Lin Xian explained the differences between domains to Night Sorrow. The higher the level of the domain, the more powerful it is. Night Sorrow looked at Lin Xian and asked. According to normal circumstances, this is the case. However, everyone's aptitude and talent are different, so the power of the domain is different. The Wind-Fire domain is a level 2 domain, but it has no advantage against the Time domain or Space domain. If it's a sovereign attribute domain, then it's different. However, no matter what attribute the domain is, it's necessary for cultivators to raise the level of their domain. Cultivators in the Emperor realm work hard to perfect their domain, but after entering the Emperor realm, it's impossible to raise the level of one's cultivation for countless years. Thank you, Sister Xian for clearing my doubts. Night Sorrow seemed to understand a little. There are some things that I won't avoid. Because you came from a domain, your starting point is a little low. There are some things and some cultivation paths that you have to explore on your own. This may be the biggest reason for slowing down your cultivation speed. Take it slow. The top cultivators in the celestial realm also explored step by step. Lin Xian said. I know, people walk on their own paths. The first person to walk on his or her own path. Night Sorrow said. Yes, it's good that you have such a way of thinking. You may face many difficulties in the early stages, but after you walk out of it, it's fundamentally different from cultivating step by step. Lin Xian admired Night Sorrow's mentality. Sister Xian can you tell us more about Tianhuang City? Datura asked. Yes, I can. Some people in the celestial realm know about it. You know about the celestial and demon rankings. The top few on the celestial and demon rankings are all members of Tianhuang City. So is the War Emperor Lin Piaomiao. Lin Xian said. Then she should be a core figure of Tianhuang City, right? Night Sorrow asked. _Z_most I square root new asterisk I chapter. Chapter 1701. Does that mean that the core of the Tianhuang City could be a member of the previous celestial demon list? Night Sorrow asked in surprise. It should be a member of the previous celestial demon list. Lin Xian nodded. Rank 8 immortal, are there many experts in the Tianhuang City? Datura's eyes were full of shock. No, why is there such a thing as reincarnation, epic, and small epic? Because at this time, there will be a heavenly tribulation. Every 10 billion years is the Emperor Tribulation, and every 100 billion years is the Emperor Tribulation. A reincarnation tribulation is called the God Annihilation Tribulation. There are many experts on the celestial demon list, and they are the overlords in the world of cultivators, but they are powerless in the face of the heavenly tribulation. There is an emperor tomb in the Tianhuang City, and all the people buried there are supreme giants. No matter how powerful you are, when the tribulation comes, you will be insignificant. The emperor tomb appears, and the emperor tomb falls. This is a popular saying among high-level cultivators. Lin Xian sighed. Seeing that Night Sorrow and Datura were puzzled, Lin Xian explained in detail. Lightning tribulation, wind tribulation, and fire tribulation were all manifestations of the heavenly tribulation, but when it came to the epic tribulation, the tribulation was an energy body with heaven-defying combat power. This energy body appeared to kill supreme giants, so it was called the immortal tomb by the cultivators of the celestial realm. Can't get through it. Night Sorrow looked at Lin Xian. There are those who can. Didn't the experts from the previous celestial demon list survive it? But that is a small tribulation, and every 10 billion years is a tribulation. After one tribulation, there will be 2 more, each more overbearing than the last. Finally, there will be the 9 heavenly tribulations, and then the Emperor tribulation of 100 billion years. Why is it said that cultivators are fighting against the heavens? It is because of the existence of this tribulation. Lin Xian said with a smile. Isn't this fatal? Datura sighed. What you said is too accurate. It's a matter of life and death. Misty Battle Emperor is still young. Regardless of his strength, he is still part of the younger generation in Tianhuang City. The only ones who can make decisions in Tianhuang City are the patriarchs of the human race and the leaders of the other races, Lin Xian said. In fact, there were not many people who knew Tianhuang City better than she did. Elder Sister Xian, you know so much. Night Sorrow looked at Lin Xian. He felt that this was not something a rogue cultivator like Lin Xian should know. Night Sorrow, everyone has their own privacy. Sister Xian may have concealed her origins from you, so please don't mind her, Lin Xian said as she looked at Night Sorrow. I don't mind. What's there to mind? But I'm now thinking that Elder Sister Xian's background must be astonishing. Let's set off. Night Sorrow did not continue speaking, because Lin Xian's words had already made it clear. It's good that you don't mind. No matter what happens in the future, we will always be friends. Lin Xian smiled. She was very happy that Night Sorrow didn't mind. That's right. Elder Sister Xian has a great background. I have a big thigh to rely on, Night Sorrow said. Shameless, thick-skinned. Datura scolded with a smile. As they advanced and fought, Night Sorrow's cultivation gradually stabilized. Moreover, during the battle, he studied the direction to improve his combat strength. Night Sorrow integrated his power of virtue into the spacetime domain. The originally somewhat hazy spacetime domain was filled with a vast golden light, and it was filled with a soul-stirring righteous aura. This is your advantage. When your body of virtue enters the 9th stage Emperor realm, there will be a qualitative change in your domain. This is your advantage. Even emperors can't help but envy you, Lin Xian said. As they advanced and fought, Night Sorrow perfected the integration of his power of virtue and the spacetime domain. As they advanced, Night Sorrow collected more and more flames of life. Night Sorrow even killed a few 1-star and 2-star Emperor Realm evil spirits. Night Sorrow wanted to collect more, but there weren't many high-level evil spirits in the evil Punisher land. Original version, care of, as time passed, Night Sorrow and the other 2 got closer and closer to the evil Punisher land's origin. Although it was still in operation, Night Sorrow had a premonition. Elder Sister Xian the origin of the world is intelligent. If we continue to advance, it might be alerted. If it is alerted, it will run away directly. We might not be able to catch up to it, Night Sorrow said. My speed is still not bad. It's just that I can't sense where it is. Without a target, I can't chase after it. No matter what, we have to reach the range where it can be detected. Once we reach the range where it can be detected, leave it to me, Lin Xian said. This was where Lin Xian couldn't compare to Night Sorrow. She was an Emperor Realm Emperor, but she was helpless against the origin of the world and couldn't get close to it. Elder Sister Xian how about we approach it from the void turbulence? Once we're close, we'll go out. We can only say that we'll try our best. It's hard to say if there will be any results, Night Sorrow said. Once we're close, we'll depend on elder sister Xian Air. If we can't do it, then we won't be alive. I won't force it, Lin Xian Air said with a smile. After cultivating for so many years, she was naturally open-minded about some things. After advancing for another distance, Night Sorrow turned around and looked at Lin Xian Air and Datura. It's about 1,000,000 miles away. We can't advance rashly. If we're not careful, it's easy to waste all our previous efforts. Ah Luo, enter my spatial treasure. Night Sorrow nodded at Datura. He didn't say that to Lin Xian Air because entering the spatial treasure meant that their lives depended on each other. It wasn't appropriate to speak rashly. After putting Datura into the 8-dragon cauldron, Night Sorrow waved his space-splitting spear and blasted it at the spatial barrier. This spear was the void return to origin strike. The energy gathered into a point and blasted through the spatial barrier. Night Sorrow's spear technique changed again, becoming the void extreme strike. The energy exploded at the point, and then the time vibration wave. It should be the space-time vibration wave, because the energy of time and space had already merged. Using all his strength, Night Sorrow blasted a hole the size of a human head in the spatial barrier. Night Sorrow entered in a flash. This time, he didn't even need to enter the 8-dragon cauldron. The energy in his body changed, and his body shrank a lot. After Night Sorrow entered, Lin Xian Air also entered. Her body was covered in a purple halo. Void attribute. Turning around to look at Lin Xian Air, Night Sorrow was stunned. Lin Xian Air was the same as him, she also had the sovereign void attribute. Yes, but it's not complete enough. It's not pure enough. It still lacks some maturity. You lead the way, and I'll lead you forward. Lin Xian Air waved her white sleeves lightly, and wrapped Night Sorrow up. There was no need for Night Sorrow to consume energy to protect himself. Too powerful. This was what Night Sorrow felt at this moment. When he released his spacetime domain, it was attacked by the spatial turbulence. It was still constantly shaking, as if it would be destroyed at any time. However, Lin Xian Air's void domain was incomparably stable. The domain had already become a solid cover, and ripples spread out in all directions, attacking the spatial turbulence. After Night Sorrow pointed out the direction, Lin Xian Air began to fly. Chapter 1702. Lin Xian Air's speed was fast. Even in the turbulent space, she didn't seem to be affected. It only took her 2 hours to cover a distance of 1,000,000 miles, and this was under the condition that the world source was still moving. Night Sorrow constantly pointed the way because the world source was still moving. Guai is really with the world source. The array disk in Lin Xian Air's hand lit up. It was an array disk specially used to detect the existence of Guai. The world source is not easy to control. Sister Xian Air needs a plan. Night Sorrow reminded her. If it was a normal world source, it would indeed be difficult to control. However, the world source of evil punishing land has been controlled by Guai for a period of time. It is no longer a traditional world source, so its power should have decreased. Perhaps there is a chance. Lin Xian Air nodded to Night Sorrow. She already had a plan in her heart. It's not far ahead. Sister Xian Air, it's going to run. Hurry. At this time, Night Sorrow discovered that the world source was accelerating. Lin Xian Air's right hand formed a blade and slashed at the spatial barrier. She cut open the spatial barrier and rushed out in a flash. She naturally couldn't let the world source and Guai escape. Lin Xian Air chased after them. Night Sorrow rushed out of the turbulent space and didn't move. He only released Datura. It was useless for him to move. The world source and Lin Xian Air were too fast. His soul power couldn't lock onto them. Sister Xian Er chased after them. Datura looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Yes, there is nothing we can do at this time. Night Sorrow nodded. He really couldn't help Lin Xian Er. If he couldn't keep up with her speed, he couldn't do anything. At this time, Lin Xianer was already close to the source of the evil punishing land. She could also clearly see the form of the source of the evil punishing land. It was a pair of blue wings, and in the middle of the wings, there was a black light. Forever S novel C, want to run? Don't even think about running today. Lin Xian Er accelerated again, displaying the full speed of the Emperor rank. Lin Xianer knew that this was a great opportunity for her. It was the luck that Night Sorrow had brought to her, the luck of someone close to the body of merit. Lin Xianer, who had used all her speed, drew closer to the world's origin. At this time, the world's origin flapped its wings, drew an arc in the air, and ran back the way it had come. However, the distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. This was the power of Lin Xianer's Emperor, the evil Punisher source. It wasn't as fast as her, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Lin Xianer was confident that she could catch up to the source of the evil punishing grounds and control it. She felt that Gue Yi and the source of the evil punishing grounds would not be able to escape, so the threat of the evil punishing grounds to the celestial realm could be resolved. The source of the evil punishing grounds ran in circles, and once again appeared in the range of Night Sorrow's spiritual strength. What's going on? Why did it run back? Its speed is really fast. Night Sorrow really didn't understand. When it was still 100 li away from Night Sorrow and Datura, Lin Xianer's domain burst forth, suppressing the source of the evil punishing grounds that carried Gue Yi. Her right hand reached out, and energy wrapped around the source of the evil punishing grounds and Gue Yi. However, it wasn't completely suppressed. The source of the evil punishing grounds flapped its wings and continued to fly. Want to run? Stop for me. Lin Xianer roared, and the energy in her body burst forth, completely suppressing the source of the evil punishing grounds that Gue Yi carried. At this time, the source of the evil punishing grounds that carried Gue Yi was completely suppressed by Lin Xianer. However, an accident still happened. The pair of blue wings shook violently, and the world's origin bead embedded on them broke free from Lin Xianer's control and continued to fly away. Lin Xianer's right hand grabbed the still flapping blue wings, and then her body flickered as she continued to chase. If she could destroy the source of the evil punishing grounds, then the evil punishing grounds would become empty and barren, and the birth of evil spirits would be very difficult. The distance between Lin Xianer and the world's origin closed once again. Night Sorrow, get out of the way. Lin Xianer shouted at Night Sorrow, because Night Sorrow and Datura were on the escape route of the evil punishing grounds. Night Sorrow pulled Datura away from the flight path of the evil punishing grounds, and dodged to the side. However, the direction of the evil punishing grounds' escape had also changed, and it rushed towards Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow pulled Datura away, and the evil punishing grounds' origin chased after them, while Lin Xianer chased after the world's origin. The three of them chased after each other, and the speed was obvious. Night Sorrow was the slowest, followed by the evil punishing grounds' origin, and the fastest was Lin Xianer. The distance between the three of them was quickly closing. Suppress. Lin Xianer flipped her right hand, and a large energy hand covered the evil punishing grounds' origin. A black light flashed on the evil punishing grounds' origin, and then it accelerated, dodging Lin Xianer's energy hand, and rushed towards Night Sorrow. Block. Unable to dodge, Night Sorrow waved his arm, and the 8-dragon cauldron appeared, blocking the path of the world's origin. With the sound of metal clashing, the origin of evil punishers punched a hole in the 8-dragon cauldron. The origin of evil punishers, which had pierced through the 8-dragon cauldron, charged at Yishan. Mysterious yellow armor. Night Sorrow roared again. However, the evil punishing ground's origin was too fast, and before Night Sorrow's mysterious yellow armor could complete its defense, it directly shot into Night Sorrow's chest, sending Night Sorrow's body flying. Boundless energy rushed towards Night Sorrow's body, and the evil punishing ground's origin bead also rushed towards Night Sorrow's spirit sea. At this time, the 9-region origin bead in Night Sorrow's spirit sea moved, and a similarly boundless world's origin blasted towards the evil punishing ground's origin. Following a loud explosion, Night Sorrow's mind went blank, and he didn't know what happened next. At this time, in the eyes of Lin Xian, and Datura, Night Sorrow's body was constantly exploding, and energy was constantly bursting out. Night Sorrow's head was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and holes were constantly appearing on his body, shooting out energy from the holes. When Lin Xian, and Datura arrived, Night Sorrow had already fallen to the ground and was no longer moving. Blood flowed from his mouth, and his body was riddled with holes. Night Sorrow. Datura reached out to help Night Sorrow up, but just as his hand touched Night Sorrow, he was directly sent flying by a wave of energy. Lin Xian, first helped Datura up. Don't touch him first, his body has become a battlefield between the origin beads of the 2 worlds. Now that the battle is over, the energy is still in his body, and this is a big problem. Lin Xian understood what was going on. From the moment the evil punishing ground's origin entered Night Sorrow's body, she had been observing the flow of energy in Night Sorrow's body. The evil punishing ground's origin wanted to break through Night Sorrow's spirit sea, because Night Sorrow's spirit sea had the light of virtue, which was its natural enemy, and it contained the power of ghosts. Chapter 1703. Night Sorrow had lost consciousness, but the consciousness of the 9 regions origin bead was still present. It tried its best to protect Night Sorrow's body. The light of virtue in Night Sorrow's spirit sea also moved, enveloping Night Sorrow's body and constantly purifying the ghostly power contained in the evil punishing land. Big Sister Xian, how is Night Sorrow now? Datura was more anxious. At this moment, Night Sorrow was too miserable. His body was full of holes and blood flowed freely. He was hit by the energy impact and was knocked unconscious. His body has suffered a certain degree of damage, but it doesn't matter. His source was not damaged. This time, he will benefit from this disaster, Lin Xian said. The light of virtue purified the evil energy in Night Sorrow's body. After the purified energy was absorbed by Night Sorrow's body, the light of virtue also absorbed. It's good that he's not in danger. I wonder when he will wake up. Datura felt a little more at ease after hearing that Night Sorrow was not in danger. It's hard to say. The current situation for him is that he has been destroyed and rebuilt. His body has been shaken beyond recognition, but it is also an opportunity for him to absorb energy to strengthen himself and reconstruct himself. This is also thanks to his tyrannical body. If it were anyone else, let alone an emperor, even an imperial emperor's body would have been destroyed and exploded, Lin Xian said after arriving in front of Night Sorrow and sensing the situation in Night Sorrow's body again. It's good that he's fine. You scared me to death, Datura said with lingering fear. We have the ghost wings. If Night Sorrow suffers any irrecoverable injuries because of this, I will not be able to live with myself, Lin Xian said as she looked at the pair of light blue wings in her hand. At this moment, the pair of wings was still struggling. Guizhu, you left behind a lot of trump cards. Unfortunately, your time has passed. Accept your fate. Lin Xian said as she looked at the blue wings. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the pair of blue wings, which was the ghost wings, struggled even more violently. 4. Ah Luo, help me and Night Sorrow keep watch. Night Sorrow's condition cannot be disturbed, I have to solve this problem. Lin Xian pointed to the blue wings in her hand. Datura nodded her head. She knew that Night Sorrow was at a critical juncture and Lin Xianer had to deal with Gue Yi. Night Sorrow woke up. He did not know how much time had passed. He wanted to move his body, but he could not. His whole body was in unbearable pain. Don't move. Try to circulate your body tempering technique and absorb the energy scattered in your body into your flesh and bones. The 9 regions origin bead's voice rang out. Night Sorrow could not even nod his head. He could only use the myriad Tao Tomes cultivation technique to cultivate the virtuous immortal body. It hurts. As he circulated his cultivation technique, Night Sorrow endured a heart-wrenching pain. He also discovered his situation. His bones were all shattered and his tendons and veins were all broken. His body was now like a tattered piece of linen. It was a tragic sight, so it was especially painful to circulate his energy. There was nothing he could do about the pain. Night Sorrow had to persevere. Otherwise, he would not be able to recover and would continue to lie on the ground like mud. Because of the bone-piercing pain, Night Sorrow, who had not sweated for many years, had sweat flowing down his cheeks and his body was constantly trembling. Datura naturally knew about Night Sorrow's situation. She was extremely anxious and did not know what was going on. She could only watch as Night Sorrow endured the pain. Time passed in torment. Lin Xian had already entered the time acceleration treasure to refine the ghost wings while Night Sorrow recovered. In the blink of an eye, a month passed and Lin Xian came out. She had refined the ghost wings for more than 3 years in the time acceleration treasure before completely erasing the aura that Gue Zhu had left on the ghost wings. This was different from recognizing a master. The ghost wings was a treasure that Gue Zhu had used his soul power to nourish for countless years. It was very difficult to completely erase it. Otherwise, Lin Xian would not have refined it for more than 3 years with her emperor rank cultivation. After lying in bed for a month, Night Sorrow's aura had stabilized a lot. However, he was still in seclusion and had already passed the painful stage. His body was covered in golden light. He had already completed the destruction and reconstruction. The bones in his body were already infinitely close to the lustrous golden bones. Night Sorrow already knew about his situation. However, he was somewhat regretful. Because no matter how strong his clone was, his main body could not cultivate. His cultivation realm could not keep up and he could not complete the breakthrough. However, the 9 regions origin bead told Night Sorrow a piece of news that made him feel at ease. At that time, in order to ensure that Night Sorrow's body was not broken, the 9 regions origin bead had gathered and sealed 2/3 of the energy of the evil punishing land to the greatest extent. In other words, when Night Sorrow's main body needed it, the 9 regions origin bead could give this energy to Night Sorrow to use. Night Sorrow's heart trembled. If his main body wanted to reach the strength of his clone, he would need to be destroyed and reconstructed. The pain of broken bones and tendons was unavoidable. 1.5 months later, Night Sorrow woke up. His cultivation had been completed. The strength of his body had already reached the peak of the 8th rank. He could not break through because of the limitations of his main body. He opened his eyes and stood up. Night Sorrow stretched his waist. Immediately, crackling sounds came from his body. The energy in his body surged and light rippled in all directions. I've reached the critical point. If I take another step forward, my physical attacks will be able to carry the power of heaven and earth, Lin Xian said. Elder Sister Xian, I'm sorry. The evil punishing land's origin bead ran into my body and caused Elder Sister Xian, to miss out on an opportunity. Night Sorrow looked at Lin Xian, apologetically. What are you talking about? A pair of sky blue wings is already a heaven-defying opportunity. Sky blue wings are ghost wings, a name that Gue Zhu forcefully changed. Lin Xian's body trembled and a pair of energy wings appeared on her back. That's good. Our mission this time has been completed. The 300 fires of life that we need to hand over to the Ethereal War Emperor has also been settled. After hunting for a while, we can return, Night Sorrow said. The message that the Ethereal War Emperor had asked Song Ning to pass on was to ask for 300 fires of life. There was no mention of grade, which meant that they just had to be mixed up like last time. In the future, the fires of life in this evil punishing land will get lesser and lesser. Night Sorrow, you can wait for a large amount of merit to be added to your body. This will completely solve a hidden danger. The thicker the merit, the stronger your foundation. Even if the heavenly desolate city receives news that is not beneficial to you, they won't make things too difficult for you, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian said with a smile. She knew that Yi Shang had reaped a great harvest this time. It was an unintentional harvest. Then let my body enter the Emperor realm. Night Sorrow communicated with the 9 domains origin bead and controlled it to leave his body. The 9 domains origin bead left Night Sorrow's body and drew an arc in the air, breaking through the spatial barrier and disappearing. Night Sorrow, what's going on with you? Lin Xian was a little confused. Datura was also a little confused. Chapter 1704. Night Sorrow, you're not bad. Your spacetime attribute can enter the Emperor realm, your body can enter the Emperor realm, and your chi has room to develop. No one can compare to you at this stage. Lin Xian's eyes were full of praise. After that, Night Sorrow and the other 2 continued to kill evil spirits in the evil Punisher land. 2 days later, Night Sorrow's main body received the 9 region origin pearl. The moment he received the 9 region origin pearl, golden lotuses appeared in the sky and the light of virtue descended. The heavenly Tao's rules covered all parts of the celestial realm. Perhaps there was a cycle, but the world's origin was always covered. Therefore, when the 9 region origin pearl reached Night Sorrow's main body, the light of virtue also arrived. It was stronger than the last time, much stronger. Golden lotuses filled the sky, and the sound of nature was constantly heard. Fortunately, Night Sorrow was the only one who comprehended the will of nothingness, so it didn't cause much of a commotion. Square root, K forever. For a long time, free of charge. Night Sorrow's power of virtue continued to increase rapidly. He broke through the virtuous great sage and entered the virtuous heavenly monarch realm, and continued to climb. Night Sorrow understood why the reward this time was so great. It was because he had solved the root of the threat to the celestial realm from the evil Punisher land. He had solved the root of the problem. After entering the virtuous heavenly monarch realm, the light of virtue continued to descend. This didn't require Night Sorrow to cultivate. The heavenly Tao's reward was the same. Surpassing the virtuous heavenly monarch realm continued. Half Emperor. Half Emperor. When he reached the peak of the virtuous heavenly monarch realm, Night Sorrow felt that he could break through, but he couldn't. The light of virtue continued to descend. Night Sorrow understood that this matter could only reach this level. It wasn't that he didn't have enough merit, but that he didn't have enough merit for the celestial realm. He still needed to do something for the celestial realm. As long as he did it right, he could become the virtuous heavenly monarch. The leakless golden body circulated and locked the virtuous golden light. Night Sorrow entered the clear sky pagoda. He wanted to speed up his cultivation and rush his body into the 9th stage martial emperor realm. At that time, his combat strength would increase slightly. Looking at himself, Night Sorrow sighed. Some pain still had to be endured. After Night Sorrow protected his divine Si and Dantian, he communicated with the 9 regions origin pearl and told it was done. At that moment, the 9 regions origin bead released the power it had sealed. It was even stronger than what Night Sorrow had endured in the evil Punisher space. That was because Night Sorrow's original body was slightly stronger than his avatar. Without enough power, it could not break Night Sorrow's tendons and bones. It could not completely break him. Night Sorrow's clone, who was meditating to sense his merit cultivation, suddenly lost his balance. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's really strong. What's wrong with you? Lin Xian, and Datura each grabbed one of Night Sorrow's arms. My original body was cultivating and broke the tendons and bones in his body. The energy was too strong and rushed to the divine sea. I was also affected. Night Sorrow took a deep breath and recovered. His original body's soul had been affected, but the effect on his avatar was only temporary. What's the level of your virtuous body? Lin Xian asked. I'm at the peak of the virtuous half-martial emperor realm and have accumulated a lot of virtuous light. I only lack the opportunity to enter the virtuous monarch realm. Night Sorrow said. Then, Night Sorrow's group of 3 continued forward. However, Night Sorrow's condition was not good. The pain his original body was enduring was also felt by his avatar. When his avatar was cultivating, Night Sorrow's original body was meditating, so the impact was not great. In addition, his original body was the main body, so the avatar's pain was not intense. Now that it was the other way around, Night Sorrow's avatar was experiencing intense sensory stimulation and could no longer fight. In this situation, the 3 of them could only rest. Night Sorrow quietly meditated, enduring the consequences of his original body's cultivation. The Emperor realm was very important, whether it was Qi or the body. Why didn't Night Sorrow leave Ling Qinhui's corpse? Because it was useless. The evil spirits in the dark abyss of the world of reincarnation couldn't harm him at all. Even if he used evil spirits to deal with opponents, they would only be below the 9th rank. Ah Luo, I'm sorry. You didn't get any opportunities in both times. Lin Xian looked at Datura and said apologetically. Sister Xian don't say that. You've helped me a lot. My domain of death has already changed. It's a rare opportunity. Datura said with a smile. The destruction stone that Lin Xian gave her had greatly increased her strength. And, it's good that it suits you. Lin Xian nodded. The 3 of them camped for a day. Night Sorrow's body changed, the destruction divine wind and soul extinguishing flame appeared again. Emperor Realm Tribulation. Night Sorrow's clone meditated for a day, but his original body cultivated in the clear sky god pagoda for 1.5 months. Looking at the situation of Night Sorrow's body, Lin Xian and Datura knew what was going on. Night Sorrow's cultivation had entered the Emperor realm, it was the strength of his body. After withstanding the wind and fire tribulation, Night Sorrow didn't feel any danger this time. It was also an opportunity because this was a chance for him to comprehend the will of destruction. Because they weren't worried, Datura and Lin Xian made tea and chatted. Night Sorrow enjoyed the feeling of enlightenment brought by the destruction divine wind because such an opportunity was hard to come by. The tribulation took 3 days to pass. Night Sorrow's virtuous immortal body had entered the Emperor realm and his will of destruction had reached 99%. This meant that he would reach the perfection stage if he improved further. This was a bottleneck that couldn't be comprehended by force. He needed an opportunity to break through. After the tribulation passed, Yi Shuang's avatar's body cultivation also reached stage 9 as his true body's realm increased. In such a short period of time, your strength has soared again. This is simply too terrifying. Lin Xian said. In the celestial realm, the virtuous sage had appeared, but the virtuous sage hadn't. Now that Night Sorrow had broken through the virtuous heavenly monarch, he had directly become a virtuous half-emperor. This was an unprecedented trend. Cultivating his body to the emperor realm was also an incredible achievement that ordinary people wouldn't dare to think about. Look, but I stole Sister Xian's opportunity. Night Sorrow said. What's wrong with the 2 of you? Without your help, would I have gotten the opportunity to obtain the sky blue wings? I should be the one thanking you. But we're friends, so there's no point in saying this. Lin Xian said. The three of them continued to move forward and collect the fire of life. The three of them wouldn't come here again in the future. Even if they did, there wouldn't be many evil spirits to kill. While Night Sorrow's group was training, 3 elders came to Ethereal City. One of them had a long sword on his back and a cold aura on his face. He was the Heaven Desolation City's Gu Qi. The other one was Bai Qiuyuan with a cold expression. He was the brother of the Heaven Extreme Sage Emperor. This time, he was also the one who received the news from Ling Daoxiu. The last one was an elder wearing a robe embroidered with spiritual herbs. He was the elder of the Spiritual Tree Clan. When the 3 of them arrived, Lin Piaomiao appeared and led the 3 of them to the city lord's mansion. May I know what the 3 elders are here for? Lin Piaomiao sat on the main seat. Commander Lin, you're asking the obvious. Bai Qiuyuan said. Chapter 1705. Calm down, Commander Lin. Bai Qiuyuan, we're here for business. Gu Qi waved his hand at Lin Piaomiao and looked at Bai Qiuyuan. Bai Qiuyuan's face was filled with anger, but he turned his head to the side. Elder Gu, please speak. Lin Piaomiao ignored Bai Qiuyuan. It's about the appearance of the Black Dragon in the human territory. We want to capture the dragon language and Night Sorrow who took in the dragon language. We don't know the details, but we have to deal with it once we get the news. Commander Lin, please tell us what you know. After all, this is the decision of the elders. Gu Qi said. All right. Then I'll tell you. The dragon language came to the celestial realm from the lower realm alone. He came through the passage opened by Night Sorrow. After that, he had no contact with Night Sorrow. Some time ago, the despicable celestial sect captured the dragon language and wanted to refine it alive. Night Sorrow got the news and saved him since we came out together. I didn't think it was a big problem, so I didn't do anything. Lin Piaomiao said. At her level, there was no need to lie. Commander Lin, this doesn't seem like much, but it's a big problem. We don't mean to blame you, but the black dragons wouldn't appear for no reason. I'm from the Spiritual Tree Clan, but I don't want to see problems in the human territory. So we have to deal with the dragon language. As for Night Sorrow, let's talk to him. If there's no problem, we won't make things difficult for him. The Spiritual Tree Clan Elder said. Thank you for your understanding, Spiritual Tree Clan Elder. I don't care about the dragon language. You can capture or kill him if you want. But Night Sorrow is the lord of the Mishti dynasty. So please handle this carefully. Lin Piaomiao said. All right. The Spiritual Tree Clan Elder nodded. P. Yong unspecified currency watch videos for free. Speak. Then please rest. Night Sorrow isn't in the Imperial City. He entered the Evil Punisher land and will be back in a month. Men. Arrange a VIP room. Lin Piaomiao shouted at the City Lord Mansion's guards. Night Sorrow's group of 3 charged towards the entrance of the Evil Punisher grounds. If there were any flames of life, they would collect them. In less than 3 months, the 3 of them returned to the vicinity of the Evil Punisher gate. Night Sorrow removed the transmission array, because there was no need to enter again. After exiting the Evil Extermination Gate, Night Sorrow's group of 3 returned to the Night Moon Villa. After a while, Zhang Ning arrived and told Night Sorrow about the incident. So I'm about to be interrogated. Night Sorrow smiled and felt that he had a clear conscience since he didn't betray the human race. Just do what needs to be done. You're upright and there's nothing to be afraid of. They can't just pin a label on you for no reason. However, not every clan elder of the 100 Races Alliance is upright and plain-spoken. There are also some narrow-minded people. You have to be careful. Lin Xian'er looked at Night Sorrow and said. Following that, Night Sorrow followed Song Ning to the City Lord mansion. Lin Piaomiao sat on the City Lord's chair. 3 clan elders will be here in a while. No matter what, I won't let you be threatened. However, because this involves the human race and the 100 Races Alliance, no one can act on their own. Not even I can. Thank you, Battle Emperor. If Night Sorrow is in trouble, I hope you can continue to support the Star Moon Lake. Night Sorrow will be eternally grateful. Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Lin Piaomiao. Don't worry about this. As long as the Misty Dynasty exists, the Star Moon Lake will also exist. This is my promise. Lin Piaomiao said. Night Sorrow nodded. He vaguely felt that this matter might be a little serious. Otherwise, the Battle Emperor Lin Piaomiao wouldn't say this. After a short while, Gu Qi, Bai Qiuyuan, and Elder Ling Shu arrived and sat down. You are Night Sorrow. Gu Qi, who was carrying a long sword on his back, looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I am. Night Sorrow nodded. Then where is the Black Dragon's member, dragon language? Gu Qi asked. Night Sorrow isn't sure. After rescuing her, she stayed for a few days and left. As for where she went, I don't know. Night Sorrow glanced at Gu Qi and the other 2 and said. You still dare to be vague and not tell us the truth. Bai Qiuyuan slapped the armrest of the chair. Tell you the truth. Am I a criminal? Did I commit a heinous crime? Yi Shan looked at Bai Qiuyuan. He found Bai Qiuyuan an eyesore. Bai Qiuyuan was always bossy and annoying. Do you want to die? Bai Qiuyuan couldn't hold it in anymore. All right. You have the strength and the fist. You have the authority today. However, I don't know anything about the Black Dragons. I know dragon language, but I don't know anything about her. I don't know her whereabouts either. Night Sorrow took a deep breath. Using Ling Qinhui's words, he was a fish on the chopping block because he couldn't see through the cultivation of the 3 elders. You think it's okay if you don't know? Bai Qiuyuan roared. If I don't know, are you going to force me to say it? Night Sorrow was enraged. If he had the strength, he would have punched Bai Qiuyuan's old face. Young man, this is a big matter for the human race. We are only here to resolve some hidden dangers. Gu Qi extended his arm and stopped Bai Qiuyuan, who was about to speak. Senior, can I say a few words? Night Sorrow cupped his hands at Gu Qi. Speak. Gu Qi nodded at Yi Shang. Today was his first time seeing Yi Shang, but he admired him because Yi Shang had a heroic spirit that flourished. Night Sorrow explained the situation in the Devil Blood domain, how he interacted with the dragon language, and the history of the dragon language. You won the domain war. She helped you a lot. From your point of view, that's right. However, from the human race's point of view, there's a problem. The last time the human race led the alliance to fight the devil-winged race, the battle ended with a huge loss of manpower. At this time, the Black Dragons invaded and the human race lost 2 elders. The elders are the foundation of the human race in the celestial realm. You might think that we implicated the innocent, but that's not the case, Gu Qi said. Senior, please speak clearly. Night Sorrow knew that Gu Qi had more to say. You're not even 200 years old. There are some things you don't understand. Some races conceal some soul information before they are born. Therefore, you don't know the specifics of the dragon language. Perhaps you're innocent. However, the human race can't take the risk. Last time, the human race suffered too much. 2 elders died and many emperors fell. Do you understand what I'm saying? Gu Qi looked at Night Sorrow and said. Night Sorrow felt helpless and even lost. He couldn't refute Gu Qi's words because he was a human. I understand. Senior, how do you plan to deal with this? Knight Sorrow knew that this was the way things were going to go. We'll deal with the dragon language. You don't have to take responsibility. However, we have to study your problem, Gu Qi said. Scum of the human race, what's there to study? Just kill him. Bai Qiuyuan stood up and his aura surged. He was about to attack. Chapter 1706. Commander Lin, don't be agitated. Elder Bai, you can't do it this way. Knight Sorrow, right? I'm not a human, so I don't have any prejudice. Follow us to Tianhuang City. As for how to deal with this, the elders will decide. Elder Ling Shu stood up and said. Then we'll do as Elder Ling Shu says. But we have to go with our original body and doppelganger. Don't miss out. Go and inform them. Bai Qiuyuan said. Haha. Knight Sorrow laughed. You're a human race's elder. I can't imagine. Then we'll do that. Knight Sorrow, don't worry. The elders will give you a fair ruling. Elder Bai, don't say anything. I won't work with you in the future. Gu Qi's face was ugly because he felt embarrassed. Knight Sorrow, if this matter can't be dealt with properly, I'll leave Tianhuang City. Lin Piaomiao stood up and looked at Bai Qiuyuan. Commander Lin, don't be like this. There's really no need. Elder Ling Shu said. I'll convey Commander Lin's intentions to the elders. Gu Qi nodded to Lin Piaomiao. Knight Sorrow, come back with your original body. Let them deal with this matter and see what they can do. If it's not suitable, I'll take revenge for you. Lin Piaomiao said. Since the Battle Emperor has spoken, I'll come back. Actually, I'm not afraid of them killing my original body and doppelganger. If they mess with me, I'll pay them back 100 times. Battle Emperor, please arrange a place for me in the City Lord Manor. My original body is still stabilizing my cultivation. I'll come over in the next 2 days. Knight Sorrow said to Lin Piaomiao. Lin Piaomiao nodded to the guards at the entrance of the hall. Arrange a VIP room for Knight Lord. Knight Sorrow left the hall of the City Lord Manor and was led to the VIP room by the guards. Please bring my wife over from Night Moon Manor. Knight Sorrow said to the guards. Please wait for a moment, Knight Lord. I'll make the arrangements right away. The City Lord's guards nodded and went to make the arrangements. They knew about Knight Sorrow and respected Knight Sorrow very much. Inside City Lord Manor, Bai Qiuyuan sneered. Aren't you afraid of killing your true body and avatar? What arrogance! Whether or not it's big, it's not up to Elder Bai to decide. There are some things that I don't need to explain to you. Elder Bai, you're not new to the Jianghu. Don't bully the young and poor. There are some people that you can't afford to offend. I'll talk to the person who can make the decision. Lin Piaomiao stood up and disappeared from the City Lord Manor. Gu Qi and Elder Ling Shu shook their heads and went to the VIP building to rest. They knew that they had offended Lin Piaomiao because Bai Qiuyuan's words were too arrogant. The VIP building arranged a loft for each of them. However, Elder Ling Shu went to look for Gu Qi. Elder Gu, Yishang's eyes were sharp, but there wasn't a trace of evil in them. When he communicated with us, his eyes didn't waver at all. It's clear that there's nothing shameful in his heart. What he said should be true. We can't make Commander Lin unhappy because of this. Elder Bai and I don't have much to say, so Elder Gu should deal with this matter. Stability is the most important thing. Didn't we come out for stability? If we make the ethereal dynasty unhappy and the human tribe is in turmoil, then the gains won't make up for the losses, said Elder Ling Shu. I've thought about this before. Commander Lin said that she'll talk to the person who can make the decision. We just have to bring them back. Gucci nodded. We're elders only because we've lived for a long time. In terms of battle achievements and ability, Commander Lin isn't any worse than us. If we don't get along well, it'll be a loss for the greater good. Elder Ling Shu said. Elder Ling Shu is right. I understand. This matter is troublesome. Other than Knight's Sorrow, we only have bad blood with the black dragons. If we directly kill a young dragon, this matter will also make the black dragons angry. Unfortunately, there are too many different opinions. Elder Bai is an example. Gucci said. Datura and Lin Xian Air went to the VIP building where Knight's Sorrow was. Knight's Sorrow, you don't have to worry too much. You're a virtuous merit half-emperor. Whoever dares to touch you is blind. Lin Xian Air said. I've been sealing my aura and hiding the virtuous merit in my body because I don't want to be discovered by them. Now that I've revealed some things, I'll be schemed against by some random people. I might even be eliminated by some people before I even see the person in charge. Knight's Sorrow waved his hand and set up an energy barrier. You're right. I'll discuss it with Lord Battle Emperor later. Lin Xian Air said. After my original body comes, I'll take some defensive measures. If they want to kill me, I'll send them a clone. It's impossible for them to destroy my original body and soul. If they don't follow the rules and act recklessly, it's fine because I don't have the strength. If I have the strength, I'll fight them to the death. What human alliance? If they act recklessly, they'll only harm the human race. Knight's Sorrow said. Knight's Sorrow, let's go back to the primal chaos realm. That's the safest place. Anyway, we've already broken the shackles that prevented us from becoming emperors. That's enough. Datura said worriedly. In the past, it was my dream to break the shackles of the 9-domain world that prevented us from becoming emperors. But in fact, I only broke the shackles of the 9-domain world. The world of reincarnation and the other worlds in the primal chaos realm can't do it. Therefore, the existence of Star Moon City is very necessary. If we escape, it'll be irresponsible and it'll make things difficult for Lord Battle Emperor. I also want to see the Tianhuang city and see what kind of style the clan elder who represents the human race has. Besides, I can't leave now. Knight's Sorrow said with a smile. Lin Xian Air stayed for a while and then left. Ah Luo, don't worry. I've communicated with the 9-domain origin pearl. If they really want to kill me, the 9-domain origin pearl can help me. Although it can't directly return to the 9-domain world, it can help me escape for a while. It'll just consume some of the world's origin energy. It can't be used as a normal escape method. Knight's Sorrow said. Okay, then I'm relieved. Datura nodded. Don't worry. The 9-domain origin pearl isn't something that the evil Punisher land's origin energy can compare to. It's a supreme origin energy and has its own intelligence. Its ability is much stronger than the evil Punisher land's origin energy. Knight's Sorrow explained the situation to Datura again before releasing the barrier. Datura nodded to Knight's Sorrow. If I'm not here, you're the strongest in the primal chaos realm. You can make some decisions. Your original body will return to the 9-domain world. Knight's Sorrow said to Datura. Zhang Ning, Wu Feng, Luo Yuandao, and Lin Qixing all found Lin Piaomiao to ask about this matter. Jiang Tianheng also came. Although they weren't close, he didn't want to see anything happen to Knight's Sorrow. 5 of the 7 palace lords came. Knight's Sorrow is very successful as a person. You don't have to worry about this matter. Others don't know about the Heavenly Desolate City and the 100 Race Alliance, but you do. This isn't something that I can make decisions about. However, I won't let them do as they please. I'll make arrangements for how to deal with it. Lin Piaomiao said. Why forever, free of X fees? Look at W5, say M.